of tea. I love the Java Jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the Java and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
Ready, or are we just because it's like after 9?
All right, there we go. Yes, we're up and running, and I hope I got it all right this time. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, welcome
Yeah,
to
I'm seeing the steam a cup of coffee and hearing the music.
Yay! And this is Coffee with Lavender, and I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion. And here in the Lavender B-17 with me is my co-pilot, the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, honey. How are you?
I'm all right, I suppose. I was up way too early this morning, but I'm coping. I mean, life is life today. It really is. Yeah.
Hmm?
I said, yeah, life is life.
Oh, I thought you had said now, and then you were going to continue on with something. Okay, that's
No.
because I am a mess up here in the head. I washed my hair this morning, and a bunch of brain fell out when I did that. And
Yeah.
along
Okay.
with me,
Speaking as like a brain damaged neurodivergent weirdo, I don't want to hear about a piece of brain falling out. I mean, hell, technically, I'm a stroke survivor, for fuck's sake.
and then, strangely enough, unfortunately, the navigation station is still empty, and the what else is empty? So I don't know. Shall I move the two of you up to the cockpit, or should I leave you guys in the gunner's nests? We have.
Mom NATO did show up, so.
Say again, hon?
Mom NATO did show up last time, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So let's put let's see now. Let's put Mage in the bowl turret. Does that sound good?
No, I'll take that because I get to be down there all alone, and if I shut off the radio, nobody can bother me.
Ah, there you go. And that one there now in
Full
the bowl
tower?
turret
Oh, no.
is the one and only purple rhymes with orange. Hello, dear. What you up to?
At this point, still wondering why the hell I'm awake, but
Oh my
I
Lord.
was just about at the point that I've been awake long enough that I should probably get food now.
Hmm.
Oh my food. That's an interesting thing. I'll have to
So,
go.
ball turret, cockpit, what are they trying to tell us here?
I don't know, but it's a little on the suggestive side, isn't it? Yeah.
Only a wee smidge.
Oh my. And let's see. How about? Oh man, I forget what the.
Oh, hey, B is here.
Say again.
B is here.
Hello, B.
Why don't you offer him a link?
Yeah, I could. That's a thing to do, possibly.
Yep, we've got B and Greg Hartwick and Wine and Reason and Philip Locke.
Oh, I didn't see Julie there. Julie, dear, hello. How are you? Oh my, oh my. Let's see what we've got here. Deste Taleka Borgo Santa Yekarastini Mekranda. Ah, Toto Yekarasuni Menspran. And by the way, I have no idea what I just said. There we go. Now we're getting the place loaded up.
So, yeah. Anyway, I'm trying that caffeinated water that Mom NATO was talking about last time. And I have to say, like, I should have thought of it and didn't, that it's obviously not sweetened with sugar or high fructose corn syrup, right? And why is it that every artificial sweetener just tastes like it belongs in a sewer or something, or it's meant to like sanitize swimming pools? It always has a nasty chemical taste. What's that about?
Well,
The difference between sugar and plastic is you've got a huge long molecule. I forget how many dozens of atoms it is. But there's actually only 2 atoms that make the difference between it being sugar or being plastic.
yeah.
And
Well,
Uh,
all
would
of
it?
the artificial sweeteners are some manipulation of those two atoms.
Well, I mean, would it kill them to make it taste like good though?
Well, but you said about you being a super taster, and I have the same thing. I can't
yeah.
stand any of the artificial sweeteners because they all leave my tongue feeling like it's coated in plastic.
Well, see, I don't feel that. I just feel like it's just plain old nasty.
Well,
Yeah,
Like I don't know exactly how to explain it, but there is this chemical essence to it that I cannot stomach. It's just like I don't have the words for it. It's too
yeah. I think that's
saccharine.
just because you're a super taster that you pick up the very small differences like that.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
but it's not a small difference. It's right up in my face.
Well,
well,
I mean, molecularly, it's a small difference.
yeah, you change one atom and it might bind to two receptors now. You know, the sweet receptor and the nasty receptor.
Yeah, well, I don't like it. I wish it would stop.
Because there's
I wish there was an artificial sweetener that didn't taste like chemicals.
Yeah.
because the original uh, artificial sweetener, the saccharin, that comes from coal tar. So that
Well,
may explain
Yummy.
a little bit of
wherever
the.
it comes from, it's gross. And I
Mm.
mean, my issue is that it's gross. I would very much like it to not be gross.
Kind of
Well-
tastes like it comes from coal tar.
Say again, huh?
Kind of tastes like it comes from coal tar.
Okay.
You know, maybe it's just me, but coal tar sounds like some sort of 80s cartoon villain. The
Wasn't he
wrath
on
of
Captain
coal
Planet?
tar, you know, like Galtar and the Golden Lance kind of nonsense.
It sounds like he'd be a perfect villain for Captain Planet.
Yeah, it
You know, I
does.
never actually watched that.
Oh man, I used to watch that. Yeah. I mean, I was
It
too
didn't
old.
look like it. Like I've never seen art that was made with an agenda that was any good ever. Like seriously, it's just always there's no way for it to not be heavy-handed as hell.
Hey, Uncle Beck, yay! Where
Yay.
shall
It-
we put you?
It could be the problem, especially with cartoons, is it's an agenda and they write it for kids. And they always underestimate the intelligence of kids. So they think
And-
that if they, don't pound you with the message, that the kids will miss it.
And don't get me started. I mean, even as a kid, I hated how like just dumbed down everything was. Now, like even my favorite cartoon show, Bionic 6, had characters that just pissed me off. Like one of the bad guys was that typical bumbling, gets it wrong, and probably screws up the entire plan by doing it. Talks like the G boss. One of those characters, and I
Oh
was
yes,
like,
I
you
know
know,
that. Yep, I know it all
I
too
can
well.
handle better than this, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't know, it bothered me how every cartoon show had to have a life lesson in it somewhere, usually about believing in yourself. And it just, I was like, I just want entertainment, not education. Okay, I get education in school. Right now is my free time, not my school time.
Well,
And
so-
I don't want you teaching me lessons in my cartoons.
Well, some of those cartoons might have been getting some of their funding from the life lesson thing. Is that
It
you
wasn't
put
really-
this
They
in or
were
we don't
not.
write you a check?
But,
It wasn't
but
really-
it's not. No, but see, that's the thing. It's not just them. I mean, it was in the movies too. I mean, fucking Disney. Every movie is about believing in yourself. Every movie starts with an orphan who feels like they can't do jack shit, and then the next thing you know, they meet some companions that help them become a superhero. But of course, they have to go through that stage of not believing in themselves. Like at the end, because
Yep.
they're near the end, because they suffer some defeat that they have to come back from. And then of course you get the old mentor going, "You had the power all along," and all that nonsense.
Of course they did.
fucking Movie,
It wasn't really my
every
cup.
goddamn movie, and that pissed me off. I was like, you know what? I may be a kid, but I also have common sense. I also understand this. Like I understood this stuff before you tried to pound it into my head. Just give me a grand adventure like the sort that you show to older people.
Wasn't really my cup of tea, but the My Little Pony Friendship and Magic, I have to give credit for not talking down to the audience.
Yeah, that and the new She-Ra as well.
Well, the other thing, though,
I
with
didn't
all
really
the
much care for
cartoons,
She-Ra.
especially all the cartoons since the 80s, is that they have to have something in there to sell it to the parents right away, too.
I'm so sick
Okay.
and tired of the Hollywood studio system and scripts written by committee and
Yep.
Uh-huh.
focus groups and everything where they inevitably get it completely freaking wrong. I mean, like, look at what Disney did to Star Wars. They did not understand what made Star Wars great, and basically they just said, okay, throw a whole bunch of special effects at the screen and they'll love it. And that seems to be the
Yep.
way that most movies are made these days. Is it's
Yep.
just the wrong kind of pandering. It's not give me more of what I want, it's give them more of what will sell.
Well, yeah, they throw up a lot of
Yeah.
CGI there, mostly to sell the toys, and they don't really care about having a script.
And it's very frustrating
No.
because honestly, when I was a kid, I wanted the toys from the stuff I enjoyed, and I enjoyed the stuff that had any respect whatsoever for my intelligence.
Hey, I hear a new voice in here. It's coming along nicely.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's
You're ascending deeper.
it's dropped
Yep.
since the last I spoke to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been playing with singing because it's so different now,
Okay.
but at the same time, it's easier for me to sing, and I sound better than I used to.
I can still hear the
It
old
just
you
comes
in there, but
naturally.
it's really
Yeah.
come along. Yeah.
Well, I'll be
Yeah,
honest,
thank
the
you.
old you was actually almost good enough.
I know. I already had a deeper voice. I know.
And I mean, now, hell, you're developing some sort of bass going on here. I can see
Yeah,
I
it here.
know.
It's like under
This-
resonance.
My brother Walt is this low. He was always a bass.
You got any chin pubes yet?
Oh yeah, I have. I got some little. Well, they're kind of thin still. I have sideburns that are still pretty thin. I shaved off my whole goatee, beard, everything, and left the sideburns at one point to try to get it to grow in darker, which worked on my chin. Did not work on my mustache. It's
Okay.
blonde and gray, and so it's not very visible, and it sucks ass. I hate it.
Well, the thing
Well, it's
is,
all pretty
though,
awesome. I'm happy for you.
Thanks, but it's starting to come in. I'm getting dark patches now that are starting to grow in darker on my cheeks and on my mustache. So it's just, I just got to wait it out.
yeah, when I started graying, the first to gray was the facial hair, and that may
Yeah.
or may not be happening with you. Even
I
before
know
it
it's
starts to
gonna
come
be-
in.
Yeah, it's going to be like medium or light brown, dark brown, gray, white. Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I
and
mean,
that's
if you
what
guys see my brother, he's only 3 years older than me, and you see how gray his beard is
I've
whenever he
actually- I
doesn't
don't-
dye it.
I don't think I've ever seen your brother, or if I did, because you showed a couple of pictures with like a whole group of people, so maybe I did and didn't realize, but I've never seen a picture of your bro.
Oh, I'll show you one in a minute. Let me find one.
Yeah, mine went the same way though. That my whole beard had
He's got a
turned
wicked
completely
beard.
white, but the hair on top of my head's barely changed at all.
I got
Yeah.
a bunch of streaks in my hair.
I'm like I've spotted one or two gray hairs, and don't for a moment think it hasn't pissed me off, because honestly, I don't want to be no, hold on, I don't want to be salt and pepper. I would rather go
Yeah.
full on white, like Steve Martin, you know.
Oh, that
Yeah,
would, yeah,
well,
yeah.
Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah,
it's a problem
absolutely.
for me now because the laser hair removal doesn't really work on the white hairs. Otherwise, that would be a much faster way to get rid of the beard.
Yeah, I'd like to go all white too.
Honestly, like, on my wish list is this $300 home laser electrolysis kit, because I want to get the leggies done. I am sick and tired of having to mow my legs.
Tell me about it. Oh my word, I hate that.
And they said it was like $5,000 at the laser place I wanted to go to, and I was like, nah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, with the laser, what is it, 100 a session or something, and they do a square inch at a time or some shit?
Well, that's
actually,
more the
no, way
electrolysis.
the way
Ah.
I know that they did it was they do the whole area, but you have to get it multiple times because it doesn't always get all the hair, or some of the hairs are resistant or whatever. So they do everything multiple times.
Oh my, I just saw in the side
Yeah.
chat here, Randy said, I'll be back to chat in a while. Hospital food is on the way. Oh my word, water.
Oh,
We ran out of a whole
Why-
bunch of
why
hospital
is-
stuff. Hey!
Why are
There-
you in the hospital? I missed a memo.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that mentioned
Yeah,
either.
Harmonica Man says.
I knew he was in a few weeks ago, but I thought he was home again. I didn't know he was back into the hospital. So, yeah,
Yeah,
why
well,
don't you update us, buddy?
I saw him
Go on.
posting on Twitter yesterday, and I was not aware he was back at the hospital.
No, I didn't know either.
And
Oh, here you go,
like,
Kate.
oh, yowza. Okay. That is a beard and a half right there.
Yeah, it goes down about this much, like 5-6 inches further than you can see. It tapers down. He doesn't trim it or anything. He just lets it grow,
So,
and that's what it looks like.
speaking of people who are in hospitals, have you been hearing anything about Hopswatch?
No,
No.
not I.
What?
I saw him
Yeah.
comment on a couple of things, or not comment, but just the reaction things on a
Well,
couple of things on Twitter like 2 or 3 days ago.
Well, apparently they found some sort of brain tumor.
Oh
And,
no!
like,
Holy shit!
He was in the hospital, and they said something about him like being barely verbal, but he likes visits or something. And I don't know what the deal is, but if he was commenting on stuff 2 or 3 days ago, maybe he's getting better. But I heard horrible, horrible things.
Well,
Well,
maybe
like I
it was
say, it wasn't
operable and they
really
removed
comments;
it.
it was just reactions. So
Oh,
I don't know how
Yeah,
well his
the-
language skills were working there.
The thing that really gets to me is people who live through really bad shit to the point where they don't want to be living anymore, and that's what pokes at my heartstrings, and I'm hoping that that's not the case with Hopswatch, but
I had the impression from
Oh.
something, I don't know, family member or partner, but somebody else posted through his account that he is not, does not sound like he's planning to give up anytime soon. He's going to fight it as long as he can.
although it
Good.
does also sound, from what I'm seeing right now, that he's in room 6 from now on, whatever that means.
Yeah, I did get the impression that
Okay.
it might be beyond hospital and be to
Yeah.
the point of hospice care at this point.
But the message I saw was on May 14th. It says, "Hi all, I'm assuming it's Kai, I don't know how he pronounces it, is still alive, but no longer really able to communicate. In a clearish moment, he asked me to help him tweet this. Best," from Linda Norgard, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah,
So, I
Yeah, I
'cause
just saw
I mean, I like Hopswatch. He's a nice guy, and
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
should
he
not
really
have
is.
happened. So,
yeah.
I mean, he's like the most laid back, nice guy. He really is.
Yeah,
I
another
mean,
tip
I
against
enjoyed that
thing.
time I was on his channel too. I mean, we were talking booze, and I'm not a beer drinker, but we still talked about like rum and stuff, and it was really fun. I like him. He's a good fella.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He
Well,
is.
that's what I always felt, that I didn't really have any common interests with him, but he still seemed like somebody who'd be nice to hang with.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, and I realize this is a bit of a shift and maybe not a fair comparison, but there's this one dude who does the deliveries for my cannabis dispensary. His name's Brandon, and he's like the nicest guy in the world. You have no idea. And like every time he'd be the driver, I was like, Brandon, it's like we have this
Yeah.
weird little rapport, and it's just great. So,
You were talking about him last week when you were putting your order in.
well, okay, fair enough.
So
No, he's a very nice guy, and he's the sort of fella I wouldn't mind hanging with. I'm not sure we have a lot in common. But yesterday I had to go to the dispensary because for whatever reason they changed their minimum order up to $75 instead of $40. So not happy. Or sorry, no, 35. It wasn't 40. And so I went down to this dispensary, and he was there. He wasn't out driving. We talked about my move to Vermont, and now I'm visiting Seattle next month. Or actually, no, I guess it is next
it's
month.
almost
yeah.
this almost this
Because
month.
we're not into June yet. But yeah, I mean, and it reminded me so much of some of my interactions with, like, I know I mentioned before, every time I move somewhere or get into a new scene, I seem to attract someone who, regardless of his age, fills the role of protective big brother. And I could totally see Brandon being that guy if, like, I'd met him when I moved here.
Oh, Okay.
I mean, cause like, okay, in Seattle, that was my friend Robin, really nice guy. And then unfortunately, like a lot of these people, he went on a trip and came back with a fiance and never really saw me again. Like the
Yeah.
same thing happened like with the same guy or the same kind of guy, the big brothery type here in San Diego, Tom. He had to ship out because he's in the Navy, and when he came back, he had a wife, and she and I clashed so hard, you have no idea.
Yeah, I wondered if that was who you were talking about when you introduced that
Yeah, so
person
it's
to the
like every time I
conversation.
find one of these big brother types, some chick snaps him up and we're not friends anymore, and it's just weird.
Yeah, it's horrible the way that one happens. You know,
Yeah.
the way your
Yeah.
entire friends list is forced to change when somebody or when you know finds a partner.
Well,
And
and
unlike,
just
unlike with Tom, I actually really liked Robin's wife. He just sort of disappeared out of the scene, and we drifted apart pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get
So
that.
yeah, but unlike with Tom, where his wife is just a complete cunt stain. But whatever.
I don't know. I don't know why
yeah.
that has to happen.
Well, mostly it seems it happens because most people can't understand that somebody can be friends with someone of the opposite gender, without it being a sexual thing. So they always get jealous.
No,
Well, and
there.
it's not like they don't know I'm a lesbian, so it just becomes sort of that almost sibling like relationship.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. But whatevs. I mean, I wonder if I'll find someone like that when I move back to Vermont.
Maybe.
You seem to be good at
It's a
it,
different
so.
kind of vibe though than the West Coast. In fact, in a lot of ways, as much as I'm scared to death of the winters in Vermont, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the people again. Because unlike here on the West Coast, they're not complete self-absorbed douche nuggets. I mean, like that's the thing about the people in San Diego. They're not rude exactly. They're just thoughtless. They don't remember that there's other people until it's too late.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
if they knew, they'd probably be pretty nice about it. But like most of the times when I've almost been run over by someone, it was because they were trying to make a right on red without looking at the crosswalk. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That energy where it's just people aren't noticing how they're about to affect others until it's too late. And then they're like all apologies and stuff, but they should have been a bit more aware of the shit they were pulling.
Yeah, people out here are like that, except that it's because they're arseholes.
Well, in New England, people are goddamn polite, and I miss that.
Okay, I could use a little of that to
Yeah,
tell
that's
you
a
the
beautiful
truth.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rust Belt is not known for its gentility.
I mean, it's weird because like I'm of two minds about New England. I mean, I do love most of the things about it, but it also still has that sort of colonial vibe to it. A lot of the buildings have that sort of old school, maybe like the Cape Cod look and everything. And so in certain parts of New England, there is just that weird sort of old school patriot vibe, even though it's not right wing. It's hard to explain. There's an energy I can't quite
Okay,
describe.
okay.
But there is definitely sort of an old America thing going on, but without all of the like founding fathers fetish.
Hmm. There we go. Swallow my coffee, and now I can say some words. And Emily, I didn't see you come in. Sorry about that. Oh my, hello, hello, hello. We got all kinds of good people around here.
Huh.
And okay, what else do we have going? Did you tell us what you were up to lately, Beck? Or what's going on here?
Oh, I'm working my new job. I don't know who's heard about it. It's warehousing, packaging, and moving art.
Huh.
Oh,
Santa
now,
Fe, the third largest art producer in the United States.
oh wow. Now is he
Wait, wait,
And like
wait,
cooperative?
wait. Hold
14th in
on.
the
I need that
world or
translated
something.
a sec. Um,
What?
Well, art producer.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of artists that live here.
Josiah, hello, dear.
Okay.
A
Sorry.
lot of
The
art,
way
a lot of
I
art comes
had
out of here.
from the phrasing, the way I had pictured it was like, you know, an assembly line of painters or something. You know, because
Well, there's so
producer
many
just
of them
sounded
back to
like
back. It's almost like that.
it's just the producer sounded like manufacturing. So
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
is this?
almost. It's just a lot of people. There's a lot of artists
Hmm.
here, and we go pick up new art all the time to send somewhere for some installation or whatever.
I was going to say,
So I hope.
Hmm?
What?
Is this the
Go ahead.
stuff you see on the walls of the Motel 6 or something, or what?
Oh no, this is the stuff you see in museums usually.
Don't put
Aha.
yourself through the Picasso.
funny,
We
I
moved
was
a-
sort of
we moved a
splitting the
piece the other
difference on
day.
those.
moved a
And I
piece-
was picturing like the kind of stuff they hang in high price office buildings, you know, like waiting room
No,
art.
I'm talking like we take stuff to like Bonham's auction.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we're trips going to Bonham's. We're taking that this week. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. So we part of the things that we do is we just move around art for people that are evading taxes, it's absolutely legal. It's a loophole in the system, so they move their art around and they pay us a whole bunch of money to do it. We right now have in the truck a piece of art. I don't remember the artist. Horrible with names, but it is about 2 feet tall and 6 feet long, and it's worth 3.5 million.
Yeah,
I'm afraid to work in a place like that.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
know
think-
what? Somebody said to me, "How do you know how to treat the art? How do you don't?" I'm like, I don't know what's expensive and what's not. I just treat everything like it's $5 billion.
Honestly,
And then
art is
that's
so
it.
weirdly subjective. I mean,
It really is.
you know how that one dude duct taped a banana to the wall and it sold for $1 gajillion
Right.
and all
Yes.
that nonsense. I mean, after a while, you start to think, hey, maybe art is just bullshit, and you should like what you like and leave it at that. You know, because I mean, one of the things that bothers me about, say, Hollywood and the Academy Awards is that Best Picture rarely has anything to do with how enjoyable was the experience of watching it, and more how many of these high art check boxes did you tick, you know. And that has always bothered me a bit, because most of the best pictures out there are things I would never in a million watch, or watched and didn't enjoy.
Yeah,
Right.
I really like the way.
I mean, I don't.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I really like the way Beverly Hills Cop took a swing at the art world in the gallery. Does anybody remember
Well,
seeing this film?
I know what you mean. It's just
Okay.
there's yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's a film I've actually seen, Kate.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
uncomfortable.
it does not, like, I wish that Balky had explained when he said it's a very important piece. How? I want to know how it's important, and to whom, why.
Well, that's the swing that I saw being taken. Yeah, it's those highfalutin things for whatever stupid reason that nobody else would share. Think it's really important.
Okay, you gotta watch L.A. Story. It is such a great send up of Hollywood culture, of Los Angeles culture. It's a Steve Martin movie. He wrote it. I don't think he directed it though. And like it's just about this guy. He works as a wacky weathercaster on television, and he's so disillusioned with life in LA. I mean, it's a comedy.
hilarious.
It's a very understated comedy, but it shows a lot of the weirdnesses. Like he goes on a date with this girl, and the very first date they go get high colonic enemas, right? That kind of
Fine.
thing. And at one point he's in a coffee shop with a bunch of people, and like they're all ordering their coffee, and at one point he goes, I'll have a double decaffeinated half calf with a twist of lemon, and immediately everyone at the table says, I'll have a twist of lemon, right? And he had just clearly made it up, but somehow they all thought it was the new trend. At one point, he goes to a restaurant called Lidio, but when you see it, it's clearly French L apostrophe idiot. Ledio. You know, that kind of thing.
Ledio.
And it's got Patrick Stewart as the maitre d', and apparently their gimmick is that they're all really cruel. So every time someone comes up to be seated, he goes, "What do you want?" You know, it's just an absolutely brilliant movie, and I love the crap out of it. And it definitely sends up that sort of like, you know, the people who think something is the new thing, who are always up on the trends and always think this is the best kind of art. You know, it's great. You gotta see it. I love that flick.
That's the
LA
Politi.
Story.
L.A. Story.
Yep. Oh, and also, you know that license plate I love so much, the one that's 2GAT123 is like the 555 phone number of license plates. It's in so many movies. Steve Martin drives a car with that on it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it was one of the movies that got me to notice that license plate is used a lot for some reason. And I was like,
yeah.
why do I keep seeing this license plate in movies? That was one of the movies that inspired me to look it up.
Moo.
Yeah, so great flick. I highly recommend it.
Speaking thereof, I'm still waiting for the camera card for my driver's license, but hopefully it'll come soon.
Also, it's got an all-star cast. I mean, like Steve Martin, Woody Harrelson, Patrick Stewart. At one point, Chevy Chase shows up.
Nice.
Rick Moranis as a wacky gravedigger. Victoria Tennant. Oh gosh, who else? Oh, so many people are in that movie. It's crazy. Oh, what the hell is what's her face's name? Damn
Yeah.
it! I can picture
need
her
more
in
of
my
a hint.
head, but Mary Lou Henner. That's it.
Dog.
Wow, so there's a lot of people in that movie then.
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh,
Oh, at
yeah.
one point at Lady O, the guy who's the waiter raps the menu.
Raps the menu.
Wait.
Yeah, he's
pretty
you know it's like
He raps the entire. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's
yeah,
crazy.
it's freaking hilarious. Let me see, LA Story rapping waiter. Let me see if I can get the lyrics here. I don't see it. It's just a lot of and this guy as I don't see the actual lyrics. That's a shame. I bet it's online, but I'm not gonna look for it.
I don't know. Let's see on the acting.
Oh well, maybe it's actually. Let me check IMDb. Maybe they have it as one of the notable quotes because they do that a lot. Quotes. Here we go. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's right. There's also a part the girl he dates that they go to the enema place. She says her name is Sandy, and Steve Martin he's like, oh, that's so great. You have a normal name. Everybody these days has like these weird names like Sandrine and you know they combine stuff and all this. And she goes, yeah, and it's spelled capital S, lowercase a, and capital D, lowercase e, uppercase E, and there's a star at the end. And he's like, okay.
Fuck.
It's that whole sort of like LA is kind of fucked up, you know. Everyone does whatever comes to mind. It's I don't know. It's a great flick,
That's pretty funny.
but I still don't see the stupid rap. Oh well.
This is at Lidio.
Huh?
This is at the restaurant Lidio.
Lidio, they pronounce it. Lidio, not
Lidio.
whatever you
Yeah.
do.
I see a clip. L.A. Story. Lydia. I don't know if I'm afraid to turn it on because it might bleed through. Because I've had things bleed through on here.
Oh, let me see. LA Story rapping waiter. Yeah, there it is. It's got the Lidio, right? You know, it's a minute-long clip, and we're totally doing it in a copyright, in a fair use way. So, if
Well,
you
I've
want,
had
Informative.
I've had them block my stuff for even fair use.
Yeah, well, don't play the
That-
full minute without breaking it in the middle.
Yeah,
All
it's got to
right,
be
where
just
are
Yeah,
we
you just-
here?
You just
see
gotta
right
stop
there.
every so often and talk about it, and then they will say anything.
Yeah, let's see here. If I can just get to the rapping waiter. But actually, okay, here is Chevy Chase and Patrick Stewart. That's the scene they have together.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the rapping waiter.
Wrapping.
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna tell you what we got to eat. We got primavera pots, 6 different kinds of meat. We got side cuts and cuts.
Okay.
With the goo called holidays, baronades, and we can broil the two.
Yeah, I'm done
There's
already. I
just
don't
this-
remember reading.
Little nothing.
We got
Oh, well, he keeps going.
flakes, artichokes, and more. Santa Barbara oysters on a better Yo, spicy guacamole and a brie quesadilla. We got the goat cheese pizza on a blue corn tortilla.
I have
Wow.
diet or regular? Regular.
We got
Diet
bread.
floss.
Diet floss. I know, right? That's why I love this flick. It's just so fucked up in the best possible way. Like, as much as I hated the 1990s, they did some of the best absurd comedies.
Yeah, they did a lot of good parody in the 90s. I think it was kind of everybody got so sick of how 80s movies eventually became so formulaic.
Well, there's a lot of postmodernism going on in the 90s. There's a lot of, like, bucking of traditional trends. I mean, that's kind of what the whole sort of grunge alternative movement was about, after all.
Yep, that's a fact. I remember when
And
all that hit.
counterculture was so huge in the 90s.
Oh yeah, God yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if they could have done counterculture without it being, like, dreary and depressing, I probably would have been happy with it.
Oh, now you don't want dreary and depressing. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell
I
you.
never did. I mean, that's the thing, and I've said it before. After the bright chrome and neon of the 80s, the drab earth tones and black of the 90s just, ugh. You know? I mean, I'm an 80s
I think
kid.
it was
like
a
my
nice
stuff
calm
positive,
down,
and-
personally.
Say that again?
I think it was a nice calm down.
I thought
the 80s were
counterculture was when
fucking
you've got stuff
crazy.
growing around your kitchen sink.
I suppose it helps that I was like, I went into first grade at the very beginning of the 1980s. So, I mean, being a kid and not having to deal with a lot of the adult crap that was going on in the 80s probably
Yeah.
was part of what helped.
I'm sure that's the huge difference between you and I. You were just starting school and I was graduating high school.
Yeah, and I mean, I was watching all the cartoon shows and the movies. I mean, let's face it, the 80s was a wealth of upbeat pop culture, and I loved that about
yeah.
it. I mean,
Yes,
hell,
it
just
was.
listen to some of the music. I mean, you know, Cyndi Lauper, Huey Lewis, all of that stuff. It's just so great. Even the
went-
dark stuff in the 80s was kind of upbeat.
You said that, and instantly what went through my head was, "I'm happy to be stuck with you." As soon as you said Huey Lewis.
I always go to either Power of Love or I Want a New Drug.
Oh, well, I Want a New Drug is a classic.
Speaking
But I mean,
of
Power
pop
of Love was
culture,
in Back to the Future, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, Huey Lewis didn't really put out any bad songs. If you liked his genre, you liked all his songs.
It's true.
Pretty much the way
yeah.
it was. Yeah.
And
had a
I
good
love
run.
that in Back to the Future, he was the guy who told Marty McFly that he's just too darn loud. You know, when he's auditioning to be the school band at the school dance, you know? And he's like, sorry, you guys are just too darn loud. It's Huey Lewis. It's totally Huey Lewis saying it.
Yep.
I was a little kid in the 80s, so I remember mostly all the cartoons.
Yeah, that is some of the best. Well, I mean, hell, the name Bionic Dance is derived from Bionic 6, which was an 80s cartoon.
Yep.
That apparently
Okay.
only I know.
I really didn't watch a lot of cartoons in the 80s.
honestly, I thought I didn't know it, until I started watching your stuff, and I went and looked it up, and I kind of some vague memory that it was one of the things that was on that I wasn't really paying attention to.
Well, I mean, I put both Bionic 6 and Mask on the same shelf. And not the Mask. I'm talking Mobile Armored Strike Command here.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. as
And then
the
there's Mask with Cher and
Eric Stoltz.
Yep.
yep.
Yeah,
and all
I,
those
I
guys.
never watched that, but I really wanted to until my parents told me it had nothing to do with the cartoon, and then I was like, damn it, that's just not fair.
Yeah, no, has nothing to do with the cartoon. It's true.
Yeah. But I mean, I've got that on and let's see, I have the Transformers Gen 1 box set. I've got Galaxy High. I've got the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. What else do I have? I've got a bunch of 80s cartoons, a lot of like Hello Childhood.
Yeah, I got a bunch
Right.
as well.
Yep. Well, the 80s was the period when I was watching cartoons without a good excuse for it.
Why would anyone
Because I
even
was-
used to watch a cartoon?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's
it
the
was
age
just,
you're at.
Yeah. It was just something that
doesn't
after
matter.
graduating high school, you weren't supposed to be doing that. You were supposed to be taking life seriously.
Yeah, screw
Screw
that
that.
crap. Ever since I heard the whole like, when I became an adult, I put away childish things nonsense, I said, well, then I don't want to be an adult, do I?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, the 80s encompassed my marriage with tabs at each end, and I was kind of out of the loop, shall we say, out of the world.
Yeah,
Adult only when necessary.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, it's too
Well-
bad the way that
my
works.
going out has become quite limited lately too. I mean, most of that was the pandemic, but it just exacerbated something that existed already. I mean, mostly I go to the grocery store and the bank, and that's about it. There's seriously nowhere to go in this stupid town, too. When I get to Vermont, I'll have much easier access to stuff to do. So,
Well,
before the-
I'll ask you out here the same thing I asked on Twitter yesterday. Do any of you consider going shopping to be a tactical engagement with reality?
Nah, I
No.
remember you posting that.
But even
Yes.
before
I
the
do not.
pandemic, everything was pretty much 20 miles out from me.
I'll be honest, going to the grocery store is almost like kid in a candy store for me. I'm just going on, oh, I want that and that and that. You know, I mean, I get the practical items I need, but every now and then I'm just going through like the soda or dessert aisle going, I need to try that.
Well, I liked grocery shopping when I could do it at 2 o'clock in the morning and the only other people in the store were the ones stocking the shelves.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now I go there and there's too many people and some of them try to talk to me.
Ooh.
The only
people
people
out.
I don't like in grocery stores are the ones who park their cart in a way where you just can't get past it without
Yes.
saying, excuse me.
I run into that a lot.
Yep. Yeah, why people don't realize that the aisle's wide enough for 2 carts. As long as you don't put it dead center, someone can go around you.
It's even worse than that. You know how, like, you'll have a wide open aisle, but in the middle of it is a small cardboard standee for some product or other, and they will park their cart right next to it so that they're blocking the whole aisle. Like, you can't even turn sideways and get past them. Everything's blocked.
Yep.
Yeah, around here, especially at the Squall Mart, you'll get 5 or 6 people in an aisle which is already 1.5 feet wide, and having a convention in there, so you can't get by whatever you plan to do. So you go down to the next aisle, and there's another convention. You go down to the next aisle, there's another convention. You got to go about 4 aisles down before you can.
I actually had to go all the way down to the other side of the store once because of that.
Really? Because I just say, excuse me, and they tend to move away.
Yeah.
Well-
Well, one good thing about COVID is usually all it takes is a good cough to get people to back off.
Not around here. They don't wear the
Yeah,
masks.
actually, there's a T-shirt. I think it's still on my wish list. I'm not sure, and it says, "My cough is from weed, not COVID."
Yeah, okay then.
I need something like that, yeah.
Ew.
Because it's like I was trying to convince people that, no, I had this cough long before anyone heard of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny is I was telling somebody, I said it's so different now with COVID for me, and they were like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, before, if I coughed and somebody looked at me and I'd say, they'd look at me like, smoker. And now they look at me and I go, I'm a smoker, and they go, oh, Howie, that's fine."
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It wasn't okay before, but now they're glad I'm a smoker.
Yeah.
And I don't have COVID.
I don't have that
Yeah.
excuse anymore, but oh well.
Well, I
Well-
guess that shirt isn't on my wish list anymore, but there's some stuff on here. I'm wondering what the hell I was thinking.
I don't know.
Like why do I want a whiteboard, a dry erase board? I know I had a reason I put that on my wish list. I don't know why anymore.
It was probably for doing response videos. There
It
was a
wasn't.
trend
No,
for a
no,
while
no.
that everybody.
I put it on there just like a week or two ago.
I got one to take note.
Okay,
Don't know.
Kate, this is why you do not get on Amazon when you've been smoking.
No.
It's my
If I
favorite
had
time to
purchased-
shop. I
no,
can
see,
get in
that's
there
the thing,
for
if I had
hours.
purchased it, then I shouldn't be on when I'm doing the weed. But all I did was put it on my wish list. In fact, half the stuff on my wish list is me saying when I have the money, it's bookmarks, right? I
Yeah.
don't expect anyone to buy it for me. I'm like, eventually I'll buy it for me. But, so I forget where I was going with this.
Well, that's really what my whole wish list is. I mean,
Me too.
I have been absolutely amazed a couple of times that someone else has actually sent me something off of it.
Hmm. Well, and I mean, like, I don't know. I guess my original point was something about, like why oh yeah, we were talking about why I shouldn't be on Amazon while I'm on the weed. And I'm like, but I'm not spending money. you
Yeah,
know.
well, there is that. See, my problem is that I've been so broke all my life, it's really hard to ever justify spending money on myself.
Agreed.
yeah.
Especially if it's something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, especially
Exactly
if it's
like that.
something that it's like, I'm not going to be in trouble if I don't have it by the end of the month.
Well,
Yep.
I mean, for a while there, before I stopped making videos and thus making money, and in order to work on Quinn Redshift, like I had a lot of money in the bank. I mean, like I was edging up towards 10K in the bank, and I still struggled with the idea of buying a $20 video game. Because I'd spent so much time. Like there was a time I was living in a small studio apartment where the entire floor shared a bathroom. It was $200 a month, and I was still mostly broke.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
mean, now it's like I have to give myself permission to spend any money, and it just feels weird that I'm not doing it, but also weird that I might.
Well, most of my
Yeah.
life, it's like I've been working for people to make money, and I've usually only had a place to live because I was working off at least half the rent doing the maintenance.
Okay then.
Oh, also speaking of like my channel and making money, etc., I needed a slight break from Quinn, so I'm working on another episode of Head Meets. I've done all the lip sync, now I'm just animating the character. So, yeah. Plus, I do need to pay the bills. I went from about 8 or 9 grand down to less than one in the last year or so. So I do need the dough.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, I wonder if part of why the Quinn Redshift trailer hasn't gotten the views I would have liked is simply because I haven't been putting shit out there, and I have lost a bunch of subscribers since I stopped making videos. I'm not sure why anyone would unsub unless I'd pissed them off, but whatever. So
Well-
yeah, I'm gonna. So that's why I might put out more of Head Meets, is just to get the attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's a good plan
Not a
because
bad idea.
people probably haven't been paying attention to your channel for a year now. So
And a little bit of shameless self-promotion in the chat there.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Plug.
No, I mean, I already have. I didn't wait for permission.
No, okay. Yeah, well, mine is, belated good stuff. Yeah. Okay. I was just looking at my.
kitty cat.
Yeah. There's Kitty
Has
over
Sylvia
here.
actually gotten bigger?
Yeah, she's put on a little bit of weight. I haven't weighed her lately, but I'll have to do a differential weighing and see where we are. She had got around 8 pounds the last time I
Okay.
weighed her.
Yeah, she was such a tiny thing when I was there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she would have been around maybe 6.5 pounds at the time.
Yeah, I think you said she was only a bit over 6 at the time.
Yeah. But I can feel her on my thigh here, which is one of her perch points.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have a cat on my thigh, and I'm looking at
Yeah.
I'm looking at my Twitter feed, and it looks like something went Tango uniform in Chattanooga, Tennessee?
Meaning, you're gonna have to be a lot more specific than that.
It looks like somebody went shoot
Ah.
Another one
Another
already?
one?
already.
Well, I mean, a couple of days after the one in Uvalde, or however that's pronounced, there was a dude who was stopped at a school because he was holding a gun.
I saw
Like
that.
they didn't shoot him or anything, but they detained him. I don't know what's happened since, but yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder,
Yeah.
are they really looking for things to put in the news on any pretense, or what's going on here?
Well, I'm sure the Republicans are trying to find any distractions so people aren't talking about gun ownership.
I was looking at a PubMed thing that had comparing violent crime in the U.S. to other countries or high income, and there was 7.5 times higher rate in the U.S.
Yeah,
It was attributed to gun violence.
yeah.
And they keep trying to find any other oh no, it was the video games. Oh no, it was the cartoon shows. Oh no, it was online. Anything but the guns.
Yep.
They don't even care about reality enough to they just know it can't be the guns. It's just not possible. Is their mindset right from the start.
And that
Well-
study was from 2019, so it might be even higher now.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well-
Hmm?
Trump Jr. even released another rant that he was saying that it's not the guns, it's the people. That, what's to say he wouldn't have done the same thing with a baseball bat or an explosive device?
Oh, I saw
Well,
that
here's
one.
the thing, though. I mean, if he did it with a baseball bat, I mean, it'd be a lot easier to stop him and a lot easier to get away. So I'm not
Yeah.
too concerned about the. Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the weapon because guns make it too easy to kill.
Well, the
Yeah.
bottom
Right,
line is
right.
It's too easy
the
to
bottom
do it
line
from far
is
away. If you're gonna be a psychotic maniac, at least have the decency to do it from melee range.
You don't really hear too many mass beatings.
Well, the bottom line is they don't want us to regulate guns, and I say to them, this is the first thing I say. Why, are you a criminal? No. Do you have mental health issues? No. Then what are you worried about? So the problem is they don't want to regulate it at all. They're not trying to take guns away from anybody. What they need to do is they need to set up a system so the mental health system is connected to the fucking system where they check people's shit and do a background check on you. And that way they can go, oh, look, this guy's, I don't know, bipolar and has been out in jail 3 times for assault. You
Yeah.
just don't sell the guy the gun.
Well, I
That's
like to
all
think-
that we need to do. It would be fine after that. And the other thing I'm going to say is nobody needs a semi or automatic rifle in their home that holds fucking like 12 clips or anything. If you can't defend your home with a fucking pistol with 6 to 12 shots, you probably should have just ran when the fucker broke in to begin with.
Now, I haven't found a good way to phrase it, but the way I think of it is like speed limits. We have speed limits because some people are freaking idiots and we need to protect ourselves from them. But it's like these people keep trying to say, well, I mean, I'm not a bad guy. Yeah, but who's to say the guy buying a gun next to you in line isn't?
That's exactly my point. Yeah.
But there's no way to tell. Just because you are a good guy doesn't mean that can be extrapolated or whatever to everybody else. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
And
well,
I think that I'm going to say one more thing, Purple. I'll let you guys go.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other thing I think that should happen is, these guys are saying, well, my AR-15 is just for target practice. Okay, fine. I think all hunting and target practice, automatic, semi-automatic, whatever rifles should stay at the fucking range, and they should be able to pay fund it through the state because most of the ranges are out, connected to the state anyways, and they pay $5 a month to store their fucking gun there. Now that gun is locked up and safe.
Well,
That's
I
what they
keep
should
hearing
do.
the argument, oh, but I have to protect my family, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what
why
handguns
I-
are for.
Well, I mean, even handguns are a little bit too. I mean, like maybe if everyone was limited to a 6-shooter and you have to reload it like bullet by bullet, you don't have the fast reloaders, then fine. But no one needs to be able to spit hot lead at a rate of like whatever it is, 30 bullets a second or whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
nobody
well,
needs that.
that's my point is, if you have a handgun is plenty. If you don't know how to use it, it's not plenty for you, then don't protect your home. Go do some training and learn how to fucking use the goddamn thing. These people are like walking around with semi-automatic rifles everywhere. Most of them aren't trained on it well. They may be trained to shoot the gun, but it's not just about shooting the gun. There's a lot of other things in there, like not killing civilians.
Well, it's
And,
pretty
not
clear they
killing
all have a
innocent
gun
people.
fetish.
Nobody's trained like a fucking cop except for cops, and they're fucking corrupted. So, everybody needs to be
cops
trained
aren't
on
even all
guns.
that
And if you're
well
trained
trained.
properly on guns, you won't need a fucking rifle in your goddamn house. You should be able to take out 2 bullets per person.
Well, not
So,
even
what,
cops are
3
really
guys?
like-
How many times does somebody break in your house? There's more than 3 of them. That doesn't fucking happen. A handgun with 6 bullets is more than enough.
Well, you'd think.
Yep.
Until there's a zombie apocalypse, that's enough.
Well, I keep waiting for the zombie apocalypse. It keeps not happening. I'm starting
I'm
to
very
think it never
disappointed.
will. I'm not a happy
I know.
camper about it.
I know.
I
So
am
want to
hoping-
shoot some living dead people.
I am hoping that for the next presidential election, giant asteroid will run again.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I keep hoping, but not yet. Wasn't there an asteroid that was supposed to hit the Earth just recently or something? Or come within 5 feet? I'm not sure.
Something
There,
like
there
that.
was another one that they were billing as, that it's coming right at the Earth, but in reality, it's actually going to only come like within 12 times the radius of the moon's orbit.
No, damn it. No, that's
So
no
yeah,
good.
it's way out there still. Until
The
it
only
comes
reason-
within the moon's orbit, I'm really not interested in hearing about
Yeah.
And the only reason I would really want like an asteroid to hit the Earth is if it was, it had some sort of mutant spawn thing in it that would give like everyone who's autistic mutant powers like the X-Men. That'd be nice.
I'll
Okay
take
then.
that.
Well,
Okay.
I had a BuzzFeed quiz tell me I'm going to be the last man on Earth, so, I'm really not worried about it. It'll just wipe out all the idiots. I mean, it was on the internet. It can't be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait a minute. What do we have here? Interesting engineering. Dateline 27 May. A massive asteroid measuring more than a mile in diameter will fly by Earth today. Okay, so it didn't hit us because this is the 29th. Damn it!
Isn't it like a little rude? Shouldn't we call it a butt-steroid or something? At least on air.
Yeah, probably. Asteroid. There we are.
Yeah, I like butt-steroid better, just because it seems more irreverent
Okay, that works.
than that. There was actually a time I thought it'd be amusing if my last name or my middle name were Irreverence. Kate Irreverence Farr, but it just didn't seem worth it.
uh,
I don't know.
no, but this is interesting. I mean, I realize it's totally unconnected, or maybe it's not, but the Daily Beast entry in the Twitter for that Chattanooga shooting had a picture of an officer from the neck down with the badge number taped over. What is it with this? I thought you weren't supposed to do things like that.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a violation in most areas.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be able to identify the officer stopping you.
Yeah, because I mean, this is definitely electrical tape, black electrical tape over the badge.
Yeah, that really shouldn't be allowed.
I don't know. It's going crazy here, and
Also, well, would this be a Chattanooga shoot?
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I mean, bad joke, but it's what popped into my head.
Ouch.
Yes, yes, Officer 6! I don't know.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
That bad, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy, boy. I don't know. What have we got over here? Oh, God. There goes the neighborhood. I didn't...
You know, Stool keeps not
Ah, you have a
making
stool.
good on this whole thing about he for some reason is desperate to see me in a Starfleet uniform, and I keep telling him if he wants to purchase one, I'll take some photos, but he keeps not making good on it. He wants me to buy my own Starfleet uniform, and honestly, I don't want one that much.
Well, speaking of Starfleet uniform, and I've been thinking about this every time Uncle Beck says something, you're really just a comm badge away from that, you realize.
Huh?
Beck's avatar looks like he's in Starfleet.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah, you can
okay,
pull it
Perps.
off.
I have a blue shirt. I'll live.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the blue shirts don't always live.
Well, it depends if you're wearing
Okay,
the
but
original
it's-
series or the next
it was-
gen.
It was very unlikely originally for anybody in a blue shirt to die. It was only if it was like they were taking a character out of the show.
Mhm.
But the people in the red shirts that you didn't have never seen their faces before, if you look at them and go, "Who's that guy?" You know he's dead. He's in a red shirt. You've never seen his face before. He's dead.
Well, yeah, in the original series, if you had somebody you hadn't seen in a red shirt, he was going to be dead by the first commercial break.
Absolutely.
And then in
Absolutely.
TNG, it was yellow for some reason. And I'm like, why did you guys change it from red? I don't get it.
Well, they gave red to the command, didn't they?
Yeah, they
Well,
changed it around.
that's also weird because like red seems to. I mean, like it also seems to be because Worf was security officer, and I don't remember him. Maybe he did change his uniform. I don't know, but for a while he was wearing red when he was at tactical.
Yeah, he changed he changed roles.
Yeah, but I mean, like he originally started out in a red uniform and he was not in command, so I don't really know. I mean, maybe it's like command track or something, like how Riker wears red and he's the first officer kind of thing. Maybe it just indicates that, like this is someone who may not have earned ship command yet, but is on the way to doing so. I don't know. Maybe I've read too much Honor Harrington.
There you go.
I thought maybe it was just the whole bridge crew had red uniforms.
Well, but then, you've got some people at helm like Data who are wearing yellow.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that Sean Bean?
Yes.
Ah! Hey, I'm trying to think of even one movie he's survived.
There are some.
But yeah, that guy dies a lot in movies. I mean, like, he's just Hollywood's punching bag, apparently.
I think that would be kind of cool.
It would.
For an actor just to say, yeah, I've died in every movie I've been in.
If I had a car while I was living here, I might have driven up to LA and tried to be an extra and stuff. I think it would be fun to be a professional extra, to just I'm the one who walked past the camera with my back to it through the halls of the Enterprise. I would not mind doing that. I wouldn't seek fame. I just want to be in everything just for the fun of it.
Okay.
I
works,
almost
yeah,
was
why not?
accidentally.
But now I'm moving to the East Coast, so I'm not likely to do that.
Well,
Ju-
you don't know where they'll be filming movies.
I
Jupiter
know,
is-
but in LA, see, that was one of the things I hated about my childhood is I wanted to make movies. I wanted to make animation. I might even wanted to have been in movies. But I was living in like rural-ass Vermont, and so I hated how the opportunities weren't there. And so when I moved to Vermont, unless they start filming like a Newhart reunion, I'm pretty much not going to be auditioning for Jack Squat.
he survived
Well-
in Jupiter Ascending.
Well,
I'm just saying.
if anybody remembers Jingle All the Way, the parade scene for that was actually filmed in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Another
and-
place I don't live.
Well, I did live there at the time, and I almost wound up in the movie because I walked out of one of the buildings while they were filming it. I didn't know what was going on, and apparently those doors were supposed to have been locked, but like me and 3 other people, then they had to take us and get us to sign waivers in case they wanted to use that in the film.
Okay.
But
Well, yeah,
then apparently that bit got cut in the editing.
There was a film
It's
that was made
interesting
at
some
my
of the stuff
grandmother's
that
place.
ends up in movies accidentally. Like, that scene, I'm trying to remember what it was, but it's set in New York City and it's Dustin Hoffman. A car almost hits him and he goes, "Hey, I'm walking here." Like that. That was total improv. That was not planned. Like in fact, that car was just some ordinary schmuck on the street driving. And they ended up like in the movie, you don't see anyone's face, you don't see the driver, just the car, but they ended up in the movie accidentally.
Mm-hmm.
They actually did some shots at my grandmother's for one movie. Let's see if I can find which movie it was. Anna Paquin was in it.
Yeah, I very likely could have been seen in A Christmas Story. I mean, the papers put the word out that the Thanksgiving parade was going to be filmed, and had I wanted, I could have gone downtown and gone. It's just I didn't have the time or inclination.
I figured it was just because you were determined that if you were going to be in the movie, it was going to be in the bleachers of the ballpark.
There you go. No, that was November.
YouTube, why can't you ever give me what I'm looking for?
But the bleachers at Cleveland Stadium were pretty nice. They some of the decent bleachers. You don't have good bleachers anymore. Damn it.
There's a whole damn movie.
Well, I remember when a friend of mine would take me to the soccer games in Seattle, and like the bleachers, I say bleachers, they're just concrete like ledges that you sit on.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So is that why they don't wear white uniforms anymore? Because they don't have good bleachers?
Right.
Wah, 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 wah. I mean, yeah, that was. I mean, you realize that I paused my game to be here, right?
Right. We do this to you every week.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think like, what sporting event would inspire me to go to it regularly? Because clearly the sports that exist now aren't it. And I'm thinking it would probably involve some sort of vaguely sci-fi aspect, some sort of high tech or something. Like I remember seeing an ad for Microsoft HoloLens with their AR capability and all that. And like they showed a bunch of people playing this virtual sport that kind of looked like dodgeball, but it was really high tech. And I mean, it wasn't like Spark where you're in a virtual environment. It was more like the ball was virtual, but you're looking at it through these goggles and all that. I mean, it was interesting, and I wanted to do it.
Okay, I found it. Let's see here.
What did you found?
Let's see if I can get the
So what movie was it?
Free Ride. Okay, you see this there? That's my grandmother's house. That's the That's the opening. That's the entrance to her house.
I don't know the movie at all.
Yeah, it's a crappy movie, but that's my grandmother's kitchen. She had they actually chose this house because of that orange sink. Only one scene got into this is all deleted scenes, but only one scene got into the actual movie, and it's over by the pool.
Huh.
There's Anna Paquin going through.
Well, that's cool.
That's a different. That's not her house there. That's some other place.
Now,
There's her house.
One thing I find mildly irritating, I mean, we're talking about celebrities in our hometowns. My parents and I moved into the neighborhood I lived in through my entire childhood just after Cyndi Lauper moved out.
Oh,
Like she
no
literally
way.
would have lived like one house east and one house north of us.
Oh, and almost all the furniture that you're seeing here is actually stage stuff. They took everything out and put stage stuff in, except for the stuff on the right hand in the back corner here. That's real stuff. The dresser and the lamp there. That's and the piano.
I
That's real.
hope your
Everything
grandma.
else is fake stuff.
I hope your grandmother got a few cents for the. What do you want to say?
Inconvenience?
Yes,
For the
they-
thank you, inconvenience. That's
Yeah,
a good
yeah,
word.
I think that, and they actually had to replace a picture that they broke.
Oops.
It was a Mona Lisa picture and like a frame, and they broke it when they were moving it back, so they replaced that.
Hmm. I know. I mean, it'd be fun to be in a movie someday, but a while ago I realized that, I'm not the best at acting. I can do it, but I'm not. And I was like, I really want to be the storyteller anyway. I want to be the one who comes up with the ideas and puts them into a form other people might enjoy.
Okay.
And I mean, like, I will take minor roles in my own animations, but for the most part, it's like I have more in common with the storyteller around the campfire than I do with the kid in the school play.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, where that picture of the fruit is on the over the fireplace. That's actually where a rather elaborate clock would sit. And the lamp right above the lady's head, it would have a table with a puzzle on it all the time, in real life.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just that's I get what I was saying before is what inspired me to get into animation is just realizing that, well, I'm not going to have millions of dollars to play with, so I spend more time and effort making something instead.
Yeah.
And I mean, I like it a lot. I don't know. I mean, as much as it can get tedious as hell, when the final result is there, I'm just like really happy at what I managed to accomplish just on my own like that.
Okay,
You
Randy's
know,
back.
It's just, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to put into words. Like I guess I prefer being production side, even though my original dreams were to, be like take a role like Luke Skywalker, but for a chick, that kind of thing. And I mean,
thought
I only wanted to do that because I wanted to do the kinds of things the character was doing, not the kinds of things the actors were doing.
Mhm.
And so I figured the only way to get to be, like I'm doing what the character's doing is to write it and live through it vicariously rather than be the one acting it out.
But after my grandmother died, my uncle bought the place, and the place looks completely different now.
Hey Randy, how you doing, honey? What's the news? Hopefully it's not horrible. And
So
then
I
Kate,
feel
I
like
thought
I'm missing context.
well, earlier when Randy was here, he said hospital food was on the way. So
Right. So you only have as much context as I do then.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
Randy,
know.
we need a bit more info.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
wondering about
what
you
the heck's
over
up
here.
with you?
You're like, why the fuck are you in the hospital, bro? That would be nice to know.
I mean, hospitals kind of stink, but it's funny to hear people bitching about hospital food because I kind of like it. I mean, then again, I also like MREs, so maybe
Yeah,
it's
well,
just I have weird taste.
could be. I tell you.
Could just be you like the fact that somebody's bringing you food to your bed.
No. I'm just talking about the quality of the food. I mean.
Oh yeah, sure, Randy, I can
Yeah.
do that.
Actually,
Like
this
it's better than like ramen noodles plain,
yeah, this
And
Oh,
like
last time
plain
man.
and like
hospital
without extra ingredients. I mean, sure, use the flavor packet, but nothing else. Let's say unadorned rather than plain.
Yeah,
Well,
you didn't
that's
put
what
logo
I
on
get
the
when I'm
door.
in a hospital.
Oh,
Yep.
well, see, I usually get stuff that's sort of like a smaller portions, but still like eating at Denny's.
No, I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put me on a renal diet, and I'll tell you,
wow.
I would rather eat cardboard than a renal
yeah,
hospital
special
renal
diet.
diet.
Well,
I've given
Yeah.
you a nice list of stuff you can eat.
Actually, last time that Sloth Girl was in the hospital, she was saying that the food there wasn't really that bad. More along the lines of of what Kate was saying, that it was better than fast food, and
Gotta be better than school
it's
food.
it's a
yeah,
step or two above airplane
yeah,
food. I
that
mean,
it didn't really seem like cafeteria food. It seemed to be a step above that.
Wait a
yeah.
minute. Why am I not, Randy? Why am I not seeing you on my Twitter list here?
Twitter's had a popular unfollow bug hitting people
Oh
lately.
no! Please don't tell me that I lost Randy.
Well, I
How-
got that this morning, that it gave me the list of suggesting people, and I started looking at, and there were at least 20 people on there that was suggesting I should follow that I know I had already followed.
Hmm.
Let's see.
I don't know.
And again, it's
Twitter.
one of those things that it's like, now that I found out it happened, I can only wonder how many other people I'm no longer seeing that I'm just not aware I'm not seeing their posts anymore.
Now you have me looking through
yeah,
my
it-
following list.
One,
Say again,
one
honey?
Yeah,
thing
Nate,
that's
you were
kind
one
of
of them.
funny, like
I was?
along
Huh.
similar lines in on Facebook, I suddenly realized that for like the last year, all of my posts have been set to friends only, and I usually make my posts public. And I was
Yeah.
like, "Ah, shit," like maybe there's stuff other people should have seen that aren't quite my friends yet, but they still follow me or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, Mage, you were one of the people that it said I wasn't following,
Yeah, I don't think
which
you ever did
probably
follow
explains why I had such a hard time sending you a DM a couple of weeks ago.
me. Huh.
It also might be why some of the memes that I've made that I wish would go like viral or something haven't been, is because not enough people can see them.
Yep.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Like how much has gotten fucked up just because I didn't know that it was set to friends only.
Well, I don't see anyone missing from my list of people I'm following.
Well, and I got a bit of an upper when I was doing that then. And it turned out that an author I like is actually following me.
I saw that
Matt
post on
Hi,
Twitter
hi.
today. I saw when you said that.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have an author following me. I do have a few author friends on Facebook, so we follow each other that way. But on Twitter, the only thing I can really claim along those lines is that once I tweeted something that Neil Gaiman liked.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, I am following Mark Hamill.
Yeah, well,
So- yeah.
I'm like in an amateur writing group on Twitter, but it was just, kind of cool that, somebody whose book I actually had bought was actually reading the stuff I wrote.
Well, I mean, there's this author I really like. He does mostly fantasy, called Stephen Bruce, and he and I have had some really great exchanges back and forth. He loves to cook, and so we sort of like got talking spices and stuff. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting having greater access to people who used to just be like these nebulous names, or celebrities you only saw on TV, and you start chatting with them. Like I'm actually friends with the dude who played Cousin Oliver on the Brady Bunch,
Mm-hmm.
Robbie Wrist.
Yep.
Although I actually know him best from a cartoon show in the '80s called Kid Video, but whatever.
Another one I vaguely remember, so I must have watched it, but no clear images.
It was kind of funny. It was like a bunch of kids formed this little garage band. They're like high schoolers or whatever. And then, like, somehow they get zapped into a cartoon world by this evil record executive who wants to, like, exploit them. And this fairy in a headband and leg warmers frees them. And now they're having these adventures in a cartoon world. It's really screwy. And the theme song's absolutely wonderful 80s fare. I just love it.
One of the kids was actually the voice for one of the Ninja Turtles.
Which one?
I don't remember.
And I don't mean the turtle. I mean the actor.
I have to look it up.
I mean, because like one of my favorite voice actors, in fact, my favorite voice actor of all time, was the original voice of Raphael, and actually he ended up playing Donatello in another incarnation. But actually, his was the only iteration of Raphael I've enjoyed.
Ninja Turtles was one franchise I never got into. I had a roommate who was really, really heavily into it, but Somehow it just never struck me. Which is
I really
weird because
got
I've always loved turtles.
I really got into it, and it was also like there was this girl in high school who was a friend of mine that I was totally crushing on, and she loved it too. She's depressingly straight, unfortunately, so that never happened. Whatever. We're still friends to this day. It's fine.
I know how that goes. My fiance loved horror movies. They were never my thing, but I watched The Walking Dead with her.
Mm, yeah, I don't know. It's like I've used the relationship I have with her as an example of the good kind of friend zone. I asked her out. She said, I'm straight. We're still friends. I'm glad I still have her in my life, and there's nothing between us that's uncomfortable. That's how it fucking ought to go.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
No, I had a friend like that, way back before I'd met my fiance. Actually, after my ex kicked me out.
Oh, I was
Basically, she kept me sane for 6 months. That every Thursday, I would pick her up from work, and we'd get some takeout food, and we'd go rent a couple of videos.
okay. Looks like he did the cartoon voice for Mondo Gecko in the '90s movie Michelangelo.
Oh, well,
um,
that's a different like
Robbie Wrist.
Okay. Oh, Robbie Wrist is the guy I'm talking about. Actually, he's the one who
Oh.
played Cousin Oliver in the
Yep.
Brady Bunch. He's the guy I'm friends with.
Oh, yeah. He's
Okay,
he's
Randy,
whizzed
I
in-
found you.
in Kid Video.
So, yeah, and when you said, I thought it was one of the other folks. It's funny. One of the voices of the Bionic Six characters, Karate One, actually is played by Brian Tochi, who also played. What the hell was his name? I think it was Takashi in Revenge of the Nerds. And like, it's kind of wacky seeing voice actors and what they really look like. I mean, there's a few where you'd never know, like just from the voices they've played. But like you could not guess what the like say Cree Summer, for example. If you'd never watched A Different World, if you'd only heard the character voices she'd done, you could not for a moment guess what she might look like.
There we are. Hey, Randy, how you doing, hon?
I never actually met Cree
And you-
Summer, but technically she and I have worked together because I worked on a video game where she voiced a character.
Yeah, I did not hear you, so I
There.
don't. There you are. Yay, honey.
I'm used to doing this on my cell phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
you
just a
doing?
phone flare up. That's all. I just had a stomach pump in for 5 days.
Here,
Oh,
son of a
Yikes,
Italian.
what for?
Got all the blood out and everything yesterday, and today they took it out, and I'm devouring my own liquid diet. Yay!
Oh
So is that
boy.
you beeping?
What's that?
Is that you beeping?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
it's the hospital.
Yeah, that's a hospital BP.
Well, no, I know, but I mean, like, there have been various monitors hooked up to me over the years, and I'm never sure. Like, I just wanted to. I was just curious.
Yeah. Yep, and I'm in a family waiting room. I have no idea what this damn thing is on the wall. I'm fixing to punch it.
Yeah, that's when Sloth Girl was in the hospital, just going to visit her. A hospital is a horrible place for an autistic person because
Oh.
there are always things beeping, there are always alarms screeching, and everything is way too fucking bright. Every
We've
surface
been in
is
very
reflective.
different hospitals.
Yeah,
Like, seriously,
Oh,
we've
yeah.
been in very different hospitals. The hospitals I've been in did their best to make sure that you were, like, calm and undistracted.
That's been my experience with hospitals. Is what Purple's had.
Huh. I don't know. Like, I remember when, like, it was right after my brain surgery, and I'm in the room. The only thing that beeped, like, if I ever held my breath, it would notice and start to beep a little. And if I held it for too long, it would start to beep more insistently. And I have this weird habit of just forgetting to breathe sometimes. And that's when I started to notice, oh, every time I do that, the alarm goes off. Huh.
Well,
Yeah,
and
it's
part of the
interesting.
problem is that I'm so geared to audio cues, and high pitches really get me. So it's like, even if it's not me or it's not in the room, I hear the monitor from somebody 3 rooms away, even if all the doors are closed.
I do like it is
Mhm.
interesting how amazing hearing is part of like being autistic. I mean, I love to tell the story about how Like I'm at one end of a shopping mall. And I say to my friends, "Hey, do you hear that?" They go, "What?" And I go, Do you hear that? Don't come with me." And I walk all the way to the far end of the mall where a tiny ass speaker is very faintly playing my favorite song.
Yep.
You know,
Well,
That's the
it's like
audio
like my
thing.
hearing is crazy good. I can't always tell what people are saying, but I sure as hell can tell they're saying it from a block away.
yeah, I have a huge problem picking up voices from the background. But like when we were in Michigan, Sloth Girl and I had, a common wall between our apartments. And when I was laying there in the dark at night, wishing I could fall asleep, I could tell you which toy her cat was playing with.
Hmm.
When my
Oh,
grandma
oh, I can tell you which of my cats just jumped on the bed from the sound alone.
my grandfather
Huh.
was in the hospital once, and he's very claustrophobic, so he couldn't stay in the bed for very long. One of the idiot nurses strapped him down.
Oh, actually, I had a
but-
similar experience when I was in the hospital where they were trying to induce a seizure while I had the EEG wires on. I had a seizure, and like I was really disoriented and started trying to pull the EEG wires off. And the nurses all swarmed me, and they were like speaking in those really insistent voices. "Don't do that! Don't do no, no, no!" And then my dad, who was there at the time, stepped in and told them to back off, which was very much the right thing to do because it calmed me down. With all of them trying to grab at me and everything, it was making me even more tense and anxious. And I was already disoriented from the seizure, so I was almost ready to fight until
Yeah,
my
that would
dad
be-
made them back the hell off
so
of
what
me.
we-
It was
so
just
what
too
we
much
ended up-
input.
So what we ended up doing was one of us, one of the family, he was basically sat with him round the clock, so he could be outside outside the room at some times and keep him calm, and throughout the entire time he was there.
That's not my experience at all. Mine is flirting with everybody I possibly can, and we're just having a blast.
Well, it's a lot about how sick you feel, what your attitude is, what's
Right.
wrong with you. You more serious cases, you have less patience and you're in more pain, and a little less serious cases where you're not in constant pain or passing out or can't sleep or whatever. You tend to be in a little bit better of a mood, especially
Well-
at the end when you're going to leave and you're feeling better.
I remember a kid in high school was talking about having to be in the hospital for a while, and the thing he liked was the hot nurse giving him sponge baths.
Oh my.
Yeah, okay, I gotta say though, when you're like too weak to really reliably go to the bathroom, but you can hobble there anyway, and then one of the nurses insists on wiping you, that one's really strange.
Okay, yes, it would be.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that would be a very uncomfortable thing.
What Diana said, I thought I heard that would be peaked, and I have no idea.
No, I forget exactly what I said, but it was something like, yeah, that would be uncomfortable. Definitely. I think it was
Maybe
definitely
creepy was the word he
uncomfortable.
used.
Hold
So
on.
again,
That's an option?
But well, it might not be quite as the same because I had only peed.
Oh,
So I mean, they're going to be wiping a different party out. I'm just
yeah,
saying.
that's true. No, I would
Yeah,
not have minded getting a sponge bath from that cute little candy striper back in '76 when I spent a month in hospital. But yeah, I think she kind of liked me too. But unfortunately, the slimy bastards, as they always did, stepped in between.
Well, I've told the story. My grandfather met my grandmother because she was the nurse that took care of him after a motorcycle accident.
Da Euchorostu. Okay.
You know, it's funny, like for years, I mean decades, whenever they would have someone like on TV or in the movies in the hospital, they always had to stick that thing up their nose. I think it's called a cannula or something. Like I had never had one until after the brain surgery. And when they stuck it in there, and actually I woke up with it in there. And I was like, wow, okay, number one, these don't go nearly as far up as I thought they might.
Right.
You know, they just sort of sit at the edge of the nostrils. But number two, it didn't seem to be doing jack shit. Like, seriously, I couldn't feel air coming through it. If I tried to draw air through it, it didn't seem like it was
they
quality
automatically put people on oxygen for before, during, and after surgeries. It's
Well,
just a
but
common preventative thing because
But it
some
didn't seem to
people
do
need it and some people
anything.
don't, and there's no way to
Okay.
tell.
Well,
Um,
but it's
But they
like
do.
if there was oxygen coming out of it, it was not readily apparent, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It
Well,
might
they
have
probably
been
put
right.
you on. They probably put you on 1 liter a minute, which you barely would even feel.
Well,
Mm.
Because
sometimes those
they're
actually
just
don't
doing it as a
have.
preventative.
Sometimes those actually don't have an air hooked up to them, and it's actually measuring the carbon dioxide you exhale. Sometimes it's
You
just
know
hooked up
what?
to a monitor.
That might be how, like, because that was when I figured out that if I stopped breathing, an alarm would go off. Maybe that's how they knew.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
it was
probably.
You
checking
didn't
your
go to a
oxygen
Republican
usage.
hospital?
What was that?
Sure, you didn't just go to a Republican hospital where there's no oxygen in anybody anyway?
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
no. I'm in Southern California. I don't know if we have hospitals like that.
Oh. Look for the one with a big steer out front.
Okay,
Like, as in
then.
a cow's steer?
Yeah,
Huh.
not unlike the pirate with the steering wheel in his pants,
Hmm.
because it drives him nuts.
No, I
Yeah.
had one of those cannulas in my nose yesterday because when I got to dialysis, I was totally winded. So immediately they're sticking this thing up my nose, and it's like, oh, God, leave me alone, will ya? Because I hate those things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They had to put it in a couple times, and it twisted inside my esophagus, so they had to yank it all back out and wipe it down and go back in again, and they hit the back of my throat so hard, I swear I had repressed memories show up.
Aish.
So what was that, like being intubated?
I don't know that word. Is
Well,
that like an intubator?
intubated is actually when they shove a tube down your throat into your lungs.
Yeah, they put it. There's a difference between your
They did with a
esophagus
lot
and your
of folks who had
trachea.
COVID.
Yeah, I've had that done too. Not this time though, but
Well,
Yeah,
anybody
it's
that's had
funny.
surgery's been intubated,
Like,
yeah.
one thing that I recently found out
pretty much.
is that when they did the brain surgery, it was like an 8-hour procedure, but I didn't know why it took so long exactly. And my parents only recently told me that, like, the surgery itself was really short, that I spent most of those 8 hours in an MRI with them trying to figure out exactly where to stick everything.
Oh,
You know,
okay,
and
then.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
yeah.
glad they knocked me out for that whole time, but wow.
Well,
Like,
I'm
I
gonna-
didn't realize.
I'm
They
leaving
had
here
you wrap it.
piled in netted underwear. These things are awesome.
You said what now?
I'm gonna leave with a pile of these netted underwear. They're pretty darn
Netted?
awesome.
Really?
Hmm.
Yep, I can breathe.
I can breathe.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Nice, man. You'll have to take a picture of them and put them up, not on, off.
You know,
of
the thing that
Put
makes
'em up
me
on the.
a little disappointed about this time around being in here, because I was just in here a couple weeks ago for a heart attack, right?
Nice.
Yeah, I know.
And now I got these gigs coming up because all the festivals and everything are starting, and I'm getting invited all over the state to play. And it's like, I'm sorry, guys, I can't go out there and do that right now. I'm going to be in here for a few more days.
Oh shit.
So, there goes making extra money. And
Yeah.
I got this day because of the
sucks.
hospital bills. I need to pay extra, so I went out and I found a part-time job helping the neighbor refurbish his rental home. So work on that for a couple of days and start tearing stuff apart and getting ready to paint. And as it turns out, I just didn't drink enough water the one day, and I had a little bit of salt in my dinner the night before, a little too much, and that's what set everything off, and it just kept escalating from there until I started having blood come out. So I called and got a ride here. And I've been here ever since.
Yeah.
One
Well,
more
getting
reason to have
dehydrated
universal
can-
health care.
Go ahead, Mage.
Just one more reason we should have universal health care.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I still think that's overreaching. We should start with galactic healthcare and see how it goes.
There you go.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we
It's
don't
kind of like
wanna-
that old joke about the Miss Universe pageant, how for some reason only Earth is represented.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
What's up with
That's one I
that?
need to look at.
I always wondered why they called it Miss Universe. I always thought that was stupid. So I'm glad I'm not
Yep.
the only one that thought that was ridiculous.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, you know,
Apparently
they
there's
stacked
like
the whole thing.
a Miss Nude World competition out there somewhere. That's interesting.
There
I
is.
mean, people will have the weirdest like beauty pageants and fashion shows out there. Did you see the one where like these people are wearing these strange harnesses that allow them to wear someone upside down on the front of them? So it's basically everyone's crotch to mouth right now. And they walk down a stage like that. It's just so screwy, the things that
I know.
people will come up with. I'd rather look at really good cosplay than that.
I've seen the harnesses. I didn't know they had a pageant for them.
Yeah, well, they were walking down a runway. I don't know. The ones I saw, they were anyway. All I can imagine is what if someone breaks wind?
Oh my. Oh, maybe they're waiting for it. I don't know.
Maybe it's part of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, okay, everyone load up on beans right before the show. We're gonna recreate that
I
scene
could-
from Blazing Saddles, but in this weird, fucked up high society fashion way.
actually,
I'm gonna tell you right now, you could not. I don't care how much you offer to pay me. I'm not gonna walk around with someone's ass in my face.
Yeah.
Ain't happening.
yeah, actually,
Nope.
I saw
I'm thinking.
years ago on TV. It was like a thing of
Unless she's
like
hot.
just strange competitions, and one of them was that they actually had a farting competition.
A wedding?
A farting competition
Oh.
that
Oh my god.
you know people would like load up and eat beans and stuff for weeks before, and they would fart into tubes, and the judges would sniff it to judge the smelliest farts and so forth. And it's like,
Wow.
What the?
Was
Well,
there a noise
okay.
contest, kind of the way people have belching contests?
Man, those judges are
smooth.
paying good. I hope.
You know, like you're disqualified if it's a silent but deadly.
well, I'm sure that for anyone to be a judge for that, it's got to be a fetish. I just can't see how anyone else could judge that.
Unless it was like, okay, your fraternity hazing is to be on this panel and sniff farts.
Okay.
I could see
yeah.
someone doing that. Like, I remember, when I was a kid, I lived close to UVM, the University of Vermont. And there was once I'm walking down, like, the main street in Burlington, and I see this guy, not quite on all fours, but he stops at every lamppost and lifts his leg like he's a dog taking a whiz. And it took me a second. I'm like, oh, right, frat hazing. Gotcha. So, I mean, they'll come up with weird-ass shit, and it wouldn't shock me if part of a frat hazing was fart sniffing.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah. You think
Yeah.
it's some pretty dumb shit.
Same.
There was some of that crap when I was in Boy Scouts that they always tried to haze the younger kids coming in.
I remember hearing about like the new guy on a construction site is sent out to find a left-handed monkey wrench.
Oh yeah, that stuff happens all the time.
Porn
Yeah.
stretchers.
I like the thing is, what if someone comes back with one? You know, it's like, here you go, and everyone's gonna be like, the frick is this? You know, and I mean, give them just a regular monkey wrench because they're all just ambidextrous, you know, and act like it's perfectly normal. Here you go. Yeah, I wonder what
Actually,
the guys would do.
There used to be a store in the suburbs of Minneapolis that sold specifically left-handed items,
So,
and they
like
had a
the
complete line
Leftorium
of
in The
left-handed
Simpsons.
tools.
Oh,
What's
wow.
that?
Like the Leftorium run by Ned Flanders in The Simpsons.
Yeah, huh? I remember
Yeah,
that
but
one.
this was like back in the late '80s, early '90s. It was called Left Center, and I was really surprised because they even had like Milwaukee power tools that had all the handles and guards reversed.
I have to admit, there are a lot of things out there where I'm left-handed and I cannot bloody use certain things. I just, like for a while there, my phone, whenever I would try to use the camera, every time I would rotate it, it would change the controls so that the button to take a picture was on the right-hand side, no matter which way I held the phone. And I was so pissed off because that's beyond awkward for me.
Well,
Okay.
I'm very ambidextrous, so I understand a lot of that, and I understand stuff like, why you have to have left-handed scissors.
Yeah,
Because
that
you
one
can't
I
really
actually
see the
don't
line
know.
you're
I should
cutting.
look it up sometime.
Well, the blade blocks your view. You can't really see the line you're cutting if you're trying to do something precise.
Well, but when I try to use right-handed scissors, things literally do not cut no matter what I do. It's like the paper will fold in on itself instead. So when I use left-handed scissors, for some reason it cuts. I don't know what the difference is. Why flipping them upside down like that to hold them in my left hand will screw up the cutting. That makes no sense.
I know. It's because you're used to grasping things in a different way with your left hand, and your thumb is doing the correct kind of pressure to make the blades squeeze together.
Yeah, I was going to
And
say,
on the other hand, you're not pushing your thumb forward. You're more trying to twist and balance it in your hand and do kind of a claw kind of thing, usually, you know. So if
Yeah,
you just
so
push your thumb up against the handle that you're using, the blades will squeeze together and it'll cut a little bit better.
Maybe I
learned
don't
that
know. It's
from
just such a weird
Pop.
thing that it's so specific like that. It's
yeah,
like
well, with
I don't know. I remember in elementary school always looking for those scissors with
Mhm.
the little rubber green handle, you know, that said they're left-handed.
hmm
you know, well, with the scissors, you're not cutting, you're shearing, and there is a difference.
Oh, excuse me. Wow.
Yep.
And you know, like, okay, what the hell is the point of pinking shears?
Oh, I think it's something about the cut on the cloth
Yep.
doesn't
Well-
fray.
Yes,
No, but,
if you
well,
don't
but the
cut
ones I've
fabric,
seen, they cut everything into little, like, spiky triangles.
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
That
if,
keeps it
if
from
you have
fraying
that
as
little
quickly.
scalloped edge instead of a straight edge,
So
then
it's
when
not
one
purely
thread,
decorative?
no, when one thread pulls out of a straight edge, it'll pull the entire length of the fabric. If you've got this little scalloped edges, it'll stop at the next scallop.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it
Oh,
looked
crap.
ridiculous.
I didn't realize how late it is. I gotta go, guys. Love you
Oh,
all.
have
Oh,
fun.
okay.
Oh,
You be good.
okay,
Have
bye.
fun.
May the forces of darkness become confused on the way to your house.
Yeah. So, did you guys see that trailer?
The one
movie
for
trailer
Twin
that I put
Redshift?
up?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I know it is. Not yours, mine.
What? What is it?
Pirates of the North Coast.
Yeah,
I got a
I
red
don't know
carpet
anything
event.
about this. This is new to me completely. Please provide context.
or
Yeah, that's what I
better
was
yet,
asking if you heard about it before.
well, throw a
No.
link
No.
in the side chat. I did see it when you throw the link on Twitter.
I'm on my cell phone. I can't do any of that.
Ah,
So, what is it, though?
It's a
Me.
full feature movie. It's like a romantic comedy with 20-somethings in there, and I'm the bad guy, the EPA agent that's supposed to be shutting down a ship. And if the ship shuts down, the whole town shuts down because it's a tourist town. And everybody that works there dresses up like pirates and works around all these hotels and bars. So it was fun kicking a kid off a boat and watching him land in the water like next to Lake Michigan.
What was it called
Oh.
again?
Pirates of the North Coast.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Now, is this a Hollywood flick with like Hollywood actors, or is it something indie, or
No,
what is
there
it?
you are. Yep.
It's indie.
So, okay.
Let me let me put the egg thing in. Or wait, maybe I can.
Some of the actors come from Hollywood.
All right, let me get onto IMDb because I know that Diana won't know who is significant and worthy of mention. So.
Nesta cara pa patini cara su.
Pirates of the
Yeah, I see ya.
North Coast.
Yeah, it's just a cheesy little, low budget
Wait a
thing.
minute.
okay.
All I, oh, wait, no,
I
I
got
see
the link
something
in the
called
side
the
chat.
Pirates of the North, but that's pre-ats.
Yeah.
Pirates of the North.
Okay, let's see
Oh,
here.
I am all kinds of not seeing it.
Or it's just
give me
on
a half a
YouTube.
second here. Give me a half a second.
I already put the link in the YouTube chat.
Okay
Thank you.
No,
then.
that's YouTube. I'm looking on IMDb.
Yep.
Okay, we are going to share to Kate here, and then
Yeah, not helping. I want to find it on IMDb.
I don't even know what that is. Is it some sort of
right.
leg cramp or something?
Internet Movie Database.
Well, might be that no one entered it yet.
Maybe, but I want to see a cast list.
Oh, yeah.
all right now, yeah, there you is.
Nope, not on IMDb.
I wonder if I could get away with doing the audio with this.
Seriously, like not finding a cast list anywhere. As in, someone want to help me out a bit?
If
Yeah, I
it's
don't
not
know
on
these people.
IMDb, I don't know where I would look.
Yeah, I haven't even sent in a bio yet. I still got to do that, but I wound up in here. So I need to get a headshot, and those cost like $300, and that's one of the things I was working for to get that.
That one's just weird to me that it costs so much. I mean, like, why not just go to a place that'll shoot a headshot, like at a mall or some shit, and claim it was done by someone professional?
Yeah, like the old Sears type thing from the backdrop. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But everybody wants $200-300 just for that still.
Yeah, well, that's what I've wondered about too. I would have thought
That's what
that
they do. It's a business.
Okay, so I found something vaguely like a cast list, and it does have you. It says, Luddington's own. We found Randy during our casting call up there and saw him as the perfect fit for Barnaby. Lucky for Frank, since he would have had to play Barnaby otherwise. Oh, I guess Frank is the writer-director.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but I don't really seem to recognize any of the actors, so whatevs.
Yeah, it's like I said, low budget cheesy thing, but it was fun. Got to drink all the moonshine I wanted and all the seafood that I wanted to eat. Plus, they
Oh,
paid
hell.
me to be there.
I'd be in for that.
Yeah, 16 hours a day.
Fun.
Something along. Yep.
I'd do it for the all-you-can-eat shrimp. They wouldn't have to offer anything else.
I did it just for the experience. I just wanted this under my belt. So, being an entertainer and traveling musician, this is something that is going to be on my resume.
Yeah, there's a couple of my IMDb credits where it was this one dude from Seattle who was trying really hard to be a filmmaker, but a lot of what he made was, well, I mean, very out there. But he kept asking me to do like CGI and stuff, which I did. Like I said, my IMDb credits are a lot of his stuff. And at one point, I also lettered his graphic novel.
Sorry.
So that was interesting. I don't know. I mean, like the indie scene when it comes to films is a bit esoteric, but it's certainly stuff to do that's not just my own work.
Yeah, a little better.
Brian, that was his name. Brian something. What the hell was his last name? It was something kind of weird, I think. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. But yeah. I mean, nice guy, but really strange. Like makes me look normal.
Ooh.
That's more than a little strange.
Yeah. Well, I mean, by my standards, he's a little strange.
I've thought that I can make a career of, having people pay me to stand next to them just so they seem normal by comparison.
Well, apparently people do pay other folks to wait in line for them. There is that. Like, that's such a first world thing, isn't it? Like, I don't want to wait in this line, so I'm going to hire somebody, pay them actual money to just stand there for me until it's time. I mean, how
I could see him paying
privileged
people
is that,
sitting on hold.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop annoying you guys with this button going off or beep.
Oh no, you're fine.
Oh, no,
You're
don't
fine.
worry
It's
about
not a
it.
big deal.
After the first noticing, I stopped noticing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really had kind of filtered it out already. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's what you do. It actually the ones with the IVs, and they got that little brr, brr, beep. It's pretty comforting. It's pretty quiet in the place, and it actually lulls you to sleep, almost like like you're a kid sleeping in the back seat of a car or something going down the road.
Or a cat purring.
Yeah, something like that. Which, by the way, I just got 2 kitties that I just adopted a couple weeks ago.
Oh, right on.
Nice.
and uh, I don't know if they're called tabbies or what, but they're the gray and gray striped ones. That's the brother, and the other one is got white on it with the same gray colors. And I call them Sergeant Major and Lieutenant Fuzzy Nipples.
Okay. Yeah, but
And
it's
those
just
are
too damn bad that you get the kitties, and then during the bonding time, there you are in the damn hospital.
Yeah, I know exactly. But they already know their names and they already start to follow orders. So
Yeah, that's something my
Following
cats will
orders.
not do. They do not want to follow orders.
well, it helps when you have eagles flying over the house and wolves and stuff running through the backyard. They
Yeah.
come
They don't-
running real quick, when you tell them because they think that you're warning them about the things that they just saw yesterday.
Wow.
That and they're, they don't care. They're cats. They want attention. They're going to come running anyways.
Yeah, well, I think that's really why Sammy-san doesn't seem all that interested in going out of the apartment. Is because, yeah, when we were in Michigan, we did live where there were hawks big enough to carry cats away.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, back in Vermont, all of our cats were outdoor cats, but I mean, Columbia and Xander have been indoor cats since I've had them. I'm not letting them out in Vermont. Besides, the place where I'm going to be living is not like where I was raised, where we had a yard and there was like a big old grassy park and everything where the cats could play. I'm going to be surrounded by concrete and on the 4th floor, so they're going to stay indoor cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I will not have outdoor cats anymore. I've had them in the past, but that's because a lot of the cats I got were from the outdoors to begin with. So then keeping them in wasn't an option when they were already used to living that way.
Yeah, you can't really take an outdoor cat and put them inside. Not too well.
Yeah. And like in New York, 3 of the cats I had there, I actually had taken them in from the feral colony in the park.
These ones are dropped off at my house in the middle of a big thunderstorm, and I woke up about 4 o'clock in the morning, and the one was just out there, just a crying. And I thought, what the hell is that noise? Is my lungs wheezing again? So I'm walking around the house and checking my nostrils, doing the whole damn shebang, and I'm like,
Somebody just left them there?
yeah, and so I went out and sure enough, flicked on the porch light, and there's a little gray kitty looking up at me, just a crying. So I'm like, come on in. And he come right in, and I dried him off, laid right on my lap and everything. And he's weaned already, but just, they were that age. And then another one was 2 doors down, which is about a quarter mile away or more. People come up camping and stuff. And it was just wandering around out there. The rest of them, I don't know. People's been talking about the coyotes coming up there and eating them and stuff too. So the 2 that were alive, I got them.
Well, I have a similar story like that. I've already told it before about how one of my exes and I got a cat because we heard it was a thunderstorm, like you were saying, and I mean not thunder and lightning. It was Seattle. And we kept hearing this cat yowling all night, and we were like, "Oh, that's a shame. Someone's cat is out in the rain." But in the morning, we kept hearing it, and so we found this little tiny kitten in the wheel well of a car. We cleaned her off, and she was black anyway after the soot and oil and grease and crap got off her. And we asked around. She was apparently nobody, so we kept her.
Yeah.
My first cat was white, but we thought she was gray at first because she was so dirty.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, one cat I had, actually, it was Sloth Girl found her because after a snowstorm, she actually had to shovel the snow away from her porch glider that the cat was underneath there, this little, like, 8-week-old kitten.
Yeah, I don't like dirty pussy.
Yeah, she looked identical to the cat next door, which the guy claimed couldn't possibly be because she was fixed. But the cat next door did seem to have lost quite a bit of weight in that previous month there.
I don't know. It's funny. Like, I realized, like, I'd never made the connection before. One of the cats that, like, my favorite cat of all time, the one I had as a child who was my constant companion, like, one of her ears was notched, and she was a vicious cat, and she got into a lot of fights, and I always figured that's what it was. But I think now that someone caught and released her.
Yep.
I mean, she
Yeah.
had been fixed, like, even before we moved there, before she had the little notch on her ear. But I'm like, someone took a liberty with my cat, and I'm not happy about it.
Isn't that
Well-
like a breeder's call
No.
sign?
No, it's what they do with the trap neuter release.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That by
Yeah.
notching the air like that, then they can identify which feral cats have already been trapped and neutered without
And I
having
mean-
to catch them.
So
And
while
Kitty
I'm
was a
eating-
vicious hunter, but she was by no means feral.
So is what you're saying is that if I wake up tomorrow with a notch in my ear, I better look down?
Hmm.
Yes.
Something like
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I had thought that that's what happened with Sylvia when I first found her. She has a nick in her ear, and a friend of mine was over the apartment. This was back when I lived in Homewood yet, and I was talking about getting something done with her, and then she said, "Well, the ear is notched. You don't need to." And then a few months later, it's like, wow, 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 wow. Okay, I guess you were wrong about that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh man, if I can just get a place, where I can. I want to take her to the what is the Animal Protective League or whatever they call it, back in the
Yeah.
Homewood neighborhood. They weren't the last time I called them. They weren't taking new patients. So as soon as they are, I want to get something done with that.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, it does irritate me now thinking about it. That someone may have done something to my kitty without permission. That kind of pisses me off a little. I mean, it was, 20, 30 years ago, but still.
With my first cat, we noticed the tip of her tail was missing. There was like a few bones were missing. Someone had cut the tip of her tail off.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Cats are pretty cool, but they never say a mumbling word.
Mm.
I don't know. It's funny. Like, Columbia's meow sounds like she has laryngitis, like all the time. Where, Xander's meow is just the cutest, most adorable little thing in the world. Even when it's like he really wants or even needs something, it's just too cute. And I want him to keep meowing like that. It's kind of mean, but what can you do?
Well, cats only meow to communicate with humans.
Yeah.
So Fiona, one of the cats I got from the feral colony in New York, I actually thought she was mute, because literally she was living with me for 3 years before I ever heard her make a sound.
Well, much as I love Xander, he does not purr. Or rather, no, I take that back. If you put your ear against him, you can hear him purring, but it's really not audible otherwise.
Well, when they're just talking to each other, they kind of got a purring sound when they come out. It's not like a meow. It's more like a wow. And they're talking, and it's like, what the hell, And then they're following each other around, like, stay out of my food or something.
I do hear a lot of yowling when they fight, Columbia and Xander, and boy, oh boy, do they like to do that. But, that's normal.
Yeah, I have been thinking for a while. I've been going back and forth about whether or not to get another cat so Sammy's got somebody to play with. And I think that next month after the inspections are done, I'll go down to the Humane Society and find another one.
The only reason that I almost a little bit wish I didn't have cats is because I would like to travel, and making arrangements for them is hard. Plus I don't want to be away from them for that long. I mean, I'm not sure how much they want me to be away from them for that long. So it's, in a way I feel almost as tied down as someone might with a child. But at least a child you can take on an airplane with you without a bunch of fuss. So, I mean, it's the only reason why I a little bit wish I didn't have pets, but it's not enough to wish I didn't have Columbia and Xander because they're family.
Yeah.
Well, again, if you have cats and you're used to free feeding them, then they don't really require much. That even if I'm going to be away for a weekend or that, if somebody comes in and checks on them every other day, they're fine.
That's
right.
actually one thing that's going to be kind of handy in my new place is there are people in the building that at least know my parents and will probably end up
Yeah.
knowing me just simply by extension. And so I could ask someone in the building to look in
Yeah.
on my kitties.
Well, that's like when Sloth Girl was in the hospital. There was this really nice place called Hope Lodge that actually gave me a free hotel room while she was in the hospital, so I didn't have to drive back and forth to Minneapolis every day. So yeah, so we were away for 4 days. I just came back the one night in the middle to check on them.
This is why you have pet sitters. You can actually hire somebody to come in and check on your animals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they
Oh,
well,
want.
I do
you know,
that
that's
when
like-
I travel now, but I mean, it's spendy is the thing.
Yeah.
That's I wish I knew somebody in the city here who we could have check on them, or somebody who I would trust to give my keys to, basically.
Now,
Yeah.
when I move, I am actually I'm having the cats transported rather than taking them on a plane with me, right? And so, I mean, that's going to be it's going to be a couple of days for them to
Oh.
be driven across the
Yeah.
country. I have to warn them. Look, they don't really like each other very much. Don't put them in the same enclosure.
Oh,
Gang, it looks like I have to go.
okay.
All right,
Okay.
Hopefully
Well,
get you
thanks
taken
for
care of.
coming by.
Yep.
or
well.
as well as you can, and and be happy and comfy.
Yeah. As much as I can. I'll get back with you. Thanks for the chat, folks. Love y'all and take
Love
care.
you, son.
Yeah.
Love you, honey. You be
Catch
good.
her at the
Okay.
plague.
Yeah, that's when I moved from New York to Michigan. I built a custom cat carrier to sit on the other seat of the U-Haul truck. That
Well,
had
and at least you have a truck. I mean,
Yeah.
an airplane is another story entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
well,
where.
yeah, but that's it was if I hadn't stopped to rest in between, it would have still been a 19-hour straight drive.
Mhm.
Yowza.
Yeah, that's where I got lucky with this one. That I was able to take her with me when I did the Eclipse trip. Is both places I stayed were okay with her. They didn't want. They didn't ask for an extra fee for her as well, which was nice. And she did the trip. Didn't say a word. Just seemed to love it. So what the hell.
Actually, it's funny you talk about the eclipse trip. That's another reason why I'm looking forward to Vermont. Is there is going to be a total eclipse of the sun directly over where I'll be living.
Yeah, huh?
In like what was it, 2024? I think
Yes.
April or May or something.
8th of
And
April.
I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be interesting. I mean, because I've never seen an eclipse, like, ever. I wonder
Well-
if there's roof access to my building. It might be fun to be able to look at the ground as that shadow is coming at me.
Oh man, that's really nice if you can. Yeah, it's great to see the shadow move across the ground. And the other thing
So-
is you'll feel it get cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's almost like a front moves in and then away.
It just seems so lucky that I will be able to, that I'll just be right there. That I don't have to make any like special accommodations or whatever to go see the damn thing. I don't have to plan a trip. I don't have.
Right.
It's just. Yeah, I mean that is awesome, and I seem to remember reading somewhere it's gonna be like the last total eclipse of the sun for like 200 years or some crap. And I mean, I don't know if that was like the last total eclipse over the U.S. or the last total eclipse ever for 200 years, but it was some crazy number of years till the next one after this.
Well, I'm sure it's just over the U.S. because
Yeah.
we have a total eclipse. They're actually not that uncommon, but of course, since the planet's 75% water, they usually happen over the ocean where nobody gets to see them.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with Total Eclipse of the Heart, decent song, but I'm really looking forward to the sun being eclipsed this time.
Is up to this to looking to making. Okay.
And as the eclipse passes by and they play Here Comes the Sun.
Yeah, huh? Yep. Okay, it looks like. Okay, you have the 2024 eclipse, and after that, the next eclipse over any part of the USA would be in 2044, over.
So maybe it was 20 years, not 200. I was off by a factor of 10. Big deal.
Yeah, that one is over Montana, and then it goes into Canada. But the one that's over any significant part of the U.S. is in 2099. Or I'm sorry, there's a piece of another one in 2078 over the Deep South.
Yeah.
But I was thinking of going out to see the 2024 eclipse. I don't know if I can anymore, but it would be nice if I could. Yes, dear. Hello, Katie.
I remember Trump staring right at the eclipse.
Oh,
Well, okay,
that
that's
idiot.
something I wonder about. Like, how do you look at an eclipse without damaging yourself? Because I remember seeing something about pinhole cameras or some shit. I don't know how
Pinhole
that
camera,
works.
or you have
Yep.
glasses that filter out.
Yeah.
So they have special glasses for looking at eclipses. Because if they have that,
Right,
yay.
they do.
Yeah.
And they were
Yeah.
handing
Alright.
them out in Carbondale when I was there for the 2017 eclipse.
Oh,
Well,
I was thinking about buying some, but if they just give them to you for free.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody does that, but the university where the campus where I went to do the viewing was just handing them out, and then you can look directly at totality without special
Nice.
protection. So that's
Yeah.
a
Well,
good
the
thing.
last eclipse we had, I just used my welding goggles.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I had like
So
several.
I mean, if you can't get anything else, just go to Harbor Freight and buy yourself a pair of cheap welding goggles.
I had like several little sunglasses on. That worked.
Yeah,
But that
don't know.
was. I will warn you that it's not all this big flare thing, when you're looking at the pictures in the magazines. But it's still a great thing to look at. As you can see,
I wonder, like, how long does it last for each? Like, if one person's standing there where they get to see the total eclipse, how long till it finishes?
well, most totalities are about 2 minutes.
Okay.
The one that's coming up in April, I think, is 4.
Huh. Okay. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, I guess. I've never had the experience. There are very few of these like earthly phenomena that I've seen. Like I've been in one or two earthquakes. That's like it.
Okay, yeah. Oh my! I
I
had.
remember when I was a kid, a preteen, of making a pinhole camera from a cardboard box to watch the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't seen the Northern Lights.
No, I was supposed to have seen that a couple of times, but it was always covered over with clouds.
I have vaped Northern Lights, but that's different.
Okay, then.
I've seen the Northern Lights a couple of times. That was one of the few things that being in Upper Michigan was good for.
No, I've been in 2 earthquakes, one in Cleveland and one here. I've seen the one total solar eclipse. I've seen several total lunar eclipses. There was just one a little while ago that I actually caught totality because it wasn't cloud covered for once.
Actually, I think I might have seen a lunar eclipse. Is that the one where it gets like really weirdly red?
Yes.
Okay, then I have.
I've seen a few lunar eclipses. They're pretty neat.
Yeah, you get to see those more often than you do solar eclipses.
I mean, it's gonna be nifty to see it, but at the same time, I mean, it still is gonna be. I don't know. It's not gonna be as spectacular as I think a lot of people see it. I think not for me. I think it's gonna be like cool, neat, but it's sort of the same way I'd look at the Grand Canyon and say, "Nice ditch. What's for lunch?" It's
Oh,
just like
man.
it's not that interesting to me. It's like it's because you know why? Because it's not interactive. That's why.
I kind of miss
Okay.
stargazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a way, though, that also sounds to be a rather autistic response.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. Well, because I don't have the kind of emotional response that other people have to, you know, looking at a thing of incredible beauty or that. It's more analytical to me.
Well, that's actually something that has sort of stuck in my craw for a while is the way people like will use the word beautiful for things that I find quite unpleasant to look at. And they're like, "Yeah, but it's beauty because of this reason, that reason, that reason." I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't really enjoy looking at it, so it's not beautiful, is it?" It's the same way with like movies. I was bitching before about like the movies that get nominated for Best Picture are always really artsy fartsy shit that I wouldn't enjoy watching, and I'm like, I wish that they would pick Best Picture based on how much fun it was to watch it. Because
Yep.
for me, that's the factor in whether or not a movie is the best movie. And so it's the same thing with this. I don't know.
I kind of miss stargazing. Clear night when I was a kid, we used to be able to see the Milky Way, and now there's so much light pollution you can barely see anything.
Oh,
That's actually another good thing about Vermont. I mean, it's very rural. If I want to see the stars, it's like a short drive. Just get away from the Burlington area, really.
oh, that's what I miss about the cottage that my grandparents had. Because yeah, if you'd be up there during the summer, which, well, the kids were, every year, a couple times, and if you had a dark sky, cloudless, there was nothing at all in the world like it. You would look up, and there's no way you could count the stars. There were so many of them, and just from horizon to horizon, nothing but. And I assume that even now you can't do that up there, because there's so much light pollution around here. On the darkest of nights here in my neighborhood, you can see maybe 6 stars. That's it.
Yeah, don't get me started on what it's like here in San Diego. On a good night, you might see Orion.
Yeah, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about how it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Ryan. It wasn't as great as advertised. 3 stars.
Mm, yeah, except there's more than just three.
What did you actually manage to see the belt and that's it?
Yeah, the joke is about rating something on a star rating. You see,
Oh,
at least I'm
okay.
assuming that's what Purple was going for.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
No, I remember even in Parma at the tail end of when I was in that neighborhood, you could look up and you could see the Big Dipper easily. Around here, I can't find it. I cannot find Polaris. And oh well,
Oh,
it's the poo poo.
see, again with the stars, I mean, yeah, that's I get a more emotional reaction to that than I do from say mountains and foliage or cliffs and canyons. But even then, it's the same complaint I have when they talk about new technology that's not in stores. I want to play with it, and I just like the opportunity isn't there. We don't have the technology to go to another star, and that kind of pisses me off. It's very disappointing.
Oh, I don't know exactly what you're saying there, Beck. Star, 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 full. I don't know. I can tell you about Scheissvoll. Got really, really quiet here.
Sorry.
Oh.
Actually, I just through a thread. I happened to look up, but yeah, Hopswatch's last post on Twitter was a week ago.
Daju korostu.
That's not good.
Oh, phone call.
Moo. Oh my, I do not knowing on the heck thing. But yeah, there's not much else going on around here. Well, I've got to clean the place up. just in case anybody comes by to do a surprise inspection or something. I don't know. There's going to be all sorts of fun. But you got anything, Skits? How you doing, honey? Yay!
Just in case the Spanish Inquisition shows up.
Yeah, huh?
I won't expect that.
Oh, man, I wish I could remember that whole thing.
I'm
When
starting
was
to
it?
think I need some food. I am hungry. Apparently, breakfast was not enough.
Oh, no, that's not good. No, 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 no.
Well, either that or it's munchies.
I've only eaten a few peanut butter cookies today.
I actually had a couple of these like Vermont maple sausage, like breakfast sausage things.
Okay, now this is weird. Or maybe it's the cheap brand or something. The last time I got maple sausage around here, I just didn't like it.
Well, okay. I sure the stuff I had was decent. I don't know.
Well, I got this stuff at Squawmart, so maybe that was what made a difference.
Well, I mean, it's not like I made this stuff. I got it from the microwave section, the freezer section, right next to the toaster strudel and the Eggos. So, I mean, it's made by Jimmy Dean, and I guess they're decent.
That's the brand I
but
usually get.
Okay, well, this stuff that I had got was definitely not Jimmy Dean. It's entirely possible
It's
it was.
surprising to me, like 10. I mean, they're small sausages. They're like the breakfast sausages, but like 10 of them for $1.60 or something.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap.
Yeah, which is surprising given the times.
Yeah, yeah, you would think they would be $3 each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't really gone up in price.
I'll give it some time.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It seems like everything I care about is either going up in price or being discontinued.
Yeah, same here.
And it's not always discontinued by the company either. Sometimes it's just my supermarket being a bunch of dicks. Like, because a lot of the stuff I like that they got rid of is still available. They just decide to stop carrying it. Either that or they're carrying like a bunch of stuff where I want to buy one, but you can only buy them in 12 packs. Like sodas and shit.
Yep.
I get 4-pack sodas in the glass bottles.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I tried that weird Pepsi Nitro stuff, and I actually like it quite a bit.
I still haven't tried that.
It's good. I mean, it's very lightly carbonated, and it's kind of, the only word I got really is foamy. And I really actually quite like it a bit because I think like sodas these days are so carbonated that it's almost painful to drink them. I have to actually shake them up and let out a little bit of air a bit at a time until they're carbonated, like uncarbonated to the point where I can stand it.
Yeah,
So I mean, this stuff's pretty good. It like they say it's draft soda, like somehow it has nitrogen in it or something. I don't know, but it gets ahead like beer does. So, also though, if you get it in a can, be sure to either open it over the sink or have a mug or a glass nearby because it will try to explode no matter how gentle you've been with the can.
Okay, so I guess that's where the name comes from, huh?
No, the name came from, like, apparently it's got nitrogen in it somehow. I don't really get how carbonation even works, so I don't know what they did. There's a description of it, like, on the website and I think on the can, but I didn't really absorb it because I was busy and just said I'll try it, so.
Well, if it works the same way as the regular stuff does, which it might, the gas actually dissolves into the liquid.
Yeah, but I don't really know how. It seems like liquid and gas should be incompatible, but they're clearly not, and I don't know how that works.
The same way it works as with a solid, really.
I don't really think of solids as having too much air in them either.
Well, by injecting the air under pressure into the liquid, it's kind of like the molecules of the air get caught between the molecules of the liquid.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
that's
now
why
that
if you let
makes
it sit,
sense.
yeah, that's why if you let it sit, eventually all of the gases will rise up to the top and it'll go flat.
It always amuses me to look at the like the bottom of a glass with something carbonated in it, usually something like champagne or whatever, and you see bubbles just coming out of nowhere from the bottom of the glass. You know,
Yeah, that's the
Mhm.
gas coming out of
Yeah.
solution. Yeah.
I always found that entertaining, just because number one, it's kind of neat to look at, but number two, it just seems so improbable. Like I get what's going on, but it just seems like magic. You know?
What's good with champagne is you take a frozen chunk of mango and put it in the champagne, and you drink like an ice cube.
Why does everything have mango in it these days? I mean, seriously, everything has mango in it. It is so difficult to get shit without mango in it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
We can
It's
do it
getting
with other
old.
fruit too.
Yeah, but it's still there are so many. It's like ooh, citrus and vanilla and mango. God damn it! I almost bought this. You know, it's
Yep.
just like I was just
And,
seriously.
well, on that same note, why is it that anytime there's like a variety pack of anything, there's always just one really weird flavor that it seems like no one would ever want?
Yeah.
Well, that's the only way they can sell the stuff.
Well, why not just stop making the weird flavor?
Because there's one
And-
guy out there.
Well, here's the one that gets to me. Why can't you get more like sodas and stuff that's just lime? Why does it have to be lemon lime?
That
Can't you
one I
just give
don't
me some
know.
freaking lime without the lemon?
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh well.
Now, Jello, I can get lime Jello, but I think that's about the only place I've seen just plain old lime.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't. I mean, there is definitely a difference between Jello flavors, but it's not very, very different. You know, like it's not like eating a different Jolly Rancher or something level of different.
Well, again, as the years go by, they're less flavorful because that's the expensive part of it, so they keep cutting back on that.
Yeah, huh?
And replacing it with the sugar, I assume.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, salt or sugar is always used because it increases package weight.
Well, I thought it was more a matter of it keeps the customers addicted, but all right. I'm looking at Xander trying so hard to get comfortable, and he just can't seem to manage it. He has walked around on the top of that computer like constantly.
Yeah, well, there's the unfortunate thing where I can't keep this one off the top of the broadcast computer for any extended period.
Yeah,
And,
my gaming machine, my cats love the top of it, whether it's on or off.
Yeah, and then with this one, she's already turned the machine off in the middle of a broadcast. That's fun.
Well, fortunately, none of my computers right now have a power button on the top of them. The only one that did was my old VR machine that's like not working anymore. But I mean, there have been times when I'm in the middle of an intense virtual reality match and all of a sudden everything goes black and I'm like, what the frick? And I take the goggles off and I see that Columbia is standing on top of the computer looking at me expectantly.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe just getting a new computer to replace this one that's having trouble with the USB ports. I've been thinking about maybe getting it replaced anyway, but I don't know.
When
I don't
I'm
know what
getting
I'm
into
gonna
my
do with
new place, I have a bunch of desks that I'm getting, well, two, and I'm going to make sure the computers are not on the floor anymore. I think that's why they pick up so much dust, number one. But number two, I mean, maybe the cats won't see them as perches quite as much.
Don't count on it, but
Yeah, right now I'm just
Well,
working
well,
on.
no, I mean, or if nothing else, I could put them under something. Like if it's one of those desks that has multiple layers, I could just like limit their access.
okay, that would work maybe. Yeah.
Right now I'm just working on trying to get everything off of this thing,
Mm.
just in case I need to do something.
Yeah, well,
Right.
there's where I messed up. Well, I didn't mess up because I built this desk. Let's see, 12 years before I got this computer, before I built this computer, but it would work a lot better if I could push the computer all the way to the back of the desk, but the desk isn't wide enough for me to do that. Because there's that little bit of space where the hutch ends, and then there's a little space over the computer, and that's where she gets on.
Well, I don't know. I was going to say something, then I forgot it.
Well,
It wasn't going to be anything important anyway. It was a bad joke, so whatever.
But yeah, I wanted to try and get everything off of this thing just in case the
Oh.
front board would start going on me.
I remember now. I was going to say something about, like, you were talking about building stuff. I actually once built an entire city using nothing but rock and roll.
okay then. Tekarasta.
Gotcha.
Sorry, bad joke. I was also thinking something about carrying a laser on the road that I must travel earlier this morning as well. No? No one knows that?
I don't think I know that one, no.
Kiri by Mr. I think it's Mr. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. But, it's the Kiri a laser down the road that I must travel. But it sounds for all the world like they're singing Carry a Laser.
Okay then.
And I had never heard the words Kyrie and Lazen or however the fuck that's pronounced before, and so it like that helped my not understanding it. But most '80s kids know the Carrie a Laser reference, so it's not just me.
Okay, yeah, the Kyrie eleison is from the Catholic liturgy, so that's how I know it.
Yeah, well, I was never Catholic, so.
You're lucky.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things my parents did right, is never forcing religion on me. They tried a lot of religions, so I saw a lot of religions, a lot of really weird things. Like we spent a couple of weekends on an ashram, that sort of thing. And sometimes I think that's why I'm an atheist, is I saw so much religion, but my parents never forced any of it on me. They did it themselves, and I was only an observer, and even then a peripheral observer. And I think that really helped my not being religious later in life.
Okay,
I can see a
then.
lot of religions as well.
With the slimy bastards, the religion was all about being in the club. I mean, they couldn't tell you a plank of Catholic. What's the word I'm looking for?
Doctrine?
Yes, thank you. They couldn't tell you any of that, but because I became atheist, I was one of them. They were us, and I was them.
Well, most people want to be part of something. Not everyone, obviously, but I remember when I talk a lot about being in the sea goth scene in Seattle, and I'm not goth in any way, but there were a lot of friendly people, and it was fun. The music wasn't terrible. It wasn't what I seek out, but I didn't hate it. And it was just great being part of it. Even though I'm not sure how much I belonged, I still belonged. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
So, and I get that. A lot of people who join the street gangs, they don't see it as a bad thing the way everyone outside of it in more of a suburban existence does. To them, the gang is family.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's like there's everyone wants to be part of something. Well, not everyone. Most people want to be part
that's
of
why
something.
I stayed in the pagan community for 25 years. I didn't really have much of a belief in anything, but yeah, it's good to have community. It's good to have some, just some people that you can interact with, and and most importantly that you've got a kind of a pool of friends that if you're in trouble, you can kind of put the word out and think that there might be somebody there who's willing to help for a day.
Yeah.
Well, and it amazes me how much the atheist community, at least the online atheist community, is willing to help each other and others. Not that like I'm surprised, because most of us are pretty decent people, but more like surprised at how good we are by comparison to others, especially those who claim that being good and nice and charitable is like what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Oh, and we've got Skits Crasher and Brooke now.
Brock! Hello, 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 my dear. How is you doing?
I'd get excited about Brooke being here, but we saw each other at movie night last night, so hi.
Okay then.
I mean, it's I was more enthusiastic yesterday.
Desta tapayo corazón pequeño.
No kick against Brooke. It's just it's not remarkable yet. And leave longer until we see each other, and I'll be more enthusiastic to see you.
There you go.
Does that make any sense?
I suppose
Yeah.
it might make a lick of sense. I don't know.
It has not been the prerequisite 16 hours.
There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go. Yeah, it's kind of too bad in its own way. I mean, I don't want to hear about it, certain people, but if we were a little closer and stuff like that. I mean, around here in this particular environs, they're only worried about icy light and the stillers, and that's it. And I'm not one of those types.
USA
Yeah.
Today. McConnell vows to block gun control measures.
Yeah, I saw
Of
that.
course he does. I mean, honestly, I try asking these people, like, how many children have to be dead before you start to wonder if guns are worth it? And of course, they won't engage.
Just the ones that are
Right,
born.
If these mass shootings happened on golf courses and prep schools, we'd have gun control overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the one thing I notice that I have not seen ever. I suppose it does happen though. Is a mass shooting in a Catholic church.
That has
Hmm.
happened.
Okay, I just didn't see it.
Well, hold on. A United States Catholic Church?
Well, I suppose that if you're going to see one, that would be the first
I
place
think
you
there were
look.
Catholic churches.
Well, but I mean, the
Yeah.
whole issue is about guns in the United States. Other countries don't have this problem. So if the example of this Catholic church getting shot up is, say, in Ireland during the Troubles or whatever, I'm not sure it counts.
Uh-huh.
Well, whenever it's about a church in the U.S., it's almost always about a predominantly minority church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Either that, or there was that time
Yeah, I
the
think it
one
was.
dude was so pissed about abortion that he shot, what was it, Kevorkian or whatever in church?
Well, it wouldn't
Yeah,
be
well, that-
there was
it wouldn't be
someone who got
Kevorkian.
shot in church because a right winger hated abortion.
Yeah, but in that case, that wasn't really just a random shooting. That was a targeted
yeah.
assassination.
Well, a lot of these shootings aren't random at all. I mean, I seem to remember the Columbine kids were definitely looking for certain targets.
Yeah, they had things planned out.
Yeah. I just want to go on record saying that I have a lot of plastic gun-shaped objects that I use as props and were intended as toys originally. That's as close as I'll come to owning a firearm.
Okay, I was thinking of a Methodist church that got shot up when I
Oh.
had in mind.
The closest thing I own to a gun is this thing that shoots ping pong balls at my cat.
Yeah, and I used to. I don't know what it is about the design of the old Worlds of Wonder laser tag sets, the Starlight and the Starlight Pro, but there's something about just the art of them that I like. And I mean, so I have a whole bunch of them just because someday I might want to do something live action that's vaguely sci-fi, and I have a bunch of laser guns to work with. I'm sure any 80s kids will look at them and say cheesy, but anyone else will go, hey, interesting guns there. I don't know. But there's just something about them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what you got? Okay. Native Atheist says me and my brother are gun owners. He had guns stolen from him that were subsequently used in other crimes? Wait a minute here.
That right there is the Starlight. This is a very rare black Starlight Pro that's next to impossible to find because all of them were white. But yeah, there's something just about this visual design that I absolutely love, and I don't know what it is.
I can see it.
Yeah. Maybe it's just that they're so sleek and futuristic. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
futuristic stuff is very rough and like it looks like it was put together in a garage somewhere. You know, as opposed to this sleek stuff that just looks really high techy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Brooke, I'd like to be able to do some hunting eventually, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford it. Because I have no problem eating and wearing Bambi, okay? And if you want to unsub from me for that reason, okay, go ahead. But I love
Yeah.
venison. What can I tell you?
Yeah, my brother and my cousins go hunting every year, and that's fine. And yeah, I've gone out with them and I've gone target shooting, but I can't see shooting anything alive.
I've
A
only
neighbor,
ever fired a 22 pistol at a range, so for whatever that's worth.
a neighbor would
Okay.
go out hunting and they'd give us a wild boar sometimes. That was the best pig I ever ate.
Huh.
Uh-huh, okay. Yeah.
Well, every year, sometime in December, there'll be a deer or two hanging upside down in my mother's garage.
I mean, I've had venison before. It was in hamburger form, though, so I don't know if it counts, but it was unremarkable to me. I mean, in fact, most of those weird ass burgers I tried were pretty unremarkable. Ostrich, who cares? Bison might as well be beef. I mean, seriously.
Well, there's a reason that the term gamey is used for meat.
Yeah.
Wild game
Yeah.
tends to be tough and stringy.
But I
Yeah.
happen to like that.
And I mean, aren't wild boars like a little carnivorous? Maybe
Oh,
I'm
wild
thinking of
boars
something
will eat
else.
anything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because as I understand it, like a steak from a carnivore versus a steak from an herbivore, there's a very like definite difference. The carnivore meat will be tougher and
Yes.
like probably not as good. You know, so I mean, I do wonder like about eating wild boar. How does their diet affect the meat?
You
I'm not
were
sure, but it was good.
you were pretty on point there with the. It'll be tougher. It'll have more umami, I guess. That
Okay.
savory flavor.
And
I don't know what that is. Although you know what, someday I really want to try Kobe beef just to see if it's as good as they claim.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from on that one. I was just looking at a YouTube presentation. I think the last time you said that you would look forward to Kobe was when I looked it up, and I don't. By the description I heard, I don't know if it's worth $100 a pound, but
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go out and buy it for myself unless I win the lottery. But if someone's offering someday, I want to try doing a taste test, a comparison. I mean, I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, can it
Okay.
really be that much better?
I'm guessing for me, I probably wouldn't notice enough of a difference.
yeah, I don't know how much
I-
better you could make cow, really.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. As a super taster, I might be able to taste the difference.
Yeah, I'm just, wondering if it's really going to be significantly better than Angus beef.
Wait a minute, Brooke. I'm trying to remember. Now, you just said you're considering a change of your name. I thought you had it legally changed already.
Okay, well, if you do decide to change it, my vote goes for Zagnar the Destroyer.
There you go. There
I
you
will
go.
get someone to name either their kid or their pet that someday. I swear I will. I mean, I may have to do it myself. Like if I ever get a companion for my kitties, or if replacement for Columbia. I don't like thinking about her mortality, but
Yeah.
I may have to name that pet Zagnar the Destroyer. But I'm telling you, Brooke, if you name yourself Zagnar the Destroyer, that'll be awesome.
There you
Sounds
go.
like a good name for an iguana.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, native atheist. Highly marbled beef.
So that's
is-
where there's like strings of fat throughout, but no big like huge hunkin' chunks.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Hey, Rex. Hello. Yeah, and
It is like the fat that gives things their flavor a lot of the time, isn't it?
yeah, because
Yes.
protein doesn't taste like much.
So yeah, for a while there, it turns out it's cheaper to buy frozen hamburger patties than it is to buy just fresh ground beef. And I'm like, okay, if I slice these up a bit, I can use them in stir fries, and it'll last me quite a while for the price. And every now and then I decide to have one of them as a burger. And like if you press down on it with the spatula as it's cooking, it is amazing how much grease comes out of those bastards.
Protein not tasting like much is probably the reason why that non-meat protein thing I ate was just okay.
And what I found is that like you can use what comes out of the hamburger as the oil for cooking a stir fry.
Yeah. If you're buying those beef patties, though, just check if the ingredients indicate anything else.
Yeah,
Because a
that's
lot
the
of
thing.
times they make them cheap by putting fillers in.
I was going to say the last time I got patties, well, the couple times ago when I got the patties, they were mostly filler and it tasted like shit. So
Well,
you
when we
have
talk
to.
about filler, I mean that could be just about anything. I assume we're not talking styrofoam.
No,
Most
usually
often it's textured
cornflakes.
vegetable protein.
Okay, well, I mean I'm like seriously, as long as it tastes good and isn't wildly unhealthy, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Around here, just because it's common, it's usually ground soybean.
Now, one thing I'm thinking about, I mean, I will be moving to Vermont. There are a lot of dairy farms in Vermont. There's also a lot of maple sugaring. There's a lot of stuff I'll be able to get that may be better quality, fresher. Oh, that's and
Mhm.
probably cheaper because it's so close to the source in Vermont than I would say here or Seattle, and that'll be kind of nice. I mean, I miss all the maple products. I really do.
Yep.
Now, do you get a little bit of a price break because you're that much closer to the source, or?
Well, yeah, yeah. And there's a wider variety and all kinds of stuff. I mean,
Oh,
you'd
well,
be
that's good.
surprised how many varieties there are in maple syrup. And also there's a big old apple industry here. In fact, a lot of people, like the tourists who show up to go leaf peeping, will go apple picking. Like they'll pay to get this funky thing on a stick. It looks sort of like a lacrosse stick, but the thing that's on the end of it is like a weird metal cage
Oh,
with an open
yes.
end on it. And you put it up on the apple and just twist funky and it gets into the little baskety thing. People like tourists will pay to go do that and bring home the apples.
Yeah. I've seen that.
So I mean it's there are a lot of things you can get in Vermont that it's like fresh. There's a lot of produce markets, like family owned produce places, stuff like that. I mean, I'm not one for farmers markets, but at the very least, getting really fresh stuff and at a decent price is going to be great.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
Yeah.
most of the apples are more like, Red Delicious than they are Granny Smith, but still.
I do like farmers
oh,
markets just because, yeah, the stuff hasn't had to go through the whole supply chain of being trucked around and sorted at a warehouse and brought to the store and all that. So, it actually is a couple days fresher that way.
no,
Yeah.
Papaya from farmers markets are a lot better. I've done side by side taste tests.
Yeah, that baskety thing. The only
uh-huh.
thing is that I'm going to be further from the source of citrus. That's the one thing that's going to be like, because I mean, like here in San Diego, oranges are really cheap.
Oh, of course, yeah, because you're right on top of the orange growing.
I can only imagine what it's like in Florida, say.
We've had a lot of problem with greening around here. It's a disease that makes them not ripen.
Yeah.
Now, I can't get a decent, delicious apple here. I remember them being nice and crisp and everything else, but around here they're always soft.
I'm completely forgetting, like, what's the name of the really common apple?
Okay, wait a minute. Really common.
Like, as in the most ubiquitous.
Macintosh.
I thought it. Oh, that
Yeah,
might
that
be
might
it.
be
That
it. It
might.
might be the
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be it.
Let me get this
Let's
out
see
of here.
here. Oh, here we go. Different types of apple.
You would think I would
That's just
know
the
because I
book.
come from Ohio, but
Well, you'd think I know because I come from Vermont, but also my memory is a colander. So,
Niagara stane pecorada. Yes, yeah.
let's see. Um, you know what? It might actually be Honeycrisp.
Okay, now that is one apple I don't remember from my childhood. I don't know when
The
it was
Honeycrisp is a
introduced.
very common one in the supermarkets now.
Say again, hon?
The Honeycrisp is a very common one in the supermarkets now.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I honestly do not remember the ones I'm thinking of. Like there is a name for them, but I cannot for the life of me. Oh well.
Well,
I mean,
according to
they look remarkably similar to the Brayburn apples.
according to Google, the most common is Red Delicious.
Okay, but the one after that then. Oh, here's a really good list. Let me see if I can see the name here.
Okay, and with a little Google here, Diana, apparently Honeycrisp apples weren't even available until 1991.
Okay, so I
maybe
did not
am
grow up
thinking of
with
the-
them. That's why I don't remember them.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
might be thinking of the Macintosh then, because that is the one that at least most resembles the apples I'm thinking of. I mean, Fuji is close, Pink Lady is close, Northern Spy is close, but I don't think it's any of those.
Gala.
It could be. Could be.
Yeah, the galas are another one that's very common.
Well, I mean, I'm going by what my memory of the looking at the apple is.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the visual, yeah. I'm thinking Honeycrisp. That seems the most likely.
Yeah, I see those at
Anyway.
Walmart, but mostly I'd end up bringing Granny Smith's home.
Interestingly enough, to grow apples, you need actually 2 different varieties to cross-pollinate.
Well, all I know is that the Granny Smiths are the best.
Moo.
So, I can either microwave something and eat while we chat, or I can go.
Moof
But
beef.
either way, the food situation is becoming critical.
Uh-oh, we can't have criticality here. No.
So I am looking for feedback. Do I leave the stream or do I go get food and eat where everyone can hear me?
Well, I don't mind you eating on stream. I mean, I can deal with it. I don't know about everybody else here.
Okay.
I eat on
Um,
stream quite a lot. It's just a matter of muting your mic when you're chewing.
Yeah, I
just
don't
need to
do
check
that.
on my bird in
But,
about
all right,
10
I'll be
minutes
right
or so.
back then. It's time to zap something, it is.
Desta gonna be
Yeah.
the roda. Yeah.
I've been meaning to do the same thing since we started, so.
Eventually, I'll have to think about whether I eat anything. I had a couple eggs before the stream started. Oh, you know what I should do? What time is it? 14:53. Yeah, it's about time for a dose of medications here. So let me get a cup of coffee. Oh.
Well, everybody do their thing. I just need to check my bird in about 10 minutes or so.
There, it's zapping now. It'll be about 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
No, you gotta stop. Maltrato todo you gotta
I'm gonna have some popcorn later tonight.
Ooh, popcorn good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a crapshoot for me, depending on whether it's gonna like me back.
Any particular sort?
Just a pop secret. the movie theater popcorn.
Ah, that was the part I was asking about, was the movie theater. I love that. It's my favorite kind of popcorn. In fact, I've started cooking my stir fries in unsalted movie theater flavor oil.
I
And
actually
it gives a
found.
very unexpected but really nice flavor.
I'm gonna have to try that. I actually found some in my cabinet.
Yeah, oh, it's actually really good. Like, I mean, it's probably super bad for you, and I should be using like olive oil or canola or whatever, but it is pretty tasty.
Oh my. There we go. Okay, we're starting the coffee on the warm.
Yeah, I like popcorn, but it doesn't always like me back. It just doesn't. I don't know. On the way out, it just doesn't. I get cramps or
Ah.
something.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think
That
it
one
might
never
be.
happens to me. The one that gets to me is when you get the like, the kernel in under your, like, in your gums.
Oh god, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I think it actually might be an allergy that might be doing it, but 'cause I know it's more I've eaten it lately in the past year, less that's happening.
Or in my case, the bad one is when you get the hole between the gum and the denture. Ugh.
Wouldn't that be really easy? Can't you just take the dentures off?
If you've just put them in, they're really hard to take out.
Oh.
With
Well, I
the
wouldn't know a thing about that.
yeah, with the denture adhesive and everything, it gets really tight. Oh my. Okay, so there we go. 4 seconds to go on the coffee, and then I can take my drugsel moves. Yum yum drugs.
The when I furnish my new place, I mean, half of the stuff I'm getting has like LED lights all over it. It's gonna look seriously like a little kid lives there. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well.
I know, but I mean, seriously, like I got these this LED strip that's motion activated, so you can put it like underneath the bed, so when you step off, it turns on a light and you can like see the floor.
Okay, that might not be a bad thing, actually. No,
Yeah.
what I was thinking was, yeah, you have one of those and you drive the cats crazy.
Well, I mean, obviously, the desk I'm getting, it's a gaming desk, and it'll have LEDs in it. A lot of the lights that I want, like lamps and stuff, are very sort of new agey, I guess. It's going to be very sort of, I don't know if modern is the word I'm looking for, but futuristic isn't quite right. But it's going to be definitely a geek den.
Okay, then.
I've been meaning to put LEDs up over my kitchen sink.
Oh my. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed the way all of the computer components are going, with the LED lights all over them and everything else. But then again, I'm an old fart. All right.
Yeah, I've wondered why everything's got to have the flashing LED lights now. Like my new headset has it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
What is the point? I
Uh-huh.
can't even see
Because
it when
it's
I'm wearing them.
fun. That's the point, is because it's fun.
I guess it's
And
supposed-
I mean, some of this stuff is a fashion choice. Sure, you can't see it, but everyone around you can, and you're letting them know what you're into.
Just to
That
be-
kind of, it's like the same idea behind wearing a T-shirt of the band you like.
I guess if you go on screen, then people can see it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, one thing actually I'm thinking is kind of cool, an interesting idea, is to get a bunch of these LED strips that are motion activated and just put them all through my hallways and everything. So as I walk, everything lights up as I go. How cool would that be, to have the lights follow you?
Well, before the LEDs were popular, I had one of those rope lights running the length of my hallway, just as it made a really nice night light.
I'm a very big fan of indirect lighting. That's another thing that is on all of my my lists of lights and other furniture that I want. Is there are these floor lamps that you can put down where everything shines into like a corner of the room and then bounces back off to create a very soft sort of environment, a softly lit environment. I love that. I also love the look of indirect lighting against the wall. You know, like if something's behind a like a panel that sticks out from the wall and you can see just that splash of light on the sides of it. I love that.
I think I'd prefer if the big red button on the controls for these headsets was the mute button instead of the controls for the light.
Yeah, that's what I would prefer to do too, because the mute for the microphone on the side is just it's not as convenient.
The
And the
headphones
one
I
for the
have that
lights
are
I never really use.
the headphones I have that are like a gaming headset has some actually really cool features. Like there's a touchpad on the right ear that lets you do like the fast forward, backward, pause. But also they cover your ears so much that a lot of the outside world is muted. So if you put your whole hand over the touchpad, it activates a microphone that lets you hear the outside world.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is one thing about these, that they do fully go over my ears, and they really do mute all of the outside noise.
I don't know if there's a way to mute the mic on these. I haven't checked.
Yeah, well, that's what I really like about the headset I take to dialysis. It does go over the ears, and number one, it mutes a lot of the outside stuff, and number two, I can wear it longer before it starts hurting. The on the ear stuff starts hurting after, say, a couple of hours, and that's not good.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I've said about these, is that they've got such a tight band across the top that they're okay for me, but if anyone had a significantly wider head, they might find them uncomfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, I found if you sit these things all a little bit off center from the top of your head, it fits more. They sit better, more comfortably.
The gaming headset I was talking about is very comfortable.
Well, fortunately, I, am rarely wearing them for more than 6 or 8 hours, so.
And also they like they don't have lights in them, these. They're actually pretty understated, but it still looks like I'm, an air traffic controller.
Well, at least you're not looking like Nephilim free, right?
Well, actually it's been so long since I've seen him, I don't remember.
Oh, wow. I don't know if he still does, but he used to have the
Oh, well, I know that part. I just don't remember what they looked like.
Oh, okay, just massive. I remember when Truth Surge did his parody, he was wearing flower pots on his head.
And I'm having a hard time finding an image of him. I guess I'll actually have to go to YouTube.
Yeah, I think probably.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
I mean,
remember.
it's some of the more infamous people out there. You can just do an image search. So, Nephilim free. Oops, that would be Nephilim, not Nephilim. Kate.
Right.
I mean, it's a typo, but still. Actually, those aren't that big. I think the ones I've got are bigger. Which sounds suggestive, but it's not what I meant.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Can you share the picture? I don't remember what it looked like either.
I'm trying to find a good one. The one I saw was actually kind of obstructed.
The best way I can put it is he looked like a child molester.
Well, yeah, kinda. Okay, I guess I can't see any that are like a thumbnail of him. So let's see. He would also speak in that droning monotone.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Okay, I'm on Nephilim Free's channel, I'm pretty
There you
sure, but it's someone else. Yeah, those are much smaller than the ones I've got.
Yeah, those are much smaller than the ones I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must be a new picture.
Yeah, those are actually smaller than the ones I'm wearing.
But he was infamous for his headphones, it's true.
Oh my.
Oh, you get package Danako.
Oh my. I got purple talking like me.
No, that's just my ticks. That's why I'm
Was that
usually
word?
muting myself.
It actually sounded like Japanese for a second there.
No, just random syllables. I
Okay.
expect that it would have been taken as being either speaking in tongues or being demon possessed if I'd grown up in a church that believed in such things.
Yeah,
Oh, I
huh?
can only imagine what people would have thought of me if I'd been raised in a church going family.
Oh, I
Well,
remember. Hmm?
at least the Catholic Church didn't, think too much of it. They just thought I was a weird kid.
There you go. No, I remember my.
Okay, but I'm sure they'd take exception to my being a lesbian.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but I
a
was out
bit.
of the Catholic Church before that part came out.
I'm gonna go check on my bird real quick. Be right
Okay.
back.
Tweet. Now, I remember my sister happily talking about the church she went to when she lived in Columbus, Ohio, where after the service they would go to the local Denny's and they'd be rolling around on the floor, slain in the spirit, or they'd be doing the speaking in tongues thing. And, that was just taken as a normal Sunday morning. Oh, God. Yeah, for those who don't know, the slimy bastards raised the two of us Roman Catholic, and then she found Jesus and I found Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, see, the weird thing is all these people finding Jesus. I mean, is he that good at hiding? Apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple films recently, YouTube films, about, is the hiddenness of God or the hiddenness of Jesus to be taken as an excuse for not believing. And I was thinking of answering that stuff, but you made a point earlier today, Kate. Yeah, where I might try to citation it to death.
Yeah, you get paralyzed by being complete and instead of being understood.
Okay, the ultimate hide and seek contest: Yahweh versus Bigfoot.
Mm-mm.
Who would win?
Well, there have been films with the claim that they were Bigfoot. You don't even have that with Yahweh.
Actually, I know who would win. Amelia Earhart,
There you go.
the Lindbergh baby.
Yeah, huh?
Now, but see, there's at least a historical record that they at some point existed.
Well, sure, but try finding them now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard somewhere there was some article I read that apparently Amelia Earhart had been found and maybe had even been alive when everyone thought she was dead, but it looked like one of those, woo peddling tabloid type things. I mean, it was
Okay.
online, it was very recent, but still.
Yeah, no, actually, I think there was something that came out like within the last 2 years. That they actually found like a piece of bone or something that they were able to verify DNA that it was her.
Okay. Bredopotastie. Let's see what we got. There we are. Netoposhanda.
Okay, my turn to put you on speakers and go get food.
Moo.
Oh, yeah, I definitely needed the nosh. I was more than peckish.
More sand. Okay, then. He's bufu.
Although it's definitely not beefy. There's no meat in this at all.
Okay, then. Oh, well.
I still think that there ought to be like a convenience store for heroin users and also people with the munchies, and you'd call it Smack and Cheese.
All right. Oh, gee.
I don't know.
Okay. Amelia Earhart would be 115 years old today.
Yowza. Because, you know, that's old.
Yes, yeah.
Almost as old as you.
Almost. Well,
okay,
let's
it's all
see.
taken care of.
My babka would be 130 years old today.
Hmm. I have no idea how old my grandparents were. Like, not a clue.
And I'm
It's also very difficult to imagine my grandmother's pregnant. Like, I'm not even thinking of the conception because that's usually where most people would go. It's just hard to imagine them walking around like that. Like, none of them really struck me as the maternal sort, to be honest.
Okay, okay.
Although, to be fair, one of them did die when I was very young. But the other set of grandparents had divorced and remarried, so I still had two grandmothers anyway.
Okay.
See, if my grandmother was still alive, she'd be 98.
Years?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. That's just. It seemed like the thing to say for some reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the day. My babka was born in February of 1892.
You know, I hadn't thought about it until he started bringing it up, but if my dad was still alive, he would have been 100 last year.
Hmm.
But I gotta feel bad for my uncle. Well, not only did his mom die, his wife died, and his dog died all in the same year.
Sounds like the worst country song ever.
Yeah, huh?
I mean, mind you, that's kind of redundant, but maybe that's just because I don't like country music. And, you know, honestly, I prefer them on bushes instead of trees.
Already then.
No, huh? Okay. Come on, that was a good one. Tell me you understood it at least.
Can't say that I do.
Well, we were talking about country music, and I said I prefer them on bushes rather than trees. Country.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there you go.
Bring me a shrubbery.
Okay, so is this the you got the fufu on the bufu on the beefy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking up that because records. I have them on the other system on this machine, but no, I'd have to get a membership, and it's like fuck that.
When you say records,
Like birth record, well, I don't know
Okay.
if there's a immigration record, definitely.
well, I mean, sometimes when people say record, they mean criminal.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you. No,
Or they could mean medical. I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of records out there. I mean, world is one.
moo.
So, you know, I thought it was worth asking a clarifying question.
Desta batalla. No, I actually recently found the immigration records for Babka's father. I didn't know they were around to be found, but I just stumbled across them.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
I
didn't.
don't know. It's weird. Like, I have so little motivation to look up my extended family because none of them are blood relatives, not a one of them.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah.
So it's like, you know, okay, I could find out a lot about, say, like dad's side of the family from Sicily, but to what end? I mean, maybe it'd be interesting to find my family history if they were like blood family, but they're not. So what am I going to do with the information at all?
Well, the one thing I like about it is that you get a little bit of insight into them. Not much, mind you, but you get a little bit.
I don't know. I feel like I have plenty of insight into them.
Well, for example, I didn't know that Bubka's father even came here with them, but it seems that he did immigrate with them.
Well, my mom's side, there's my grandmother who is Czechoslovakian, and my grandfather was Dutch.
Okay, then.
So, I mean, like the one from Czechoslovakia, did she come here legally or illegally? Because if she came here illegally and if she was at all short, she could have told someone to smuggle her there in a box by asking, "Can you cash a little check?"
Legally.
Wah,
And there's,
wah,
there's still a,
Old joke, but I had to. It was just sitting there all pink and naked. I had to point at it.
we still have family. Apparently, we still have family over where she used in the town where she lived. Another family member went over visiting, and he was looking at the graves, and he found one grave marked, but with no date on it. So he knew there was somebody still alive.
Okay.
Well,
So he went-
are
so he went-
you sure though? Because sometimes, like, they may not know when someone died; they just know they died, and they'll put the little dash there with no date.
Well, I was just gonna say he went into town and actually met them, and she was like a very stereotypical, old world little old lady. With the shawl on and everything.
Yeah.
You explained to him who he was, like, and everybody like they invited him in and they had dinner or something.
But you got on the egg thing.
That's one thing I find interesting about foreign cultures, where like meals are such a huge deal for some.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like you meet a stranger and immediately invite them for dinner.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong; it's pretty awesome, but it's also so far outside my experience.
Bald and Bankrupt finds that remarkable as well. Now that is somebody who the channel on YouTube is Bald and Bankrupt, and he loves to travel the former Soviet republics, and he's been invited on first meeting into homes, and he finds that remarkable, and well, so do I. But
Well, these are people who have gone through times of actual starvation, so that's probably a reason why they would consider that to be a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, well, I mean, there are cultures where I just don't get the mindset, but a lot of them actually seem kind of appealing too. I mean, I have to admit, maybe it's because I'm adopted, maybe it's because my parents didn't like deal with the extended family much, but I always wanted one of those, like, oh yeah, grandma lives one town away, the cousins are, 3 blocks over there, we'll have a barbecue every freaking weekend. Like, I always wanted one of those big extended family experiences, and I'm not sure why, but a lot of these other cultures seem to have that, where, like, you get the grandparents and the cousins all together around one big table, like, multiple times a year.
yeah,
That's the reason why I ended up moving to Florida from Texas, because most of my family was here.
Well, the next time we have a family reunion, Kate, you can go in my place.
there
I
you
told
go.
them I was transitioning. Maybe they won't know the difference.
Well, we have a like a family get together thing, the Teresi family reunion it is, and the thing is, like, we were going to have one in, wait for it, 2020, and that worked out really well.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, eventually we'll have a family reunion. I suppose we'll have to figure that out. But the last one was sort of delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the same
they-
thing happened with ours, that we were supposed to have it 2 years ago.
Yep.
So that didn't happen last year. I don't know if they're going to try to do it this year. I haven't heard anything yet, so I'm thinking not.
No,
Continue,
don't
we
even-
might. considering the way
know my family's philosophy on mask wearing yet. I don't know.
considering the way my family is, I'm actually surprised I didn't get a text or a call saying that they're having a dinner or get together today.
Hmm. I really want to have like a group of people who want to do a game night every now and then,
Yeah.
and I mean, like, maybe board games, maybe not freaking Pictionary and charades, maybe something a little geekier, but that and some tabletop gaming. I like playing all this VR poker. Man, as long as you don't have one of those people who's trying to play cutthroat like it's tournament rules, there's definitely that sort of vibe of like a bunch of co-workers getting together in someone's basement rec room kind of
Yeah.
vibe.
Oh,
And I really like that, and I hope I can find that in Meat Space at some point.
I really
Yeah.
liked that when my wife and I would get together with friends to play Pinochle over a weekend. It was nice, definitely.
Well,
and
that's why I said something a little geekier. I mean, I want to play something like Clank in Space or Secret Hitler or Exploding Kittens or,
Yep.
Cards Against Humanity or Joking Hazard or, I don't know. I don't really like Settlers of Catan, but I'll take that over, say, Backgammon any day.
Okay.
Well, and that was part of the thing for me moving back to Minnesota, is I wanted to get back into those kind of things. Yeah, thanks to the COVID, of course, nobody has been having group meetings. But the longest, what is now the longest running gaming group in Minnesota, the first historical Minnesota Gaming Society. I did not help pick the name, but we actually started that in my sister's basement in 1982. And they have been meeting just about weekly ever since.
In your sister's basement?
No, it's gotten moved around a couple of times, and they finally got, a regular place at a gaming store.
That was actually one thing, like a lot of businesses in Vermont, I mean, they didn't start out as storefronts. A lot of them are just houses that are now used as stores. And there was this one, it was like it was Earth Prime Comics and Quarterstaff Games. Now they have a proper storefront now, but I remember just going into this house that happened to have a shit ton of comics and role playing games in it, and it was a very different experience than what I get these days in a big city.
Moo,
Yep.
moo.
I know.
And I'll be honest, I prefer the big city version of a gaming store, but still, there will always be a bit of affection in my heart for mostly Quarterstaff more than Earth Prime. I mean, I remember spending hours after school with friends painting miniatures just for the fun of it and to gab,
Oh, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, nuts, I miss going to the gaming conventions. Still kind of gauging about, do we have to settle on just this is the way it's going to be from now on, and I have to just take the risk of going to the convention or not going at all?
I don't know, because this is what you get when you've got a country full of arseholes who are, 4 years old. I don't know if it's exactly this,
Yeah.
but my feeling is it could have been over in 2000. I'm sorry, not 2000, 2020. But for these arseholes.
Yeah, if everybody had taken it seriously and followed the CDC guidelines, we probably could have, been over it in the first 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, huh?
It could have been contained.
Yeah. But now I don't know that it will ever be over. Yeah, it's probably
We won't
endemic
be.
by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll never be over it because, new variants are coming out too quick, and nobody's taking it seriously at all now.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, it's so frustrating because I mean, like what can you do? You can't fix stupid, and these people are so like they're full on contrarians who
Yeah.
think they're thinking for themselves.
Yeah.
Like doing the opposite of what the people in power are saying to do automatically, no matter what, is not being a free thinker. It's being a schmuck,
Yes.
right? It's being a naysayer. And they're doing it for the stupidest, most selfish reasons. They think they're taking some sort of like stand or something. And they're not. Not
Well,
really. And
the
these are the
prob-
same people who get their panties in a twist when someone takes a knee at a baseball game or a football game or whatever the fuck.
Dai Korostu.
the problem is that, the people in Congress who are supposed to be, seen as the leaders, that the partisan politics, that defying the other party is more important than the public safety.
Oh yeah, well that whole thing when it gets into the political view, this is what's another thing that's screwing us up forever. I don't know if we will be over that in my lifetime. Which, mind you, could be 2 weeks, but still.
Well, and the worst part is like, I mean, I haven't heard a damn thing about the so-called squad in ages. But what I did see, I'm like AOC developed Washington brain faster than anyone I've ever seen. Like
Okay,
she
then.
went from I'm willing to be a one-term Congress muppet just as long as I get stuff done to oh, we're working on that. We'll get you a comment later. Like she started playing the games so quickly,
Calling
and it was like,
Pelosi Mama Bear.
yeah, oh, exactly, yeah, calling Pelosi Mama Bear. She bought into it. She's part of the club now. She's not part of the squad. If the squad ever really existed in anything but name.
Now I don't know. I don't know if you can get anything done from the outside. That's the problem. And if you can't get anything done from the outside, then okay, more drastic measures are necessary, and I can't say much more than that.
Well, politics aside, what still strikes me as probably the greatest personal irony is the lockdown started like 2 weeks after we moved here.
Yeah, huh?
So right after we moved, I was all excited about getting together with the gaming group again. And one of my first purchases after we moved was to buy a copy of the game Pandemic. Which, ironically, because of the pandemic, I have not been able to have 5 or 6 people together in the same room to play it.
Dai Korostu.
I keep mixing up Pandemic and Plague Incorporated. Is Pandemic the one where you're trying to save the world, or is it the one where everyone's a disease?
No, Pandemic's... It's got a couple of different play modes, but the usual one is that everybody's playing as a team. Basically,
Okay.
you're playing against the deck to try and control the plague.
Okay, then Plague Incorporated is the one where each player is a different virus. Or bacterium, or whatever the fuck. You notice how it's always viruses when they do something scary in Hollywood with a disease or whatever? It's like, oh my gosh, it's like, unless it's flesh-eating bacteria, they never mention bacteria at all. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, well, viruses or virae are scary. They are, absolutely.
They also mutate faster.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I still think like just shake it up once in a while and make it bacteria instead of viruses. Just once
Yeah.
in a while.
Well, and honestly, I expect at least 80% of the audience wouldn't know the difference between a virus and a bacteria.
Maybe, but
Probably
I mean,
not.
even if they would or wouldn't, at least they'd be hearing about it and they'd be like, "Hey, wait a sec, this is different from usual." That may be enough for some people to get curious enough to care.
I mean,
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, actually, a lot of the time, I think education is best done through pop culture if you
Oh,
can
yeah.
do it in a way that's not like a sledgehammer to the head, if it can be organic.
I mean,
Oh yeah, it would be a good thing to have a scene for, having a doctor in there explaining what the difference is between a virus and a bacteria, and why you can't inoculate against a bacteria.
I mean, when was the last time bacteria were in the news? Henson?
Well, I
No.
mean, I remember the whole flesh-eating bacteria thing, but I don't remember when that was.
The whole sledgehammer to the head messaging thing has been a big problem in TV shows and movies lately.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But as far as the bacteria, there is a brain-eating bacteria that we're getting the warnings about now because it flares up at
Oh.
some point every summer.
I remember seeing that in the news recently. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, it grows in a lot of lakes and ponds,
Yeah.
and if somebody gets it up their nose, that it can actually get into the brain.
So, Okay, is it just that we're hearing reports more, or does it seem to anyone else like the world is trying much harder to kill us than it ever used to?
Well, I think part of it is that we understand more about these things. That probably years ago, you had 4 or 5 people mysteriously die and they couldn't determine the cause.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess that would be the same thing like, oh, back in my day, we didn't have fill in neurodivergent gender, whatever. And it's
Hmm.
like, yes, you did. It just wasn't diagnosed, dumbass. All of that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big part of it is just, that it wasn't diagnosed and that when you only had, you literally had mainstream media, you just had 3 networks who were all basically covering the same stories. So you didn't hear about the things that didn't affect the majority of people.
I mean, I don't know. It's just this easy access to information really has changed the world in ways I have a difficult time convincing other people have happened, and it's very frustrating. Like, I mean, just seriously, one thing that has actually bothered me about the information age is that I can't really have discussions with people about certain things anymore, or more specifically, in certain ways. Like, I can't ask a question about something and not just get a Google answer. Like, I can't get a panel of people together to discuss an idea or a topic because the answer is already on fucking Google, right? So it's like the desire to start a human interaction with a question is just now moot,
Yeah.
and I don't like that about it.
Yeah, I
it's-
see what you mean there.
uh,
And again, you're in here talking to people who are a generation older than you almost, so to me it's just I reflect back that kids, everybody takes for granted the cell phones, that you've always got your phone with you, you've got a camera in it, you've got access to the internet in your pocket, and that's I grew up having to ride my bicycle to the library.
well, I mean, it's funny how quickly it became normal for me. I mean, I walk around with a cell phone. I remember even the older cell phones that feel so primitive now, but I'm like, what I have, it would be so difficult to go back, I think. And I've said it many times before on this show, is that I think my generation was one of the first to truly embrace the new rather than digging in our heels on what we like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like previous generations, they'd always go, "Oh, all the stuff that kids are into today, and all the music, and this, that, and the other thing." Where like my generation seems to keep up with the current music, even as they get older. You
Yeah, having a
know,
smartphone is one of the few things I do like.
it's just it's interesting to me how the world has changed and how few people really have acknowledged it, because it happened so slowly that they didn't quite notice the change, like that proverbial frog in the boiling water
yeah, huh?
Hmm.
Yeah.
thing. I mean, it just like it's weird trying to shake people out of that daze long enough for them to actually see what the hell you're talking about. I don't know.
Well, yeah. For example, um, when I was a kid, it was 8 years between the first the first flight into space and the first steps on the moon. Now, in today's technology, had you had the mindset, the engineering mindset of the 60s, it might have just been a couple of years. And yeah, so now the mindset isn't there anymore. So it's taking a lot longer to do new things.
Well, it's kind of irritating because, like, I still feel that Challenger was the beginning of the end for NASA. I mean, sure, NASA's still around, but they stopped being quite so much with the innovators. I mean, actually, here's a weird question. Now that Russia is making itself kind of obnoxious, where are we going to get the Soyuz capsules? Because we don't have rockets, we don't have a shuttle program anymore, unless we get Elon Musk to start like bankrolling or get the government to bankroll his space program. I mean,
Yeah.
what are we going to do
Yeah.
in this
Yeah, these
country?
private developers are probably where we're going.
Yeah.
Well,
That's really what's going to come to now is that the government's going to have to start start paying SpaceX to take people back and forth to the International Space Station.
I thought they were already doing that.
Well, they've already gone there. I don't think they're doing it like instead of what they've been doing already. I think it was more like Elon Musk was the one going up there, like his people. Like I don't know. I got the impression it was not official NASA procedure yet.
Yeah, it was just more a bunch of millionaires doing it rather than people who were like trained scientists.
It's funny, like I was watching some old Lewis Black routines, and one of them, I forget exactly who the rich people were that he was talking about, but he's like, between a father and a son, they took like so many billions of dollars. What are they gonna do? Start their own space program? And fast forward about 20 years, and well, yeah, they fucking are. So, I mean, yeah.
Oh my. Let's see if we can lean forward to get to the keyboard here, because I'm pressing my horse collar against my neck here. Oh. Okay, here we go.
Don't hurt yourself.
Say again, hon?
Don't hurt yourself much.
Well, we're trying to be good to the neck. I tell you, arthritis is not fun.
I like Lewis Black. He's very funny.
Oh yeah.
Because the other thing I don't know is how long the ISS has to live.
Yeah, that is something I've wondered about. Like, I mean, I have vague memories of something called Skylab. I mean, I could pick it out of a space station lineup well enough, but I was too young for Skylab to be anything other than a name when it was new. I don't know exactly what its runtime was, but I think it was during my lifetime. They eventually took it out of orbit. They like splashed it or something. And I'm wondering when the ISS will need replacing. Or are they going to try to ship a Theseus it, like with, repairs?
Oh my. I know that there were some plans on how to end the life of the ISS. I don't know if they've changed.
Yeah. Well, I know they have been working on, basically how they can deorbit it without it causing damage below. So I think that they're pretty much resigned that, its lifespan is approaching the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, they don't want to end it until we've got something up there to replace it.
Okay, here we go. Talking about Skylab, unable to be reboosted by the space shuttle, which was not ready until 1981, Skylab's orbit eventually decayed and it disintegrated in the atmosphere on July 11th, 1979, scattering debris across the Indian Ocean and Western Australia. Mm-hmm. So Skylab was up there during my lifetime, but let's remember that in July of 1979, I was like 3?
3 years old, maybe? Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
Now, from NASA...
So that's actually the one I remember. Because, they landed on the moon when I was 5, so I didn't really see a whole lot of the Apollo program on that. But I really do remember the whole building a Skylab thing, and that was something I followed all through, my years in school.
I mean, because I was an 80s kid, I went into first grade in, 80 or 81. For me, the space program began and ended with the shuttles, because that's what was happening when, all through my childhood was shuttles.
Yeah.
And to me, also, they're the coolest looking of the spacecraft I've yet seen. They have that sort of like they can do atmosphere and space,
Yeah, well, you put wings on it, and all of a sudden it's cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it looks pretty badass, and you know me, I like the more sort of sci-fi spaceship looks, and
Okay.
the shuttle came closer than the rockets did for sure.
Clockwork Rex is saying less than 3 years for the ISS.
Oh, huh.
Okay, so
Which
they're
one's
So
fun?
what are we doing after that? Is there a plan to make a new space station?
not that I know of.
Well, there's like a Chinese module already up there,
Oh,
and
but
I had heard some references to them basically starting with that, and again, like each country sending up their own module to link together with it.
aren't we like not the biggest friends with China right now? I mean, how much do they want us to be part of them? I'm
Yeah,
just asking.
but yeah, one of the things I really remember was Apollo 17, when the Apollo and the Soyuz capsule linked together in space, and a Russian and an American shook hands in orbit during the middle of the Cold War.
Oh, that was ASTP in 1975. Yeah.
So here's a weird question. Do you think like the inside of the ISS is like sort of stinky?
Oh
Because
yeah.
you get all these astronauts and they're probably getting sweaty, and like the air filters can only do so much. I have to wonder, like someone who's never been to the ISS before, they get up there and they get the first whiff of
Oh yeah.
air and they're like, oh my God, locker room, you know?
I think I remember one
Yeah.
of the Kelly brothers mentioning that because both of them have been to the ISS, and
Yeah, and
yeah, it smells like gym
people are
socks. Say
people
again?
are constantly people are constantly shedding hair and skin, so all the time they're up there, and try as hard as they can to keep it all clean. There's going to be some little corners that you can't get the dust out of.
Well, I mean, that's something like I remember that apocryphal tale. People love to tell it as if it's true. Where like the United States spent gajillions of dollars on a pen that can write like upside down and in zero G, and the Russians just use a pencil. And I'm like, bullshit, they did. Because pencil shavings are going to get everywhere.
Uh
Even if
huh.
it's a mechanical pencil and you decide to erase something, not going to work. I
Yep.
mean, there's going to be little flecks of something everywhere.
Just in the
Well, and
process of
And that's
writing.
that's that's how I knew the story was bullshit. Before I ever had it confirmed, I was
yep.
like, nah, even the Russians aren't that stupid.
Well, and especially a pencil, because graphite can conduct electricity. So a
There you
broken
go.
pencil point could have caused something to short out up there.
So yeah, I'm sure that if they're writing stuff, it's got to be a pen. I doubt they even use whiteboards because, like, erasing those bastards creates a lot of dust.
Well, I'm looking at here. It looks like there are several proposals for the replacement for the ISS, which also include a number of these private space programs such as SpaceX and Lockheed.
Hmm.
Well,
Well,
Elon Musk claims he's going to have an orbiting space hotel by 2022. Oh, wait,
see,
that's now.
I would love actually to go to like a space hotel if I could afford it, but I probably never will if there ever even is one. So,
Okay. The
I'm
article
sure
I have
somebody will
here.
build one eventually.
well, yeah, eventually. I mean,
The article I have here from Inverse, so this is a publication I didn't know before today. Um, Dateline 20 March of this year. The article mentions that NASA has decided to extend the lifespan of the space station until 2031. Unless they've changed their mind in the last couple months.
Well, it sounds like that's more recent than what I was hearing about, so probably because of the problems they're having with the, of not having the access to the Russian space program and that, they probably figured that they've got to patch it together a little bit longer because they're not going to be able to do the replacement when they thought they could.
uh, I mean, like I've dreamed of going to space, since I was old enough to understand the concept, but it seems like every time they start talking about some really cool bit of technology that's going to happen someday, one of two things happens. Either it never shows its face again, whatever it was, or you can like triple the amount of time they told you to expect to find it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, like they were saying virtual reality, all kinds of a thing in the 90s. They were saying that, and
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, here we are. It's 2022, and sure, I've had VR for a while, and sure, it's really cool and advanced, but you guys took too long getting here. So like, I expect space tourism to be a thing when I'm like way too old to appreciate it.
Yeah, I expect it'll happen in your lifetime. Now, whether or
Yeah.
not it will ever be brought down to a cost you could afford in your lifetime is another matter.
So I guess really my only hope is that Quinn Redshift takes off or some other project I make takes off and I become a multi-gajillionaire.
Yep.
I mean, like, it wouldn't be so bad, I think, being a gajillionaire as long as you can remind yourself that you're just another schmuck on the street, really. It's like I love what people like Keanu do, where they just give away most of what they earn.
Yeah.
I mean, like I would keep enough to play with my toys, the things I want to do, but I wouldn't hoard it the way a
Yeah.
lot of rich people do. That's just like obnoxious. So,
Yeah,
you
I think
know,
that's really the thing is that, realize at some point that, you're living really comfortably and this is how much you need to maintain that lifestyle. And yeah, the rest of it you might as well, blow on some charity or something.
yeah. I mean, granted, obviously, I'd go out and buy a DeLorean or something, but maybe have an architect, a special like architect who designs certain kind. They might design my dream home for me, but after all of that stuff's taken care of, I'll keep what I need to fund some of my animation work and give away the rest.
I'd like to get a few acres of land and just grow do my big gardening on that, along with the home I designed.
Okay, I mean, I'm not much for gardening, but maybe I'll grow some weed. I mean, I keep hearing about people growing their own, and I don't really exactly have a green thumb, but I have to admit to being mildly curious what I could I make enough for it to be worth it? Like as in worth it for me to have what I grow, not worth it to sell it.
I would build a greenhouse and then hire a mage to come and run it.
There you go. I used to pretty much run the greenhouse when I was in high school.
Yeah, I have not had much luck with plants. I can't keep things going.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it's just a matter of education.
I don't know. I think some of it has to also be dedication because I'll be honest, if I started a garden, I'd forget that I had after like a month or two. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just sort of an ADHD thing or maybe an autism thing. I don't know. But
Yeah.
after a while, I just like not remember that I have something to tend to.
Yeah, there is some dedication to it as well.
Yeah. Oh,
Of course, once you get things established, you can actually get gardens that will pretty much take care of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also, okay, there are some like gaps in industry and stuff that I would love to have the money to fill. For example, I would love to start like a big company that makes jeans for women that have fucking pockets in them. That would be great. Another one I actually would love to do, this is untapped here, and I think it might sell, is to make practical cars like, family sedans and shit that nevertheless have the aesthetics of a sports car. It doesn't have the engine, it doesn't have all that crap, but it looks like mom's driving a Lamborghini regardless. I mean, why don't we have that?
Yeah, well, I definitely am going to make random pockets a fashion statement.
Maybe
Well,
tops.
I didn't say random, I said goddamn, but anyway.
Maybe tops.
I know. Slight
Alright.
different variations on the same theme.
Fair enough, fair enough.
maybe tops for large-breasted women, and so they don't have to look like they're either busting out of their top or they're wearing a tent.
Oh man. Oh, okay. Like I tried on those jeans that were really popular a while back. The ones that sort of only sit halfway up your hips and constantly feel like they're about to fall off. And I was like, nope, 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 nope. But then when I found like the other jeans, they'd be mom jeans that go like clear up to your tits. And I'm like, not this either. Eventually, I just was like, fuck it, and shopped in the boy section because it's the only place I could find something that didn't feel like it was going to fall off and had pockets.
I've known women who just shop in the boys section.
Yeah, it's just so much easier. I just wish they would make jeans like that nevertheless fit my pelvis.
But I haven't really started as far as a woman's style yet. And I am surprised already, though, that even just going out in my carpenter's jeans, that most people will still address me as female.
I'm assuming
So-
then that you've since mowed the chin and everything?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to keep that back. That's the biggest
Okay.
challenge, is keeping the beard down.
Well, because I've only like seen your face once, and yeah. So, I mean, like I've been trying to picture what you must be like now.
Yeah, but, it must be a vibe I give off for that most people will still go to that assumption, so.
Might also be the voice.
Yeah, voice will do it to you. Those few times I get red, it's my voice that does it. I'm amazed
Yeah.
at how few times that does happen, though. Maybe they do read me and they just shut up about it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's still my favorite transitioning story is just when it was getting around that I had come out, and somebody mentioned it, and one of the guys said, they said I was transitioning, and one of the guys said, which way? That I've been
Okay.
live streaming with him about once a month for 2 years, and he had never figured out what gender I was to begin with.
Look at that. Yeah.
Well,
Now, the only time I'm reliably read is over the phone, because almost every time I'm involved in a phone conversation, it's okay, sir, what are we up to, or whatever, one of these. And I get it. So I guess voice carries a lot of impact.
Well, it must, and I never really felt that I had a feminine voice. I thought it was something I was going to have to be more concerned about.
Well, I mean, you have to admit your voice is a little high.
Yeah, well, mine certainly is, because even when I modify the voice quite a bit, because this is my natural range here.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that, like Purple, your voice is a little, like it's that there's not a lot of bass going on. Let's just put it that way.
Daí eu gosto.
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, I'm good with that. And maybe that's part of it, that maybe, most guys are afraid of sounding feminine and probably would have worked at it at some point during their life. I never thought it was something that I needed to work on.
well, there was a kid in my school, Kevin something. I think it started with a Z. He like I don't know what was up with his voice, but it was like he was in constant falsetto, and I mean well into his teens. I don't think it ever changed as long as I knew him.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
He just constantly like it didn't even sound like he was a high tenor or even a soprano. It sounded like falsetto constantly, and I don't know what's up with that.
I
Yeah.
went into this range by the time I was 15.
Now, I've known a couple of people who speak in a falsetto in order to do what they think is sound feminine. And boy, to my ears anyway, that gives them away right away. 'Cause they sound like they've got throat cancer or some shit.
Yeah. Well, I've watched a bunch of voice coaching videos, And that's like the first thing that they always try to warn you about is that, yeah, the falsetto is not going to make you sound feminine. It's going to make people analyze it more.
Yeah, huh?
I'm trying to look up something here about why some guys sound falsetto, but I'm not doing the right searches because I'm mostly getting like, why do some guys sing this way? What's a castrati? And a couple of what does it mean to be gay? And I'm like, this is not it. I got to figure out like why do some guys' voices never get deep? I don't know.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, on the subject of voices, I'm wondering how long I have to be here before I get my Minnesota accent back. Since I was gone more than 10 years, I lost the accent.
Same thing happened to me with my New England accent, which is, I guarantee you, gonna come back by the time, like when I move there, or at least a little bit. I'm gonna be living in part of the state that doesn't have the accent quite so much, but still, there's gonna be patterns that'll come back. One of the suggestions I found, like I typed in, why do some guys' voices never change? And one of the suggestions is, does having a deep voice mean you have big balls?
Okay.
I just okay.
But I don't know, yeah, maybe because you were in Vermont so long, you may get your accent back. The thing I've noticed with me is I've been here over 30 years, and happily, I never got a Pittsburgh accent. So that's a good thing.
Seattle is a place that actors often go to lose their accent. It is one of the most generic American accents there. And that's probably why I started to lose most of my New England accent. As I've said many times, the T's become glottal stops, and that's about all I have left. I remember people in Vermont who would describe the town of St. Albans as Snalbans. St. Albans, St. Albans, St. Albans, like it got so mushy. But when you say St. Albans, you know what the frick they're saying, as long as you know what St. Albans is. Yeah. But and even when I say it now, it comes out as Say Nalbans, not St. Albans. St. Albans.
Da strada.
I mean, that may end up more pronounced. There's a few other things, pronounced. There's a few other things like that that may come back because I've found that my accent is quite malleable, actually. Like after watching a shit ton of Young Sheldon, I found myself slowly sounding Texan.
I'll sometimes slip into a New York accent.
Well, I do that on purpose.
Well, it just kind of happens with me sometimes. Probably because I used to hang out with a lot of people from New York, and my family also came from that area.
I found if I really try to do a feminine voice, I inevitably wind up falling into a British accent.
Okay. That might have a certain appeal anyway, so I don't know.
Yeah. I guess, that's the influence of watching mostly BBC stuff growing up.
There you go. I could do a pretty good Aussie accent, but not so much anymore.
I can say certain phrases and be mistaken for Australian, but I could not, like, free form. I could not improv. Freestyle, I think is what I was going for. I don't think I could do that. But there are a couple of things where, like, I know certain vowels, why they, like, when they're supposed to sound certain ways. Like pardon, I believe comes out as like paddon almost. Pardon me there, fella. There's a certain things like that. And there's, I don't know, like a lot of A's become almost an E sound, like an kind of thing. So it's, I'd say I've made a study of it, but a very, 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 very fucking casual one. Mostly by watching a lot of Jim Jeffries and Mad Max, but whatever. Also, it's something I have to know a little bit for animating lip sync.
Okay.
It is interesting, like people who have never animated lip sync before, you might ask them like, okay, how do you think it's done? A lot of people would be like, well, look at the word and just make the mouth look like that shape. A lot of them think that the spelling of the word matters, and I'm like, not really. It's just the sound that comes out. You have to make the mouth look like it's making that sound regardless of how the word is spelled.
A lot of times in anime, that's the reason why they changed the wording because it matches better with the lip syncing.
Well, anime rarely lip syncs, though. I mean, have you noticed that? Like a lot of anime, they just seem to open and close their mouths like they're Muppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anime is mostly just random mouth movements.
Well,
Yeah.
in Japan they don't really care as much, but when they translate it over into a dub, they tend to focus on that a little bit more. That's
Yeah.
that's actually the reason why, like in Dragon Ball Z, where it's over 9,000. That's
Yeah.
actually the reason why they changed that, because
Oh.
Vegeta's mouth lips fit 9 rather than I think it was 8,000.
Huh. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like I've noticed a lot of, especially older dubbed anime, sounds very, very, very stilted. Once anime started becoming popular enough for Hollywood to notice, and they started getting like actual A-list actors to dub some of this stuff, it got better. But I mean, it is almost impossible for me now to watch Akira with the original dub. It just sounds so terrible, and it's hard to follow the continuity, actually. I'm not even sure how I managed it last time, right?
Yeah.
So now, I mean, it's easier to watch a dub, but I don't know.
Yeah, that old anime does sound like it's being done by a fan dub.
Yeah, yeah. It's just wow, some of it's so bad. It's weird. Like even as a kid, I didn't know anything about anime. I didn't know anime was Japanese. I didn't know it was called anime, anything. But I remember wondering why certain cartoons looked so radically different. Why does Voltron not look like GI Joe or He Man? That kind of thing. And when I later found that it was Japanese, I got to wondering why is it that the Japanese seem to have like 3 cartoon styles and that's it. Like we don't conform nearly as, or at least we didn't conform nearly as much in the United States. Now everything looks like fucking Cal Arts, but when I was a kid, there were a lot of really distinct styles, and it seems like less so in Japan. It seems very uniform, and I've always wondered why that is.
I don't know.
Well,
but
just consider the size of the country. I mean, Japan isn't really any bigger than just the state of California, is it?
Well, but that doesn't mean that an individual can't have an original thought.
Well, there's
Well,
the problem. I think Japanese society kind of frowns on individuality, doesn't it?
Yeah. they're
Well,
much
I mean,
more
yes
on
and no. Have
conformity.
you seen some of the twisted ass anime that's out there? That has to be an individuality thing.
Well,
Okay.
a lot of the animation from the '80s, like the Thundercat, that's real Ghostbusters. That was actually done overseas. The actual
Yeah,
animation, and came back.
but
So
I'm sh-
you actually can see some of that Japanese influence in Thundercats in some of the frames too.
so I'm sure that some of like the design of the characters was done in the U.S. because they don't look a damn thing like anime
Yeah, they
characters.
used a different
I mean,
animation style.
even if they shipped it overseas to do the actual work. But I mean, you're right. I know exactly what you're talking about with the Thundercats thing. Like in the intro, right at the beginning, those flashes look exactly like what you'd see in anime. And also, I think they do the same thing near the end, like right when the title shows up. It's such an anime looking effect, but the characters themselves don't look anime-ish at all.
Yeah, you'll sometimes get expressions that are very anime in the characters. But
Hmm. Well, I mean, it's something I've wondered about. It's something I've thought about a lot as an animator, various styles. When I was designing like my characters for Quinn Redshift, I mean, they sort of have a vaguely pseudo anime look to them,
Yeah,
kinda,
I noticed
but
that. Yeah.
but not completely. And I'm not sure how much of it to say is just my own style and how much to credit the Japanese. I don't know. It's just one of those ah, I, I guess part of what went into this design was I wanted to make this popular. I wanted people to like it. So why not look at what's popular in pop culture at the moment and at least give hints of it, if not outright copy?
Well,
That
and
goes
also
to-
just, a lot of artists who are said to have truly unique styles, a lot of time it's more like, they borrowed aspects from several different styles and merged them together.
Yeah, and I have folder upon folder upon folder upon folder of reference art just to use as inspiration. And goodness knows that there's a fair amount of the Jetsons in Quinn Redshift, although a lot of people think it's Futurama. No, no. And there's a fair amount of Star Wars in there, and there's a couple of direct references to The Last Starfighter, that kind of thing. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that there are some, and I hate to use the word dog whistles, but clearly there are some to sci-fi fans. It's not. I mean, a lot of what I do is very derivative, but it's because it's derivative that I feel it has appeal. I mean, when Star Wars came out, how many space movies came out in its wake, and so many of them were really good. So it's like,
Yeah.
why not ride coattails? I don't feel bad about it. I'm making something that I will love to watch. So,
Yeah.
and it's more of what I already like. That's the point.
Moo.
I don't know. That's just my personal philosophy. I know that it's often my personal philosophies are often to the side of the norm, but what you gonna do?
Yeah, now you know how I feel.
Well, the thing is, I mean, sometimes that's the secret to success, though, being unique. I mean, like, Hollywood loves to churn out cookie cutter stuff, because they think, oh, butts on seats, this is the way to make money, yada, yada, yada. But they keep forgetting that the things that get popular are always the ones that break new ground. I mean, look at Star Wars. The special effects were, like, just far beyond what it had ever done before. The Matrix with bullet time was something that had never been done before. And these are things that got massively, massively, massively popular and got copied left and right by Hollywood. And they got popular partly because they were innovative. I mean, hell, look at Terminator 2 and morphing and how that's turned into a thing lately. I mean, these days you can't even tell something's morphed. Like some character changes shape or whatever, it doesn't have that sort of in your face, like terrible look the way morphing did in the 90s. And I mean, I think Hollywood has forgotten that like they're much more interested in churning stuff out for the quick buck than chasing a blockbuster that may be outside the norm.
Well,
Okay,
I think
then.
a lot of that has to do with, that directors and producers are kind of afraid to take risks because if they do something that doesn't generate enough money, the studio will get rid of them.
Well, this is what I mean about the anime expression on the Thundercats characters is getting slipped in there every so often.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. That weird yelling without a chin thing. They do that all the time, don't they?
Well, and I think that
I see it a lot. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Oh, what was it? There was something I was watching where they did that. Like, actually, I think it was Ranma 1/2.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay.
I think that when they are sending the stuff out to overseas studios to do the animation or part of the production, that where you're going to see that influence more is on kind of the second tier and the background characters, because like the main characters, they give them very detailed information on what they're supposed to look like. The secondary characters, they may have only had a page of notes, so it may actually be left up to the animators to fill in a lot more of the details.
Well, one thing that I find kind of amusing is how many cartoons kept reusing the same footage over and over and over. Right? Like someone showed me a comparison, and I was willing to watch it because it was only Shatner's voice of the Star Trek the original series and Star Trek the animated series
Yep.
They showed me this video, and like all of the scenes of characters running were exactly the same cells. A lot of them
Yeah.
fighting were the same cells. You know, it was just placed over a different background. And it's like, wow, this is the most cheap trick ever. It was just so, I don't know. It was kind of like a lot of those shows from the 60s, 70s, whatever, would reuse the same spaceship footage constantly. And just look at the original Battlestar Galactica. You can see it.
Yep.
It's right up in your face.
Yeah, well, and that the repetitive animation was especially glaring with Hanna-Barbera.
Mm.
You know, that just because they were trying to crank out weekly episodes of things.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to say, I think that the ability of animators in a more traditional style sort of peaked around about 2010 maybe, and then it all started to go to hell. And I don't know what happened, except that I know Cal Arts is at the heart of it, and I'm really angry with them and how pervasive that style of theirs has gotten.
Yeah, I can't stand that style.
It's
Well,
just-
It's just
Yeah.
lazy.
From what I got,
it's so fucking
largely
lazy.
largely that style came out because you basically had a bunch of people who had gone to the same school, you know,
Yeah,
and then
Cal Arts.
again, and then again, you know, just the restrictions of how quick they had to crank things out and, you know, the production budgets. So
Well,
yeah,
and-
they had to take a lot of shortcuts. They had to keep things simpler.
It's more than
Well,
just
well,
taking shortcuts.
Well, a lot of people say I'm wrong about this one, but I swear that there are cartoon shows out there that were animated using nothing but Flash. And I don't mean like web stuff. I mean stuff that got onto networks. Well, I'm talking about stuff you got on television. Like, I mean, some of them you look and they're so flat and there's no character detail at all. It would be so easy to animate these solid color characters that like even just the way their limbs bend looks like there's some sort of, I don't know, armature inside a 2D bit of geometry. It just, you know, like it's 2D moved with bones, invisible bones kind of thing. It's just, it doesn't
Yeah.
look like someone, I don't know. It looks like it was made in Flash. That's all I'm saying. It looks
Well-
like it was all made with vectors.
Actually, I
Anima-
think. Go on.
Animators have always had a time crunch to work with, and really with computers they should actually have more time now rather than less.
You'd think. But I'm like, right now, I am happy to choose taking longer with my animations over dealing with Hollywood. I
I
mean,
can
like all
understand
the
that.
horror stories I hear, it sounds like a miserable business, and I just want to have a bit of fun.
Well, and I think that, of course, is the problem that when it gets more into being a business, when you've got, you know, people out there that are more concerned with how much money it's going to make than anything else. So again, you know, you get the producers and you get, you know, the owners of the production companies that they put a lot of pressure on everybody that they've got to, you know, turn everything out on schedule and under budget. And if quality suffers, they're usually thinking that's not going to matter, that no one's going to notice.
Well, and so many of the people who invest in movies are not people who give a damn about movies other than as an audience member. Like they don't know anything about the craft. They just want to rake in the profits. You know, like you get some oil baron decides to throw a couple mil at Hollywood just for the hell of it. You know, and if they see profits drop, they're going to say, hey, you know, well, I mean, if they stay on board at all, they're going to be like, hey, make something that's just shallow fluff to get butts on seats, guys.
I think
You
they
know,
also want to try
without
and make.
any regard for the art.
I think they also want to try and make it's more accepting of low quality as well.
Maybe, but I mean, I really haven't been going to the movies much. I mean, pandemic or no pandemic, I just haven't really cared enough about a movie in quite some time to bother going to see it. I mean, I kind of want to go see Top Gun Maverick, and I guess I should. Part of it is that movie theaters are so damned far away. Everything in San Diego is spread out. I hate it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just see if it's streaming at some point or get it on disc. I don't know. But yeah, I actually did see a movie that I really, 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 really liked, though. Free Guy was a lot of fun. And I was talking about being derivative before. They basically ripped off Tron. Like, the plot is very, very, very similar to Tron. And, well, I love Tron. It's my favorite movie. And that may be why I really enjoyed Free Guy. So, like I
Never heard
said,
of it.
derivative. Pander to me, please.
Moo. I'm just curious over here. Oh, Lord.
Ryan Reynolds?
Yes. Yes, he was the. Well, I don't know if he's the main. I guess he's the main character. It's hard to say. I guess we do spend the most time with him, so yeah, I guess he's the main character.
Bank teller discovers that he's actually an NPC inside a brutal open world video game. I'll have to check it out.
I mean, like, part of the plot is that there's these people who designed a game and it was stolen from them by this other guy and they want to get it back. And unlike in Tron, where, like, someone physically goes into the computer world and becomes like a program, they use VR to do it and go, like, communicate with the NPCs who seem to be becoming sentient. So in that way, it's very similar to Tron's plot. It really is.
That description I read almost makes it sound like it's more like the Truman Show.
It's not.
Oh, good.
I can see why you might get that impression from a description, but watching it, it doesn't feel like the Truman Show at all.
Yeah, it's like the character in the game has become self-aware.
Yeah, it's less like, oh my gosh, my whole life has been a lie, and more, oh my gosh, I'm actually a person.
Well, maybe I'll watch it for when I have popcorn tonight.
I think it's worth it. I really enjoyed it, and I mean, a lot of movies these days I find just completely shallow and uninteresting, but that one really grabbed me hard. So, and not in a naughty place. So, I highly recommend it. I think the last movie I was this enthusiastic about was Bumblebee.
Moo.
Because Bumblebee felt like if E.T. was a robot that could turn into a car, it would be this movie. So I mean, it spoke to the 80s kid in me. Also, it's set in the 80s.
Yeah, I can't say that there's any movie I've really been excited about lately, because it's like, I loved the Marvel Comics, and I've kind of been disappointed in the path the movies have taken, to the point that it's like, yeah, when I can see them streaming, I'll get around to them, but not really going out of my way for them.
I kind of
Actually,
wish.
I take it back. I actually really got very psyched about Deadpool. And I'm pretty sure that was after Bumblebee.
I kind of wish they, instead of doing Captain Marvel, they had done a Black Widow movie in that slot, so they could have that taken care of for the Infinity War and Endgame stuff.
I don't know. Those movies
Yeah.
are so intertwined to the point where you have to watch so many just to understand one that I stopped bothering. Plus, I'm not really superhero people anyway. There's a few I like, but for the most part, meh.
Yeah.
I know you didn't really like it, Kate, but the one that I looked forward to and enjoyed was that Ghostbusters Afterlife. I can understand why you didn't like it, seeing how pandering it was, and how many references they put in.
That's the thing, is like if they had just pandered, if they had given me more of what I know I like, great. But what they ended up doing was giving me more of what I'd already seen. not what I already like, but what I like. Like they recycled the plot from the first movie almost wholesale. The only thing they changed was that there were kids and they set it out in the sticks instead of New York City. I mean, I mean, write an original story, you bastards. And then there was all the fan service. I mean, the little mini Stay Puft Men was unnecessary. Just saying. Ugh. Honestly, it feels like these days Hollywood is just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But when I say anything, I mean anything within a very specific set of parameters, i.e., something that had been profitable already before.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Grumble. I'm just saying.
I just hope Jason Reitman can write something a little bit more original, because his next idea was bringing back Vigo.
I mean, I'm sorry, Ghostbusters 2 wasn't that good either. Like I wish they could have captured the spirit and feel of the first one.
It was serviceable, but a lot of Ghostbusters 2 was actually recycled stuff that was left on the cutting room floor from the last one.
Well, it kind of felt like it. It felt very cookie cutter. It felt very overly manufactured, overly produced.
Yeah, there's also the problem of them trying to make it feel more like the cartoon, since that was really popular at the time.
Yeah, I wish they had just stuck with making it feel like the first movie, because the first movie is absolutely brilliant. I mean, it manages to like put in screwball comedy in a way that doesn't feel like you're watching Jar Jar Binks. You know, it's like the slapstick works organically, and that's great about it. But also, I mean, it had a certain verisimilitude. It felt like it was set in the real world. You watch how like Janine interacts with people. You watch how Peter interacts with why am I blanking, Dana, right? I mean, there is a very like this could actually happen quality to the characters, so that when stuff starts going wacky on us, it doesn't feel like we're just watching something stylized. There is, like I said, a verisimilitude to that movie that I feel was absent in both 2 and 3.
Okay, there we are.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been so passive about it. I actually haven't really watched any movies for quite some time now. Oh, no, I take that back. I did see the new Pixar thing, Turning Red.
What'd you think of that?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, it's not one of Pixar's best, but it's pretty much what you would expect.
See, I'd love to see a movie sort of like in the Pixar style, but for a much more mature audience.
Yeah, this one
You know?
was.
I
This
mean,
one
they
was
don't
definitely aimed
really,
at preteens.
they don't really make CGI movies in Hollywood that are intended for like anyone over 13. And I think, I really hate Hollywood's bias about cartoons that they're only for kids. You'd think they'd learn their lesson now by like all of the like neckbeard incels who want nothing but anime porn. You'd think Hollywood would be like, okay, maybe we should make something for that crowd.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and there were, people way back in the 60s who got it. They just weren't able to convince most of them. Jay Ward, the creator of Rocky and Bullwinkle, he wasn't making those for kids. He knew his main audience was college students.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. I mean, Animaniacs had broad appeal, that's for sure. I mean, to watch Animaniacs, if you were like, say, an adult when it was new, chances are you'd be like, oh, like Looney Tunes. But I was in high school when it was new, and I was like, okay, this is like Looney Tunes with a very twisted side. And I mean,
Yeah.
far more than the original ever got. I mean, come on, fingerprints, am I
I was
right?
just going to mention.
So I mean, it's Animaniacs is definitely, it has that cross generational appeal, where a lot of like cartoons that came before it did not.
I haven't seen any of the new stuff like from them yet.
Yeah, I really should watch that. I also haven't yet sat down and watched Stranger Things season 4, which is apparently out.
Oh, man, I'm falling behind here.
Actually, the other night I watched one. It's been out for a few years, but was new to me. I hadn't seen it. Was I got a disc of the first season of Infinity Train.
Infinity Train?
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
nothing of this.
Okay. It was a series made for Cartoon Network.
Infinity. Oh wait, I think I know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, it's this teenage girl who is like stuck on this train, and like each car of the train is a pocket universe. There's like an entire world in each car,
Nope, that's not what I thought you were
and
talking
she has
about.
to like solve a puzzle to be able to go on to the next car. Trying to find her exit.
Yeah, that is definitely not what I was thinking.
That sounds kind of like the setup for a video game, honestly. I mean,
don't know.
okay, you're in a new world now. Solve a puzzle to get to the next world. And eventually you'll get to the final whatever it is. I mean, it sounds like the setup for a video game.
Well, I had seen the pilot for it like 2 years ago, and I just happened to find the disc in the discount bin at Walmart last year. So I just got around to watching it, and apparently it went 3 or 4 seasons. So I'll have to see if I can find the other seasons. It actually was pretty good. I didn't find any like big plot holes or anything like that. The characters were consistent. I didn't see them, like doing anything in one episode that seemed out of character.
That was my problem with the new Shira. Some of the characterization was kind of inconsistent for me. Like Adora, when she got her sword, she acted like she was completely incompetent with it, even though she's been apparently training a whole life as a soldier.
One of the things that I found strange about that was how quickly some of the characters switched sides.
Yeah, that too.
And I gotta say, what's his face, Seahawk or whatever, is like the most fabulous character ever. Am I right? That guy, if he's not actually gay, he was clearly the campiest guy in that world.
Funny enough, he seemed to be actually straight, even though he played it up as not. I only saw the first season, so.
I mean, I'm not making any judgments. I'm just saying, like, man, did they camp him up. In fact, I'll be honest. The whole show feels like it was very pro queer, and certainly certain characters turn out to be quite gay for each other by the end of it. Not saying who, because like maybe you haven't watched it, but it's a big old spoiler, whatever. And I mean that's great, honestly.
Though apparently the person who made it was very all up into themselves. Every interview they made it about themselves instead of about the show, which is kind of really annoyed me.
Well, okay.
The two characters I did like in that was Katra, and I can't remember her name. It was the one with the prehensile hair.
Well, I've been compared to Katra before. Now, I don't think I look like her, but apparently someone else does. And I agree that I kind of have some of her attitude. I don't know. But I do like her. And what's the one who kind of looks like Susan Powder with scorpion claws? Scorpia or something? I forget her name, but I always kind of liked her too. Like I couldn't understand why she was one of the bad guys. She didn't seem like she belonged with the bad guys.
A lot of the bad guys didn't seem like they belonged to the bad guys.
Yeah. Well, and you're right about what's her face with the prehensile hair. I think she was one of the ones that most boggled me because, like, didn't she change sides at the drop of a hat for no reason?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I was disappointed. I wanted to like her a lot more. Also, I wish I could remember any of these characters' names.
That's a problem when you actually like the show.
Well, I mean, I haven't watched it in ages, and and my memory is garbage. So
Yeah, the Scorpion, the Scorpia. I just looked it
okay,
up.
yeah. I did wonder, like, I mean, with those big claws, those pinchers of her, doesn't she find it a little difficult to do some basic things?
You would think.
Now that's something that I've been working with a lot for my own writing. Is that with various aliens, like what kind of manipulators, hands or whatever, do they need? And could you get a species developing a technology if it didn't necessarily have hands?
You would need some kind of hand and like appendage. You wouldn't necessarily have to be hands like what we have.
I've been
Well, yeah, I
trying
figure you
to-
need something that you can at least, some way that they can grip and stick things together.
I have an alien species that's going to be part of like the extended Quinn Redshift universe, where they actually started out underwater, aquatic, and they like had no real idea how to like leave the planet. They knew they wanted to start a space program, but just the logistics of launching a rocket full of water. I mean, what? Right? So they
Yeah.
actually ended up figuring out how to make their consciousness virtual without it just being a copy, a simulacrum of the person, like how to actually make their consciousness, become mechanical. And then
Yeah.
they left the planet because they didn't need the water anymore because now they're mechanical beings.
I do have an aquatic species in my novel, but basically that's on the lines that they didn't develop space flight on their own. They had a technological civilization, when they were discovered, and just kind of got a lift from somebody else.
Yeah. I've also been struggling with designing alien faces that are relatable, but not just like obviously human, not just two eyes, nose, and mouth, and
Yeah.
that is really difficult because like these characters don't hold expressions that immediately register as a certain emotion to the human eye because we kind of need the face for that, or at least for a lot of it. I mean, body language is another factor, obviously, but I mean, it's very difficult to come up with an alien face that is both relatable and not humanoid.
I came up with this thing that looks like sort of like an octopus with giant bug eyes.
Yeah, I've been working with that too, just in the writing. That how do you describe it in a way that a human would have recognized some sort of emotion coming from this creature if they look completely non-human?
Actually, that was handled in the sequels to Rendezvous with Rama, because there were these creatures that sort of looked kind of like crabs and jellyfish at the same time. And like they were nonverbal. The way they communicated is kind of like they were almost like chameleons, and they would change color in various patterns, and that's how they would speak, right? So eventually, the human characters learned the language of these creatures, and then the authors just handled it as if it was a conversation back and forth. Just like between two
Yeah.
humans, the way the dialogue was written. So
Well,
it was kind of depicted that way.
and that's what I'm using with my aquatic species, is that they don't make any sound. It's all a matter of basically body gestures, and that they do have a bioluminescence that like changes color and intensity. And I go into that some about the the main human trying to learn how to do this, but of course she has to basically emulate it through a sort of a keyboard control, that puts it up on a display, because she can't really, make the light patterns, and the aquatics can't make the sound at any frequency that she could hear it.
So here's a question: why have that as a keyboard instead of just voice translate? I mean, if this is a high tech enough society, I mean, even today we have like I'm amazed at the accuracy of YouTube subtitles. Why not just set it up just so she can speak and the computer auto translates?
Well, like I do have translators like that for all of the verbal races, but as far as trans translating the words into like patterns of colors, and that doesn't work quite the same. That as I explained it's not really a language in the literal way people think of it. That it's more of projecting feelings and ideas through a sort of almost interpretive dance.
Okay.
Yeah, the translator I came up with basically translates everything. So it has like multiple sensors that pick up on all sorts of things like that.
Yep.
I don't
Well,
I don't
and
necessarily want to get into the exact specifics of the translation system in the Quinn Redshift universe, but one of the things I took great pains to do is to make sure that the people who are like here, you hear the alien language, even though you're understanding what it means. Because most of sci-fi, the aliens are just lip syncing English, even though
yeah.
we know they're supposed to be translated with some universal translator. And I get why they do that. It's just practical, budget reasons, et cetera, et cetera. But I am hammering this one home really hard with Quinn Redshift: is you hear the alien voice with your ears, but you understand the meaning with your brain.
I also had the
Yeah.
the translating devices be actually alien technology. So humans actually did not develop these things.
Yeah, well, in my universe, it's basically the humans are still at the stage we are now. We haven't gotten, well, we managed to get people to Mars and that's it. So pretty much all the technology are things that the aliens brought in with them.
Actually, it's kind of funny you mentioned Mars is as far as they've gotten in Quinn Redshift as well. There's plans to go to Jupiter, but it's going to take like 6 years and gajillions of dollars. So, well, not so much dollars as Sol marks is the unit of currency. I did not want to use credits. And so, yeah, that's why Quinn is actually on a quest to help his professor friend create a drive that will allow ships to move like between planets so much faster than using the fold gates, which are like jump gates with the fold space, yada yada yada. You get the idea, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, that's sort of how that works. Is instead of waiting those 6 years and then plus the construction time to get the fold gate ready at Jupiter, Quinn and his professor friend are just finding a way to get a drive that can, let a ship do it instead.
Yeah, what I came up with is basically the going faster than light. Not really possible, even with like a warp bubble or something. But you can get close to it. So they are sending ships that take years to get to the next solar system, and then they set sort of a wormhole between the two.
Well,
Something
that's
along the
basically
lines
what
of
fold gates
sort of,
are.
something along the lines of Stargate.
Well,
Except
let,
they have to be in
That's what
space.
the fold gates are in Quinn Redshift. They basically open a wormhole between each of them, like they're networked together
Yeah.
essentially. Like, if you want to go from Venus to Mars, you can. If you want to go from Venus to Earth, you can, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't matter as long as you open like the right coordinates
Yeah.
from the fold gate. The thing about the drive that Quinn is working with, like the professor at one point explains to him that the amount of fuel goes up exponentially with the amount of what you're trying to transport. So, like a golf ball could go clear to the next galaxy, while a spaceship could make it to like Mars or in a couple of days from Earth or whatever. So it's like it's all about like size and fuel consumption
Yep.
ratio. That's why it's really hard for humans to get outside the solar system still, even with this drive, is because it would just take way the hell too long, and you couldn't pack someone into a spaceship that was equipped enough, supplied enough, and still be like light enough to not consume too much fuel.
Yeah, I had to do some hand waving with that.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, I came up with a system that at least makes sense within the universe. There is a logic to it.
Well, mine is based on the idea that, I want to do it sticking to science as we know it, that they can't violate laws of physics. So I am going with that some races have built ships that go nearly the speed of light. Nobody can go faster than light. And
Well,
that's basically the whole setup for the first book, is that the ambassadors come to Earth and find something they didn't expect, but they realize that it's going to take more than 40 years before backup can arrive.
Well, when I was designing the whole Quinverse, I knew that, well, number one, I don't know enough real science to stick to it, but number two, I mean, it's more fun, I think, when you emphasize the fiction more than the science. I like the sci fi more than the sci fi, if you see what I'm getting at. And
Yeah.
so, while I will maintain an in universe consistency, continuity in terms of how all of the tech works, I don't care if I break physics or bend it into pretzels because, the idea is to have fun, a grand adventure. The idea is not for, like, fanboys with too much time on their hands to be able to do all of the calculations to tell whether or not that spaceship should be able to move in that particular arc, yada, yada, yada. I mean, seriously,
Yeah.
like, I'm on so many sci-fi boards where people are like nitpicking the science of Star Trek and Star Wars and all of that just absolutely to death, to the point where I'm like, do you guys even enjoy watching this stuff?
That's usually part of the
Yeah.
enjoyment.
I don't know. It's just I'm not making what I'm making for them. I'm making what I'm making for the kid I was when I first encountered Star Wars, but also the teenager I was who didn't want people talking down to me.
At least it used
Well,
to be part of the enjoyment. Nowadays, I'm not sure if anybody gives a damn with Star Trek.
well, for me, that, part of it's that limitation really sets up a lot of things for the stories. Because it's like, okay, I've got this galactic alliance of like 1,000 different races, all working together and sharing technology and so forth. But at the same time, when somebody is actually sent to this kind of out of the way planet to check how things are going here, they realize how isolated they are.
Well, the way I set up the Gwynverse was like, I love the idea of the lone explorer, the Buck Rogers, the Flash Gordon, the Spaceman Spiff, the Duck Dodgers, the Buzz Lightyear, all of that. I love that idea, which is part of why I set it up so that Quinn is the only one who has a ship that can get past Mars. And given how many moons there are around Jupiter alone, the idea that I could have episode after episode after episode in graphic novel form, I'm not going to animate Quinn ever again. I fucking guarantee it. Like I could have so many episodes. Now, they would happen in an order. I have a larger story, but there can't be any galactic alliances. At best, like two moons might be allied with each other, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. So it really simplified my job of world building a lot. I can create a new world for every moon or planet that Quinn goes to explore. And that is just, it opens up the storytelling possibilities so much.
Well, and for me, that's part of the whole background of the Galactic Alliance, is I've got a lot to work with in that universe. That the first novel is occurring on Earth, but at the same time, I'm winding up with an anthology of short stories, which are, basically like the backstory of each of these different alien races, about,
Let me-
how they
let
got
me-
going on their own planet and so forth.
Let me amend something I said there. Really, what I meant was that I have less to remember because there are fewer interrelationships between each of the different, like, satellites, different astral bodies, which means, like, I don't have to remember, well, like, how did the people on Titan react to the people on Ganymede? I don't have to remember any of that crap unless, like, I very deliberately set something up where some of these moons are allied or whatever,
Mhm.
or at odds. Yeah, it just it simplifies my job tremendously. You know.
Okay.
Well, there are quite a lot of astral bodies out there for you to explore, with minor
Exactly.
planets.
Yep, that's really very much the plan. I mean, at some point, I'm sure I'll have to send Quinn to Eros, and there's so many moons around Saturn as well as Jupiter. Not really sure about the planets further than that. And at a certain point, Pluto plays a very important role, but I'm not going to talk about that part. Yeah, so I mean, I have plans, I have ideas, but if something like just inspires me, at some point I can be like, okay, I'll do that as Quinn's story next, and maybe I can integrate some of the larger plot into that. But darn it, I'm going to tell this story because it just seems nifty.
Mhm.
I mean, I always love the idea of like the alien species that goes extinct and leaves behind all of their robot workers who are now aimless and don't know what the hell to do. I mean, they did a two-parter on the Orville about that, but the thing is, in that one, the way that the alien species was wiped out was not the way I want to handle it, which is part of why I want to take the concept, which has been done many times, and just do it my way. You
Mhm.
know?
Well, that's a lot of what, just stories or writing is, that for the most part it is the same stories over and over, but, each person's got different telling what their perspective is and what they put into it.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of these robots that have been doing menial tasks for ages. What happens if the task they're supposed to do is no longer possible because, like, the machine they were working on is destroyed, and now they have nothing to do? Do they just sit there idle?
Mhm.
Do other robots come up and try to interact? Do they have any AI? Do they at some point become sentient? And then what do they do? Because I mean, they
Yep.
they are now free to go roaming around their world, figuring out like stuff that was probably never really in their programming before, it wasn't in their focus before. And so it's a species that has been around for a long ass time, but is kind of in its infancy. And then maybe they encounter another sentient life form besides their old masters for the first time. How would they react to Quinn showing up? These
Mhm.
are the kind of things, because like as much as I prefer Star Wars to Star Trek, it's mostly the tech of Star Wars I prefer. I like the fighters, I like the X-wings, I like all of that. So I wanted to do a story with that kind of tech, with a Jetsons sort of look, a Jetsons vibe. But I wanted to tell Star Trekian stories of exploration with the occasional morality play mixed in as a chaser. Like the very first adventure I want to do as a graphic novel is actually going to be an alien species that isn't it's not quite at first apparent that they're a bunch of big old fascists, but it turns out they kind of fucking are. And Quinn has to figure out how to deal with that.
Move.
So there's a lot of potential there for writing interesting stories. I mean, I don't know, like what if this? I mean, I don't know if how many of you watched a lot of sci-fi during the 70s, but so many of them seem to be about these weird morality plays.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
Gene
seriously,
Roddenberry was
watch
clear
Logan's
that's
Run. Watch Logan's
Yeah.
Run. Watch what's the other one? Like Zardoz.
Yeah.
Those kinds of things. What was that one? I don't know if it was actually the 70s, but Coma. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Soylent Green, all of that stuff. A lot of it was, sort of this weird counterculture soul searching that was being done in science fiction form.
Well, it was. Yeah.
Omega Man.
That's what we got from, when the hippies were having to get other jobs, really, was that these people who had ideas for social change, this was what they used to get their messages.
Despite,
THX 1138. I mean, George Lucas. Am I right?
Yep.
despite what seems to be popular opinion these days, you don't need to break canon to tell the story you want.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's true too. Oh, I'm so sick and tired of that. I mean, you know my rant. I want them to make original shit if they don't like what's already there. instead of changing what's already there, instead of, race and gender flipping beloved characters. And I mean that of all characters, and I do, I'd be pissed if Billy D. Williams wasn't being the one playing Lando Calrissian. It's not what was changed, it's that they changed something I really liked already.
I hate retcon.
Yeah.
And they seem to have a hate out for redheads as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Soulless
Okay.
ginger bastards, why wouldn't they?
I've never really understood that bias against redheads. I don't know. I don't get it.
I can only assume it's something that was brought over from England about the hate of the Irish. Well,
It still knocks me out that for a while there, they refused to consider the Irish or the Italians as white.
yeah. I was going to say that, even here, even in the U.S. in the 1800s,
Just a
there
small
was as
list
much
of
bigotry against the Irish as there was against anyone else.
just a small list of redheads that got turned into black people in movies and shows.
Huh. How strange.
Yeah, I know
Uh,
about a few of them.
That's just weird. They made April O'Neil black, really?
Yeah, in one iteration they did that.
I don't know, somehow, and maybe it's just me, but well, I mean, I guess Shaquille O'Neal is around, so there are black people with an O in their last name, so I withdraw the sentiment.
The one that's got me confused is Snow White. Kind of where she got her name.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Huh. Didn't they do something about that in Bloom County? It was like Pitch Black and the Seven Big Honkies or something? Where it was like we'll height flip the dwarves and race flip Snow White?
Yeah, apparently Disney's live action Snow White is race swapped.
Oh. I mean, I remember when they did that with The Wizard of Oz with like Michael Jackson, I think, as the
Yeah, The
Scarecrow or
Wiz.
whatever. Yeah, The
Yep.
Wiz, right.
That's a little bit more of a what must be the term? Blaxploitation.
Right. Like, I mean, I've never actually seen Shaft.
Okay. Well, neither have I actually.
But I mean, like, that's a lot of the go-to for blaxploitation, isn't it?
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, this is a very low-res version, but you can all kinds of see the oops, not Tad. You can all kinds of see the part that is the joke I was talking about, where it's like you can sort of see it. He's like, okay, here we go. This is the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Hold it, back up. So what's wrong with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? Snow White, always white, I guess. There's other colors, big boy, dumb boy. I don't know what's saying
Dear
there.
boy.
And then there's something here about the short thing. We short people should have better than this nonsense. He goes, this is the story of Pitch Black and the Seven Big Honkies. So yeah, that was the Bloom County I remembered. Oh, here's a higher res version. But anyway.
Yep. I don't know, in some regards, it really is a thing I have to look at situationally. That in some things, race swapping really shouldn't matter, if it's an actor who's really good for the role.
Sometimes
Like-
there's a few times it's worked out in favor.
Yeah. It all depends on how the character, was written. That, is the character's race or their culture or heritage, is that something that's important to the character?
See, I've heard that argument so many times, and I'm sorry, but it's bull. Because if a character is well established, it doesn't matter whether it's important to the character or not that they have a certain skin color. The fact is that the character has a position in pop culture. This character has a following. and like changing it is like yanking the rug out from under the people who are fans already. And if you want more like variety, if you want more diversity, create new characters, new ones. Don't change what's already there because you are going to piss people off. It's like I was pissed off at when they changed the uniforms of the Starfleet officers from Next Generation to the first TNG movie. I was really, part of me was seething that they had changed the design of the uniforms. Imagine how I feel when they change a beloved character. Doesn't matter what race or gender they started out as, I want them to stay that way unless they're trans.
The look of a character can be important to who they are.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, it's not what changed that bothers me. It's that there was a change at all. Create something new if you want something different. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, well, okay, with your example of the uniforms, though, there's historical backing for that. You know,
I'm sure there
militaries
is, but it
change their
doesn't
uniforms
matter. It
from
doesn't
time to
matter.
time.
It doesn't matter. I'm having an emotional reaction to a bit of pop culture. Unless they actually explain the change in the uniforms and explain why it's necessary, then it wasn't a necessary change. It was probably just something some executive pissing in the mix, and maybe they just think, oh, well, it's a movie version. You have to change stuff. I mean, whatever their thinking was, I, as a viewer, am bothered by the difference, the unexplained and
well.
unnecessary difference.
And historically, sometimes you got the excuse that, okay, everybody's got new uniforms, and the reason is we've got a new high commander and his wife didn't like that color.
Well, if they would say that, then I'd be like, okay, fine. But the fact is that from TV show to movie, the change was in no way organic, and that's why I object to it. Is like it just it feels like breaking continuity. It feels like breaking canon. It feels like taking
Yeah.
your audience for granted, and I don't like it one bit. And a lot of people like to get on my case for having this attitude because they want to make it sound like I'm some sort of racist villain, but this has nothing to do with race for me. I will be just as pissed when you change an ethnic character. Okay? Just don't change shit unless there is a damn good reason for it within the universe itself, not
Yeah.
outside of it in the real world. I mean, stop pulling that bullshit.
Okay, and again, this is also something that, do you have a whole franchise that needs a continuity between movies, or are you talking about them remaking a one-off movie?
Either. I mean,
Well,
seriously, if
to
you're
me,
going
that
to
makes a
remake
difference.
something, if you're going to remake
Yeah.
something, do not change the characters too much. I mean, I would love to see a shot-for-shot recreation of a lot of old movies with present-day tech, with present-day actors, that kind of thing, where it's exactly the same movie, just it looks better. It's been reskinned.
Okay.
I would love to see that kind of thing as a remake. I don't want to see someone go, okay, so it's King Arthur, but it's set in 1970s Germany. Oh, fuck off. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just obnoxious. Don't do that.
Sort of like what they did with the Thing remakes.
I haven't actually watched that, and I'm never going to.
Okay.
Well, and for the most part, I think remakes are a mistake. It is so rare that they get one that turns out good. I just think for the most part they just shouldn't do it.
Exactly. I mean, there are a few ways I will find a remake acceptable under my personal terms, and it's like, okay, if it is made like so much after the original that the vast majority of the people who loved the original, were fans of the original, are either dead or too senile to care, okay, go for it. If it's made by somebody who absolutely loved the original, and for whatever reason they got involved in making a tribute, go for it. But if it's just being made to churn out another cookie cutter sequel that is coming out decades too late, oh, fuck off. But I mean, seriously, they take every opportunity to pee into the mix on this one. And I wish they would knock it off. It's not helping anybody.
Doing
Well-
remakes within 5 years of the original.
Yeah, I mean, how many Spider-Mans do we need? Or rather, how many Spider-Mans do we need in a very small period of time?
Yeah, how many times do we need his origin story? Yeah.
Oh, merciful Zeus. I mean that is one thing. Is every time they do have to start with a new origin story, don't they? It's
Yeah,
like why can't they just assume everyone knows who the character is and start them off on an adventure? I mean, it's
Well, you
like
didn't get it.
pretend it's already the sequel.
We didn't get
Right.
an origin story in this last iteration.
In the what? Oh, Spider-Man. Gotcha.
Yeah. Or with
Um,
this new Batman one, we didn't get an origin story from what I hear.
Oh, I'm so done with Batman. Like seriously, I was never the biggest Batman fan to begin with, but like it's just been Batman after Batman after
Yeah.
Batman after Joker after Batman after Suicide Squad after fucking Batman versus Superman. And I'm like, I am so done with you. This is like a song that got overplayed on the radio. I am sick to death of Batman.
Yeah, I was never a fan of DC to begin with, so I pretty much ignored him from the start.
I always liked Superman, but mostly it was because he can fly.
Superman's the one I hated most of all because he was so damn invulnerable.
I
I
thought,
just
the
a character that has virtually no weaknesses, I don't think is interesting.
the interesting thing that I find about Superman is his strength is his weakness. Like they said in the Justice League cartoon, Superman saying he feels like he lives in a world made of cardboard. So he's always constantly having to restrain himself all the time. Can you imagine what that would be like, living like that?
Actually, I kind of a little bit already do. Not physical strength, but believe me, the reins I put on my behavior, what you see already is me muted.
Hmm.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, I think that the one of the best examples of Superman trying to exist in the real world, I think it was actually by Bradbury, but there was a short story entitled "Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex."
Larry Niven.
It
Yeah,
reminds
yeah,
me
okay.
of that thing in Mallrats where he's like, yeah, I guarantee you he blows a load like a shotgun at the back, out of her back. The discussion they're having about why Superman can't have
Yep.
sex with Lois Lane.
That's
Yeah.
been
Well,
brought up
that
before,
was one
yeah.
of the things, yeah, in that
Mhm.
story too, was the idea that, or even that the adolescent Superboy, jacking off, that the sperm weren't necessarily going to be content to just die in a tissue, that they would be flying all over town, causing all sorts of immaculate conceptions.
I mean, I don't know. I had something to say and lost it. And also forgot what I was going to say.
So Kryptonians in that setting they breed like plants, huh?
It's so weird. Like, okay, actually, there was a superhero movie I watched recently, just on a whim, that I actually really enjoyed. Has anyone seen Kick-Ass?
Yes.
I enjoyed that pretty thoroughly. It was demented as hell in the right way. It wasn't what I was expecting. I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect that. And I had a really great time watching it. It was just, like I say, it was demented in just the right way.
That's
It
actually one I've
appealed
meant
to
to see and
the
I
part
never
of me
have.
that likes dark humor.
Kick-Ass is one that I've meant to watch and I actually never have gotten to.
I recommend it. I mean, I don't know how closely our
Yeah.
tastes mesh, but I really enjoyed it.
It looked pretty good, and like I said, I grew up on the Marvel comics from the 70s and 80s.
I don't know. It's weird. Like, I actually didn't like Marvel that much. There was something about the energy of their characters that I didn't like. I think they just had darker is the wrong word for it, but there was an energy, a vibe they had that I didn't care for. It's hard to explain. I don't have the right words for it, but there was something about it. felt less upbeat.
Well, mostly what I liked about Marvel was that they didn't seem so two-dimensional. They seemed like more complete people because they had to deal with issues of day-to-day life as well as dealing with the supervillains.
See, that's what I wouldn't like about it because I read fiction to escape the real world. If you start making fiction about the real world, I'm like, what the hell's the point? So I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that.
Well,
I
but
like
yeah,
I actually want my entertainment to help me just turn off, like not turn off my brain exactly, but just to lose myself in something that's not the real world. And so all of a sudden, if I'm like, here's how Superman does dishes, I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. That kind of
That's
thing.
pretty much what Marvel turned into.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been curious about the X-Men for a while, and I have like this anthology on my wish list. And when I have money again, I'm gonna fucking buy the bastard. But I mean, it's just I have had a hard time getting into Marvel. There's something different about their vibe, their energy.
well,
There's one there
and
they try to do She-Hulk doing a cooking show.
it depends which decade that you're talking about with Marvel.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I say, I'm going back to the stuff from the 70s and 80s. I lost interest some point in the early 90s because it was taking a bunch of directions I didn't care for.
Well,
Well,
now
the
that
X-Men anthology that I put on my wish list, it's like the very first issue to about, I want to say 2010. So that will be a good, like a good intro into the X-Men universe, I guess. I mean, I would really love to find a superhero comic that's self-contained and not part of a larger franchise, not part of the MCU.
the last 5-6 years, is both Marvel and DC have been doing a lot of beat you over the head with social justice issues.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, I remember a while back there was a DC hero team that I was really getting into. The book was called Stars and Stripe. It was like the origin of Stargirl and this. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't a robot. It was like a mech suit or something that, like, I want to say her stepfather was in. I don't remember exactly. It was a long time ago. But I remember really enjoying it. And then after about like 20 issues or so, they stopped and folded her into like the Justice League or something. And I was kind of pissed because I didn't want to read the Justice League. I know like jack squat about that particular continuity. And I had been enjoying this comic and they just took it away. And that happens so many times to me where I start enjoying something and I guess the rest of the world doesn't. And, it's so frustrating sometimes.
I've been wanting to do my own X-Men and stories. Basically, it's a combination of all the iterations that we've seen throughout the years of the comics, the cartoons, the movies, and so forth. All just kind of merged together into one continuity. And I got the idea from doing that after Decimation M Day in the comic books, where they basically wiped out all of the X-Men just about.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Everything I know about the X-Men really seriously could fill maybe a tiny pamphlet. But, like, I mean, I know some of the basics, but there's a lot of specifics that I don't understand enough to even watch the movies.
Yeah, well,
Like,
same.
I'm pretty sure I saw the first movie. I don't remember much about it because I was confused most of the time.
Yeah, I felt confused by the first movie too, but again, it's just because, I was going by what the X-Men had been a lot earlier on.
Well, as someone who is more or less an X-Men noob, like I again knew the very, 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 very basics. I still found it next to incomprehensible. It was like watching Lynch's version of Dune.
What I was coming up with is basically one of the rules is no magic will exist in this universe, and pretty much all the powers have to come from like mutant abilities, with the possible exception of like technological powers such as cyborgs and stuff.
Now, I have to admit, there have been times when I think about some of the stories I want to do with the Quinn Redshift universe. I realize that a lot of it is going to end up as Scooby Dooing. A lot of it is going to be this thing that seems supernatural, really fucking isn't. And, we just pulled the mask off of the lighthouse keeper. That a lot of the plots will end up like that, I'm realizing. And actually, in a weird way, as a tribute, some of the Martians, I no joke, copied Shaggy's walk. Like I found some like raw animation cells of Shaggy walking and imitated it with the Martians. They walk like Shaggy. Some of
That
them.
looked familiar.
Yeah. So it's a thing I did. I don't know. Yeah. I have thought about trying to put some more like Easter eggs and tributes and crap into Quinn, but I can't help feeling like after a while it'll start to feel like satire if I do that.
Yeah.
Where it'll, because I want the Quinnverse to be something a viewer can take seriously, that there isn't a lot of goofing around in it. And I feel like putting in too many callbacks to stuff I'm a fan of would start to feel like it would start to break immersion.
You can do that
Yeah,
as you expand.
you've got to balance it. I am, having to throw some of that in mind just because, if I'm working with a character that was supposed to be alive on Earth today and going forward from there, that it would seem odd if she didn't make some of the cultural references.
Well, I was watching like a sitcom from yonks ago. It might have been Head of the Class. I'm not sure. But they started making references to events that I had forgotten about from my childhood. And then, like, I'm going, oh my gosh, wow. I can only imagine how someone who was born after me feels about this reference. If they ever watched the show, they'd be like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, try to explain We Are the World to someone now.
Yeah.
If you want to give a nod to Star Trek, try and make a lot of references to number 47.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. In the show How I Met Your Mother, every time Barney wants to bullshit a percentage, he uses 83.
Okay, what was the significance of 47 in Star Trek?
Apparently, one of the people who worked on it tried to insert the number 47 into just about as much as they could.
I guess I never noticed that
But,
So
one.
it
but
shows
was
up a
there a
lot.
motivation, though?
No, not real motivation.
Okay. Well, it's kind of like the like Pixar movies or whatever always have that. What is it, A113 or something? It's like the room
Yeah.
number of the place where they all learned in college,
Yep.
kind of deal.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
started as an inside joke between the artists.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I wonder how much of that to throw into my own work and how much of it to like how much to restrain myself. Now,
Yeah.
I have been working on 3D models of Marie and Pear from Roxette. And I want to have them walking around in the background, just, sort of a throwaway, no emphasis on them. They just walk past, and see if anyone catches it.
Okay, according to Memory Alpha here, the writer said claimed exists a mathematical proof that all numbers are equal to 47, and that the number 47 occurs with great frequency in nature than other numbers.
Actually, it's funny because I didn't understand it at first, but now I get it. Like, if you go to IMDb and you look at Next Generation episodes, because I'm not watching the original series, a lot of the trivia for episodes will say 47 reference in the trivia.
Dai o corto. Okay.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I never really understood what that meant, but I did take note of it. And I have wondered, like, I've thought about trying to develop a trademark of my own, like something to put into everything. Like the way Joe Dante would, like every movie he directed, he would put Joe Dante and Dick Miller in there somewhere. You know, I mean, he can't anymore. Dick Miller's dead, but I mean, he like seriously, so many of his movies will have those two guys in there. And he would almost always use Jerry Goldsmith before he died to do the music. And, you know, and other directors have the same sort of thing going on. And I'm like, I wonder if I should develop some sort of trademark, something I always do in everything. I don't know. I mean, it'd be great if I had the budget for it to actually go to Per Gessle and ask him, can I use a Roxette song in every movie I make? In everything I make, can I have a Roxette song somewhere, a callback to Roxette? Or hell, maybe I should like have a character, one of their lines of dialogue will be a lyric from a Roxette song.
If you get permission for that, that'd be a good tip.
Well, I mean, you know, like not even a full like chorus or something, just like one sentence is also a line in a Roxette song. You know, like someone says, "Man, I have this decision. I don't know whether I should go into the military track of Space Command or the science track of Space Command. I don't know what to do." And someone turns to them and goes, "Listen to your heart."
Yeah, I
You know,
expect you
that
to
kind
do
of
that.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, just throw that in there and see if anyone notices like how often it happens.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. You know, it's like Tarantino has some, I think it's a box of Fruit Brute cereal that he sticks into his movies somewhere as much as he can.
Kind of like how
Yeah. Like on the show Psych, that there's a pineapple somewhere in every episode.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Apparently, in Coppola's films, or at least in The Godfather, if you ever saw oranges, it meant someone was about to die. I don't know why oranges got the nod on that one, but apparently they did. And if you see
Okay.
oranges in a scene with somebody, that means, well, someone in that scene is about to die.
something
Okay,
like how
so that was
Samuel,
just foreshadowing, huh?
kind of like
Yeah.
how Samuel L. Jackson will want to have purple on his character or somewhere.
Well, I mean, yeah, he that's a him thing for sure. I mean, remember him saying he would, like, said to George Lucas, "I will be in Star Wars if I can have a purple lightsaber." Like he specifically said, he was like, "I will do it for a purple lightsaber."
Yep, I heard that.
You gotta say that purple did look good.
I actually like. I have
purple
one of
looks
those lightsabers that is programmable and all of that, and I actually chose an amber color for the blade. Like you know those old monitors, the monochrome monitors. Like some of them are green, but some of them were that sort of orangey amber color. I made my lightsaber very similar to that, and it looks unusual but badass.
Moo. Yeah, and I remember
Just
that
saying.
orange.
Well, it's one of the things I run into is that, everybody gets the idea I like purple, but no offense to the present company, I like a deep purple. I'm not really interested in the lavender.
Okay,
The
then.
deep
You know.
purple looks good.
Yeah, the muted shades just aren't enough. I need something that's got, a lot deeper color to it.
Sort of like an imperial purple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, I mean, interestingly enough, my favorite color is blue, and I really do like a good royal blue. I still, seriously, how the hell did blue ever get associated with depression? I do not understand that. Blue is the color of sunny summer days, Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, Superman's uniform, like the good guys in Tron. Blue is an amazing color and in no way depressing. If I was going to say a color is depressing or possibly boring, it'd be gray or beige, you know?
I like to wear-
Yeah.
Beige is bored, gray is depressed.
I like to wear.
Blue really doesn't make sense for that because, blue's like the dawn. Like you've gotten through the worst part and it's getting better now.
Yeah, and I mean, if you pair it up with like yellow or red, it looks amazing. I mean, heck, blue and green works really well too. I mean, like I'm trying to think, is there any color? I mean, blue and brown, maybe not. Although it kind of worked on the uniforms in Babylon 5.
I like
I don't
black.
know. I mean, blue goes with goddamn everything. It's like black, but another color.
I like to wear black because it goes with everything and it hides blood well.
Now, I could say
Yeah.
that blue and white might seem a little depressing. A little. It might feel a little icy. I don't know. But then again, there's also blue and white clouds. So I guess it depends on the proportions. I don't know. But yeah, it's something.
Well, like you
Maybe
say
I've given
about
it way too much thought. But then again, I am an
Yeah.
artist. So I guess I'm allowed.
like you say about blue going with anything. I mean, that's part of the reason why I like denim so much is
Mm.
that you can put any color with it and it's fine. So I never had to pay attention if my outfits were clashing or anything like that.
Now, I will say that green and purple always looks a little diseasey to me. It's actually one of the reasons I don't like Tim Burton movies is he uses it all the time.
I don't like the green and purple combination. I do see that a lot, and it seems that's especially used a lot on cartoon villains.
Yeah, a lot of goth stuff too.
Yeah, I don't like that combination.
So that is definitely something that has crossed through my mind. But actually, there are a lot of combinations of like orange and other colors that I like a great deal.
Orange and purple work well together. Just saying.
Kinda, yeah. Orange and black work really well together too. I mean, it calls to mind tigers, for example.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure if blue and magenta would work well together.
Kinda. I mean, it's an unusual combo, but kinda.
Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed that
Well, okay, I'll tell you what. It depends on the flavor of blue because magenta is already pretty much its own color. There aren't too many variations on magenta, but blue covers a lot of ground. So, like, I mean, blue and magenta depends on the shade of blue.
yeah, Lego makes a really nice deep purple that I really love. The problem is that it's something that they always include as being like a rare color. So they make a
Ruh-roh.
very limited range of elements with it. I can't really like build a whole spaceship out of it. But they've got this really nice purple and they've got a translucent orange that just goes so good on it.
Moo.
That's all. You didn't think you were going to have me in here without me talking about Lego at some point, did you?
There you go.
I've been having to clean up my apartment, so I was just getting my pile of Lego under control here.
Yeah, I woke up saying I need to clean this place.
Sorry, that was my dad. He wanted to talk about some logistical shit, and I was like, I'm on a live stream, so you know.
Well, we're going to have them coming through in a little over a week to do inspections, so,
Oh, fun, yay.
basically I've just got to get all my clutter up off the floor so it looks reasonable.
Hey, weird question. Like, just do buildings, homes, houses need to be inspected every X number of years, or is that not a thing?
Generally it's just up to the management or the owners.
Okay,
Um,
so there's no law about it or regulation or anything. You don't.
No.
It's not like car stickers. You don't have to go get your car inspected X number of times, whatever.
No, here we just get the yearly inspection, and that's a result of the building getting a government subsidy for,
Yeah.
low income
Okay.
and elderly people.
I mean, the reason I ask is just because I am a bit of a homeowner, but because I'm like co-signed with my dad, he knows all of the logistical shit that is just so not in my wheelhouse in any way. But I obviously need to learn this shit, and I know smeg all about like owning a building. Because at some point my parents are going to die, and they've assured me that my childhood home is mine when they do. But I don't know really a lot about. Now, I don't know a damn thing about property taxes. How do
Yeah.
I know how much that building's worth? I mean, it's just I don't know anything about being that kind of adult. I really don't.
I think you can look up what the property taxes might be.
Pretty sure that just about anywhere you can.
Yep.
I know I've looked up the property taxes on every place I've lived since birth. So, That covers quite a few buildings, come to think of it.
Well,
Yeah, like my
Yeah,
place,
well, like
I,
Colleen
like,
said.
like how many things are there out there that I don't know about, that like I'll not know that I need to like make a payment or fill out a form or something because no one ever fucking told me. I certainly didn't learn it in school. And then I'll miss some deadline I didn't know I had, and the next thing I know I'm in some sort of financial trouble. That kind of thing worries me. I don't know what time bomb there is in my future, but there may well be one, and I don't know like how to figure out what I don't know I need to know.
I don't know how it goes with inheritances, but with sales, you find out at
Well,
point of sale, definitely.
I don't even mean like inheritance taxes or anything. I just mean like I plan to live there. It's my childhood home,
I didn't
right?
even.
But when I take ownership of it, and then like I've lived there for a bunch of years, eventually someone somewhere is gonna want something from me because I'm living there, and it'll be something I don't know is coming, and that worries me.
Well, I took inheritance for. I inherited this house I'm living in, and actually I didn't even know it became mine until like almost a year later.
Yeah.
Well, with a single family home, you don't have a whole lot to worry about. It's only if you're renting it out to somebody else that it gets complicated.
And usually
Okay.
the property taxes are I don't know how if it's in other states, but around here the property taxes are paid usually in November, and then they have like they'll add on, they'll increase these like month to month, and as you if you don't pay it until like
Yeah.
February, or
Well, and they'll send you a notice, a couple months ahead of time and tell you how much you're going to owe.
yeah,
Hmm.
I usually get a notice about a month ahead of time, with the notice previous to that about 2 or 3 months ahead of time, and saying how much it might be.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, like being an adult sucks, and I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, one thing that I tend to warn people of is that, if you're going to own a house, you have to deal with the maintenance issues, which if you've been renting, is something you probably didn't have to do before.
Yeah, and even now, like I live in a condo complex, and so there's an HOA that handles most of that.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, if there's some damage inside my place, it's my responsibility, but the outside maintenance is all them.
But
Yeah.
I didn't have to deal with any of the mortgages when I got the inheritance thing taken care of. So
Well, what
Yeah,
gets
that
a
is
lot
one
of
great
people
thing. The house in Vermont is all kinds of paid for.
what gets a lot of people is, the stuff that you don't think about from day to day because it only needs to be done like once every 10 years.
See, that's the stuff I'm talking about. That's
Yeah,
the stuff
like-
where I'm like, what time bomb is in my future because I never learned enough to know that it's coming. That scares the pants off me.
Well, and it's usually stuff you can't predict. You can't say it's going to happen this year or next year. It's just at some point the furnace and the water heater will need to be replaced. You don't know
Oh,
when
well,
that's
I
going to
meant
come until they
something
stop
like-
working.
I
Yeah.
meant less about the maintenance and more about like, the government comes in and says, oh, by the way, regulation X357J ampersand 12 says that if this persnickety thing happens, then you owe this enormous amount of money. And I'm like, what
Yeah.
is coming that I don't know is even possible?
That kind of stuff, basically, as long as you, keep up on the property tax, as long as you don't let that fall behind, even when they make new rules, it's almost always going to be that the existing houses are grandfathered in and they can't make you change things.
yeah, unless you're like remodeling the place, then they'll get on
Yeah.
you about code.
I have no intention of remodeling in any fashion.
Like I had to have a new roof put on this place, and there was a mold problem, so the whole place had to be gutted and rebuilt. So they
Yep.
got on the code about that.
So
You're going
okay.
to want to, find out about, some local handyman. And basically, it's
believe
something
me, I
that,
got that going on.
okay, it's something that you want to cultivate a relationship with. You don't want to just go to a different person every time. If you
Yeah.
can find one person, who either he knows his stuff or he knows enough other people that he can recommend people for
Well,
you.
Vermont is a very small state, so a lot of people know each other. My dad, like when my parents adopted me, my dad was working as a carpenter. So he knows a lot of handyman shit, and he
Oh,
knows a
good.
lot of handy people who know a lot of handyman shit. So I mean, it's that you
Okay.
know, yeah.
Well, then you're in a better position than most
If I
people.
don't know anybody yet, I have the resources to like find out about their existence. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way.
Well, you're in a much better position than most people when they're trying to move to a new location.
Yeah,
Trying to
well,
find somebody who's got a good reputation.
I mean, like as much as I've been irritated with my parents most of my life because, well, reasons that I've discussed before. Like my dad is really good with logistics. My dad is really good at figuring out the details. Where I am not. So I mean, like he's done a lot of things that are so far outside of what I could ever do, and a lot of them will end up sort of indirectly benefiting me. I mean, he got into real estate a while back, and I mean, he gives a lot of stuff to charity. When the pandemic hit, he treated all of his tenants really, 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 really fucking well, because lots of empathy coming out
Yep.
of the guy too. But
Good.
I mean, it was um, because of that, I actually do stand to inherit a fair bit when they die. I would rather they didn't die. I'd rather have, a family than money. But even so, it's going to be interesting when that happens because a lot of doors are going to be opening up just in terms of having money to do them, opportunities. So it'll be bittersweet, but that's what dedications and the credits are for.
Yeah, I'm glad I got this house because otherwise I'd feel like I would be effectively homeless.
Mm. There is
Well,
something about living in a place from earliest childhood that just, leaves you attached to it, isn't there?
Yeah, I would hate to lose this place. Though there are reasons why I would move, though.
Mm.
well, I basically passed on my inheritance because I wasn't going to deal with living in that small town.
Ah. Well, now, how small is small?
Back around 2010, they merged 3 adjacent cities together, and the resulting city has a population of about 3,000.
Yikes. Okay. I mean, let's see. The population of Burlington, Vermont is 42,645 as of 2020.
Yeah, where I'm living now, the city's a population of about 30,000, and to me, this is still a pretty small town.
And I mean, like, I still say that Burlington and South Burlington ought to just frickin' merge, but apparently there's good reasons why they shouldn't. There's like almost, but not quite 20,000 people there. So we're looking at about 61,000 people in that area alone. I wonder what the population of Chittenden County is. What happens
Yeah.
if we fold in Winooski? And I'm not sure, is Williston in Chittenden County? I don't know.
Well, I kind of feel like St. Cloud isn't really so much a city in itself as it's still kind of a very detached suburb of Minneapolis.
Hmm.
It just happens to be
yes.
75 miles of highway in between.
So it looks like Chittenden County is way larger than I thought it was because Williston's practically in the middle of. No, actually, it's at the end of the first third if we're heading west. Yowza, that's a big county. But regardless, the population of it is like 163,000.
Well,
one thing
So-
that might get me to move would be, if I could get that 3 to 10 acres of land, and I would like to have as a big garden and have build my own house on. That might get me to move. Of course, if I had that kind of money, I'd probably keep this place anyway.
Well, I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, so even when I moved to Minneapolis, that still seemed like a small city to me.
So, okay, the state of Vermont, right now, as of 2020, has 624,340 people, right? The population of Seattle, just Seattle, not the state of Washington, just frickin' Seattle, 741,251 people. There are more people in Seattle than in the entire state of Vermont.
That's moo.
And let's compare that to freaking Ego. That's 1.415 million. So Yeah. I'm going to be moving to a much, 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 much smaller place, which worries me a little because the dating pool will be smaller. But by the same token, honestly, having a walkable town is preferable at the moment.
Yeah. Well, mostly it comes to population density.
Well,
Like-
the population around here is really dense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know, like the entire country of England, area-wise, is only slightly larger than the state of Minnesota, but they have 10 times the population in that same area.
I'm sure London has a lot to do with that.
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to go take care of my chickens here pretty soon. So,
Cluckety cluck.
No, that's interesting. When you were quoting those numbers, the entire state of Vermont has a population that's about half of Allegheny County.
So, small state, and most of it is clustered in the Burlington area.
Yep.
In Chittenden County, everywhere else, like seriously, I've been screwing around in Google Earth and Google Earth VR, looking around the state of Vermont, and I mean, there's these tiny, 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 tiny little pockets of civilization surrounded by mountains covered in pine trees.
Yeah. Well, you get, a lot of states that you have like one or two big industrial cities, and then the rest of the state is virtually vacant.
I'm not even sure I can describe any part of Vermont as an industrial city. There's like one or two little factories around, like I think Burton Snowboard, that kind of thing. And I know there was a GE plant that really isn't used for that anymore. But I mean, it's not a very manufacturing state. There's a lot of like milk production. There's a lot of, maple syrup and all of that. There is a fair amount of tourist trade, mostly in the winter for skiing. Like Stowe and Killington and stuff like that. Those places get a lot of tourist trade. Less so the Burlington area, although every now and then we do get those Quebecers. So I mean, it's kind of a different mindset. There's a lot of farms more than industry.
Yeah. Well, that's most of the Midwest too, was farmland.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird how different, like, say, the dairy land in Vermont is versus, say, closer to Texas, closer to the South. It's a very different sort of vibe, very different energy.
Yeah, each region of the country. Oh.
Yeah, honestly, how are these states even united, really? There's so much cultural difference that, honestly, I'm not even sure we can relate to each other anymore.
I don't think these states ever were united, really. I mean, some of the sections of the Constitution that are most problematic, I'm seeing as the result of compromises between North and South.
Yeah.
Well, whatever the deal is, I mean, we are so just divided culturally that I don't know what the point is anymore. I mean, what really is the point of this country at the moment?
I'm seeing.
I'm just waiting for it to fall apart. I'm just waiting for it to fall apart.
I mean, we're very aimless.
Yeah, is there really any way that it could, come apart without just causing, such major problems for some states?
Not really.
No, but at the same time, I mean, one of the things I've learned playing video poker, honestly, is not to throw good money after bad, which is why I kind of a little bit advocate abandoning certain states, like it or not. Like might have to cut out the diseased limb to save the rest of the body. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I could definitely see the idea of the U.S., splitting up into 5 or 6 separate countries, pretty much based on the regions. Because, I agree that some regions of the country are never going to be able to compromise with other regions.
Yeah, and then you're going to run into problems with, as we were talking earlier, NASA has a facility in I think every state of the union, or
Well,
every state of the disunion.
and that's actually one of the big problems is, not just NASA, but the military.
Yeah, huh? That was coming next.
How are you going to divide the military? And that's like, there had been some talk about California becoming independent. And it's like, I was saying that's never going to happen because there's no way the federal government's going to give up the San Diego Naval Base.
Right.
Yeah, if we all split up, we would have no military.
Or we'd have way too many small little, like, potential pocket dictatorships.
Yeah,
We're
probably what we would have.
like, okay, we've abandoned this state or that state. I mean, the only way we could do it, I suppose, is if the federal government started pulling out a lot of forces and disabling a lot of bases on the way out, kind of thing.
Texas would probably become a dictatorship.
Yep.
Oh,
well,
very easily. Texas, Georgia, Alabama.
Well, I
Whole South,
can
really.
see like around, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, that them sticking together as a region, and then you pretty much have squabbling, of the leaders of those 3 or 4 states trying to decide that who's going to be in charge of everything.
Until
Although
one
so much
prevailed.
worse, imagine if they managed somehow to unite under one banner.
I think they would eventually, but I think it would, kind of be their own civil war fighting against each other for a number of
See,
years before that
I kind of,
happens.
I kind of in a way doubt that. I mean, when I look at the party unity between the right wing, I have a feeling they actually would be very willing to put their differences aside just to stick it to the North again. Or at least to attempt to.
Well, if they
I mean,
break
honestly,
away,
a lot of them seem to hate the idea of the left wing far more than they hate the idea of one of their like similar groups not believing in exactly not believing in God in exactly the same way they ought to.
Well-
Like they hate us so much more than they will ever hate each other. That I think they'd be willing to put any differences aside just to say, well, look, until we take care of those damn libs. I can see them doing that.
well, if they break away, they wouldn't be worrying about that at the moment. They would just be worrying about who controls the territory.
Again, I'm not sure I agree. I think that some of them might be willing to unite to take out who they think their enemies are before they start dividing things up. I think they might do what you're saying, but in a different order.
I think part of the problem would come up that, they each want their theocracy. And I think it's at what point does everyone become aware of how different each of their denominations are?
Well, I mean, that is one of the fatal flaws of like fascism, for example, is that it will eventually eat itself as who the we who are in charge. Like as soon as they get rid of one enemy, they have to create another, and another and another. They just keep creating enemies until who's left? Who are the good guys? To them. Who are their good guys? Who are the people who are supposed to be in charge?
Yeah.
When you keep narrowing the field of what's acceptable to be one of us.
Well, and of course, in a modern mechanized world that we have now, one of the big questions would be if things broke up like that, which states would immediately go into bankruptcy?
Well, I mean, given that California is like the 5th largest economy in the world all by itself, yeah, which and not to mention that there's a lot of states that probably don't produce certain kinds of food, and so all of a sudden hunger becomes an issue.
Yeah.
California and Texas might be the only states that could actually break away and be their own thing.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, I think Vermont might be able to make a go for it. I think most of New England could make a go for it because, there's plenty of like logging. So if it really came down to it, you could build houses and even, burn fireplaces. There's certainly plenty of food. I mean, I think as long as no one from the outside decided to interfere, Vermont could make a pretty good go of it. There's a lot of livestock, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know what the money is like, but I think there's enough resources to do it.
Hmm.
Not sure how Florida would fare considering that it relies mostly on tourism.
Well, given that, like Florida, a lot of the residents seem determined to kill themselves. I mean, did Darwin award themselves? I don't know if the state could survive very long anyway. I mean, Florida man is a meme for a reason.
Yeah.
That is true.
I can see a cluster of Midwest states sticking together because I don't think they have, big differences between them. And then it kind of comes to a question of would they be able to, make enough deals of, trading food for fuel type things.
And how many northern states would actually start asking Canada to annex them, I wonder?
Well, I've been trying to get Canada to do that for years already.
I
Well,
tried to get Canada to annex Florida, but they told me, you keep that.
Well, I mean, the thing that would worry me really the only thing that would worry me about merging with Canada is that the part of Canada that we butt up against is Quebec. And
Well-
you know how I feel about hearing French spoken.
Yeah, if you're going to be in the New England states. So,
But
honestly, can't see it as being a major issue here because Minnesota actually borders on mostly on Manitoba.
mm,
It just, yeah, I could see it being done without most people even noticing it.
well, I have to say, like, if I was still in Seattle, I would be just dying for them to merge with BC because I love Vancouver. I mean, Vancouver honestly feels a lot like both Seattle and Portland.
Moo.
Ooh. Oh. Well, it's getting about time that I'm going to have to get off of here.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I should do more things with my day. I crave a wider variety. Plus,
Yeah,
I should
well,
get
it's
my
a-
dad back.
I keep thinking that, I'm going to get some more of this cleaned up and I'm not going to waste my whole day on the computer again. And yeah, you know how that keeps
Yeah.
turning out.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, that's
All right,
interesting.
well,
I just went
In
over.
that
Oh,
case,
there
I
he
will
is.
catch you, evil geniuses, later. Have a good day.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
honey.
Bye-bye.
You be good.
Diana, give some thought to what I was saying before the live stream started about bringing that person on and having that discussion.
Oh yeah, sure,
So
absolutely.
get back to me about that. Let me know if they get for the yes or no on that.
Dayo Corosto. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah,
So is that a yes or?
I'm kind of leaning toward have this person
Okay.
on, and it could be fun.
Okay, well, you can just message me on Twitter or something when with a definitive yes or no then.
Yay! Yeah, that sounds like
Cool.
moo. And it could be a shitstorm or it could be fun.
Yeah, it could go either way, definitely.
Oh
All right,
my.
I'll see you later. I gotta go take care of my chickens.
Okay, honey. Bork bork.
Bye.
Oh my. And then so then there were two. Yay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to see what to do if I want to go to bed or if I want to.
Yeah.
Probably by this time of day it'll be a restaurant meal.
Yeah, I've got to go up and check on the girls and yeah, like I said, I do have a problem with procrastinating, and when I keep thinking I've got more than a week left, nothing gets done, but I don't want everything to be down to the last day.
I know that
Because
feeling.
I don't need the anxiety of coming up that tight against a deadline, but I
Yeah.
have trouble motivating myself to do much about it before then.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, I'm kind of feeling that way. It's been a while since there have been any inspections around here, and I certainly don't want anybody seeing what the place looks like right now, because I haven't been able to keep up with the basic maintenance lately. So I got to pick that up and kind of get this place to where I'm willing to live in it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, and I've kind of had this thought for some time that, yeah, maybe it would be nice if I could invite somebody in here, seeing as not doing any group events or that. Would be nice to be able to have friends over, I guess.
moo. Oh, I don't know. It's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, definite stuff.
Oh. Oh, excuse me.
Manche che da parlocchi. Yes.
Yep, been trying to work on my sleep, of course, even though I never seem to get much of anywhere with it.
I tell you, since I got sick, my wake sleep schedule has really, really shifted. I mean, I'm to bed really, really early, and I'm awake really, really early now. I mean, talking about going to bed at 10 and up at 6.
Well, that's the problem I'm having now, that I'm falling asleep, way too early in the evening.
Yeah.
But the doctor that was actually taking me seriously and trying to work with me about finding something that would help for the sleep has just left the clinic.
Eek.
So now I'm going to have to kind of find out if I can, get any help from anyone else. My GP seems reluctant to help with the sleep.
Yeah, it seems that everybody seems to be reluctant to even venture outside of their limited field.
Yeah, well, if you're a general practitioner, you really shouldn't have that attitude. And
Yeah.
okay, yeah, if it's something you really feel you can't handle, fine, refer me to a specialist.
Well, that's where I run into the problems. They all want to refer me to specialists, and specialists cost. I mean, the last time I got referred to a specialist was a nephrologist when they, figured
Yeah.
out that my kidneys were dying, and you were talking about $40 every couple of weeks. I didn't have that.
Well, yeah, again, here that's not such an issue because the insurance seems willing to pay it as long as I've got a referral from a doctor who knows me.
Well, the insurance was handling what they wanted to handle, and then, what they said to me was the copayment.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's like, I have not had any copayments for doctor's visits. I only have the copayments on refilling the medications.
Moo. I mean, if there weren't other things keeping me here, I might consider it, but I don't know.
Well, I still think it would be good for you, and I think that whatever issues there are things we could work out for you. And it would be a lot easier to work them out if we were, not so far away.
Because I will say, and I hate to say it, but here it is, I do worry. What happens when situation or people start trying to force me to give up my independence?
Yeah, well, and I understand that's what you're worried about, and that's, why I really think that here you would be able to continue living independently for longer, just because there's better support systems. Like we've got a lot of, elderly and disabled people here that can't drive, so there are other options available for them getting to their, medical appointments and so forth.
I just, I don't know. And what also worries me is if I do relocate and people get sick of me, then what,
Well, then you're
Which is a
alone
very
here
real
instead of alone
possibility.
where you are.
Say again?
Then instead of being alone where you are, you're alone here, but you're still alone someplace that has more resources for you.
You stay, you gotta.
You know, I understand that moving is a bitch, but apart from the actual act of moving and getting everything set up, I don't really see any downside.
Boof.
You know, I just think however it goes, you're still going to be able to, you know, live on your own and do your own thing longer here. And, you know, I worry about when it comes to that point, like, you know, when you've wound up in the hospital, that, okay, if you're at least within an hour's drive, you know, I can go and pick up Sylvia for however long you're going to be, you know, not at home.
It's the poo-poo.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's leaving a place I've been over half my life.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I mean, I've lived here longer than I've lived at the place of my birth. I've been here 33 years.
that I can't relate to that well because I never was allowed to stay in one place for that long. There were always other factors that were uprooting me. Changing relationships or whatever.
I mean, I haven't been at any particular residence for 33 years, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, the longest I've lived in a particular residence was 15 years, and I'm not there right now.
I had periods in my life that I was moving every 3 to 6 months. Yeah, really, I can't think that there's any actual one residence that I ever lived at. You know, except for the time I was with my ex. I was with her for 12 years.
Tayo Korosto.
But other than that, nothing that lasted more than 3 years.
Okay, yeah, there's the one place in Homestead I painted 3 times. So, yeah, every 5 years.
I've been kind of wondering about that kind of stuff here because, you know, obviously everything wasn't brand new when I moved in. So I'm not sure.
Well, since you
I'll have to look into what their obligations are to do routine things. I mean, it's not like the place is run down or anything. It's well maintained.
yeah, well, considering the way the place is, and there are the Section 8 contracts and everything, you're probably not going to be allowed to do anything. I know I'm not.
Well, you know, not too much. I mean, they did even say that it was okay to drill some holes in the walls for mounting things.
Moo. Yeah, I mean, I went behind the landlord's back to repair the kitchen sink in the place I lived before this one, simply because he wasn't going to get anybody to me in a reasonable time.
Yeah.
Happily, it only cost $10. So
Oh, that's good.
yeah, the trap broke away from the stem pipe.
Yeah, I was expecting a plumber to come in sometime this week, but I didn't hear from them. Because my faucet has become detached from the sink. It's not leaking. Yeah, it's not leaking. It's just no longer bolted onto the sink. It moves around every time I try to turn the handle.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll get somebody in because the federal inspectors won't like that.
Yeah. And, you know, if it moves around long enough, sooner or later, one of the connectors is going to start leaking. It's just a matter of time.
Yep.
Yeah, Native Atheist. Kate went out.
Yeah, just a little bit ago.
Oh, just me and Diana here now.
Moof beef. Yeah,
But, like I say, you know, I've really been impressed that for this being a public housing building, I really can't think of any place I've lived that really was better maintained, that I wasn't doing the maintenance myself.
Yeah, I know the feeling because this is in that class. I mean, it's not the Ritz or anything, but it's not bad. The biggest complaint I have is the one that's hidden from the federal inspectors when they put the electrical line in for the stove for the range. It's not secured to anything. It's just lying on the floor. That's definitely not code.
Well, like I say, sloth girl usually cooks. So I was actually here for 6 months before I realized that the stove wasn't plugged in.
Oops.
So I had to move the stove and plug it in, but everything was, the outlet and everything was there like it was supposed to be. I guess they just pulled it out to clean it before I moved in, and nobody had plugged it in again.
Okay, then. Yeah, this range was brand new when I moved in, so I guess they plugged it in when they moved it in, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know. The landlord isn't totally enamored of me, but I guess he's okay.
Well, we've got a caretaker and a building manager. The caretaker actually lives in the building, and the manager has an office space that she's here like 3 days a week because she manages like 3 or 4 buildings.
Okay, moo. Yeah, the landlord's wife likes me for some strange reason. I have no idea why, but he's not exactly happy with my being trans.
Yeah. Well, I haven't come out yet. I'm still wondering how that's going to go with the building manager. And I really can't get any kind of a read on her because, it's like she always seems happy and cheerful, but I know that's a professional persona, so it doesn't tell me anything about what her opinions are on anything.
Yeah.
So at this point, my best guess is that she always hides behind the professional persona and never lets any of the residents know what her actual opinion is of anything.
And that's probably the best business attitude to take.
Yeah, well, and in my situation, that would be a really good thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like she's got the fair housing notice posted by her office, and it says that they can't discriminate against anybody based on gender, sexual identity, and so forth. It's all right in there.
If the fascists...
I'm pretty sure that when I tell her, if anybody raises a fuss, she's just going to point to the sign there and says, "See, I'm following the rules. Shut up."
No, who knows what will happen when the fascists gain control, and they eventually will.
Yeah. Well, and again, I expect that's going to take faster in certain states than others, and I think Minnesota's one of the states that it's going to take several years more.
And that's one of the things that does enter my mind because it's on the horizon here in Pennsylvania. I don't know if you've seen the. I don't know if you've seen the fascist candidate for governor here.
Well, Bub and Alex are saying they need to move out of Ohio as soon as possible.
Yeah, Yep, I saw that.
That they don't even think Alex is going to be able to get the the medical treatment they need.
Mm-hmm.
So that's scary stuff, and again, that's why I feel that this is a much more stable place to be, at least for a few years, while this stuff starts to shake out and while people decide how we're going to deal with things.
Yeah, so
that I don't really think I don't think I'm in any immediate hazard of like losing my health coverage or that. I don't know 5 years down the road, I can't say, but, I don't think anything's going to happen to me in the next year or two that's going to drastically change the situation.
Yeah, so there's the thing that I think about. I mean, I'm not afraid of being dead. I'm just afraid of getting that way.
Yeah, the only urgency I have with it right now is like getting things like my name change and my birth certificate changed before the laws changed to prevent me from doing that.
Yeah. Huh?
Because then I'm dealing with other states, and it's like, even Illinois shouldn't be too bad, but it, I can see that it could get harder to get the birth certificate changed if I don't do it really soon.
Yeah, and I don't even think about that because, as far as I remember, Ohio won't even let me do that.
Yeah, it's so much state by state. Last I checked at Illinois, it really shouldn't be that difficult. That basically they're going to send me a mess of forms, and as long as I have a therapist or a psychiatrist who's willing to sign off on the forms, everything should go through.
Moo.
That seems to be their only requirement, is that you've had a psychiatric evaluation.
Mm-hmm. Chabaliki.
How much money all of this is going to take is another issue. I don't know how much it's going to cost, and yeah.
Oh man. Well, with the name, I got really lucky that there's the name change project. That whole thing cost me only $40.
Name change project, is that like a charity organization helping you
Sort
with
of,
it?
kind of. Yeah, they're an outgrowth of the TLDEF, I think, transgender legal something. Now it's available only in limited areas, and I was lucky enough to be living in one of them. It includes New York City, Pittsburgh. Let's see what we've got for the places.
I wonder if they've got, anybody in Minnesota that would do that kind of thing.
I'll
to help
find
people.
out.
I did have my name legally changed in Minnesota in the early 90s. And, at the time that wasn't that difficult either. Basically, I had to, publish a thing in a newspaper declaring the name change, and I had to, go before a judge with a witness.
Yeah, huh?
Basically to say that I wasn't doing this to like get out of debt or avoid some legal problem.
Right.
So as long as none of that's changed, I'm expecting that none of the paperwork has changed. The cost may be different because I think, the cost was kind of based on the county I was doing it in.
Okay, they say if you live in one of the areas below, you can fill out our waitlist notification form. And that's Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Long Island, Milwaukee, the counties of Bergen, Essex, Hudson, Passaic, Union, and Middlesex in New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh.
Oh, so nothing in Minnesota.
I don't see anything, unfortunately. And I don't even see Minnesota anywhere on the opening soon list.
Yeah, well, you said Milwaukee, so I was hoping the next one you would read out would be Minneapolis, but no such luck.
No such luck, it seems.
That's okay. Like I said, I don't think I'm in that bad a situation for it. It's just something that I may need to scrape together some extra money for.
Oh, and I see this interesting thing over here. They even have, at this time, we are only accepting applications from residents of the 5 boroughs of New York City. So I was lucky enough to apply when I did.
Oh, hey, Ox.
Oh, hi, Ox. Dada Vatoshia Karasopatrani. And then
Yeah.
Kitty over here is saying hi, too. It is the og and it is fool.
Even with all the political upheaval going on, and I'm being involved in it, I'm definitely throwing my voice at it because, it's going to be a big problem for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I do feel relatively safe where I am, but I know it's going to fuck up a hell of a lot of people.
Oh my, I really feel for those people south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's, people in Florida, Alabama, and Georgia that I know online are the ones I'm really worrying about.
Yeah, huh? I know the Georgians are in real peril.
Yeah, well, and yeah, I knew Ohio. Ohio is a weird state,
Yes, very weird.
and I will. I really found out how weird it was when I moved to New York because it's like, you know, anybody who is like west of Chicago considers Ohio to be an eastern state. Anyone on the East Coast considers Ohio to be a Midwest state. So it's like no region wants to claim it.
Right, right.
Everybody wants to say that's not us.
I don't blame them. And remember, I was born there.
Yeah. But at the same time, Ohio had been a swing state for most of my life.
Which
It
is
was one of the battleground states that I never knew in each election which way it was going to go.
which is the main reason so many presidents came from there.
Yeah, but now it's the Republicans have really got a pretty solid hold on it, and they've really, what progressive things they had managed to pass in the past, they're really pulling away.
What do you think, Kittiness? Kitty says, as long as I can have Chicky, I don't care where I live.
Yeah, Ox, pretty much, since the whole Gore Bush thing, Ohio's pretty much been red since then.
Well, they did have the whole red thing going where the Republican governor would sit in the governor's mansion as long as he could, and then when they had to get another, elect somebody who was not that governor, then they'd end up with a Democratic governor. Like, for example, look at the '60s where they had Jim Rhodes, and then they had to elect somebody else because there were term limits in Ohio. So you got Gilligan, and then you got Rhodes back as soon as you could, only by managing to get the term limit stuff changed.
Yeah, like most of the Apollo astronauts came from Ohio. How messed up is the state that if people are so desperate to get out of there, they're leaving the planet?
Yeah, huh? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, John Glenn, Neil Armstrong, Jim Lovell. I'm trying to think of who else.
I thought at one time I heard it was like 7 of the 11 original Apollo astronauts. It was some really heavy percentage like that. It was like 3/4 of them.
Caio Corosto, let's see. Ohio
Yeah, I'm kind of the
astronauts.
opposite here, that Minnesota's basically a blue state, but I live in a red pocket.
Okay, then. Yeah, okay, so Neil, John, Jim Lovell, let's see. Oh, okay, Charlie Bassett, Don Isley. I missed somebody. Who did I miss?
Yeah, I'm so bad with names, you've already gone beyond what I remember.
Yeah, John Glenn was an original 7. Trying to remember. I think Neil Armstrong, Jim Lovell, Charlie Bassett. I think they came in the same class. Don Isley may have come in with them. Tasa que perroto palal, mento pataquerese.
The Ox says I vote gray, so I'm safe. living in Minnesota, I've often voted Green, and in Minnesota, it sometimes works. You know, it's not just a freak event for us to actually elect a third-party candidate. It happens once every few years.
Okay, then.
You know, especially on the lower levels, like Minneapolis City Council, have at various times actually had candidates from 4 or 5 different parties.
Okay, Moo.
So I could actually see Minnesota being, you know, one of the first states to actually get something like ranked choice voting going, just because I think there would be enough popular backing for it that, you know, representatives in the state legislature might actually have to take it seriously or worry about losing votes. Well, I mean, you know, we even had Jesse Ventura. We got a governor who was running as an independent.
Yeah, that was.
Not that I was impressed with his job as governor, but, you know, just that neither of the major parties had anybody that anybody wanted to vote for enough.
Yeah, huh?
And, yeah, even our Republicans, you know, we don't get the extreme right-wingers. They don't really make it here. They've got to be, you know, at least a bit more moderate right-wing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I agree, Ox. I really wish we could get rid of the parties altogether, but don't see that happening.
No.
Actually, I've always been registered as an independent, which came in handy a couple of times because I've served as an election judge, and since I was listed as an independent, they could swear me in as a judge for either party, just to fill whatever vacancies they had to open the polling place.
Oh, Moo, yeah. No,
So, in different elections, I've been sworn in as a Republican and as a Democrat.
Okay, then, yeah, here. Well, lately I've been registered as a Democrat only because I wanted to vote. That was, I switched from independent to Democrat in 14.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of states you have to be registered as one or the other to vote in the primaries. Yeah, Minnesota just has a law that for any polling place to be open, they have to have 2 representatives of each party.
Da gasto, okay.
So that's why, you know, my party affiliation being neutral came in handy. At one point, they actually drove me to a different polling place because they couldn't find a Republican to fill in there. Yep. Oh, God. And yeah, I am going to have to work around here with alternate transportation for a while because my faithful car has finally died.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Friday I had to have her brought back home with a tow truck. And I know what the problem is, and it's one of those things that, you know, I talked to a couple of mechanics and they said it was something that's going to be gradually getting worse, so it just got worse faster than expected.
Gotcha.
But, you know, I've used the buses here a handful of times, and generally I can get a bus from here to, you know, all the places we shop. Not too badly. Unfortunately, during COVID, all the bus schedules got cut back, and they have not restored them, so the bus now only runs once an hour.
Oh, so, yeah, I know your feeling.
When we first moved here, it had been every half hour, but now it's only every hour. So, you know, it's just kind of it'll waste a lot of time, but I can still get to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, our medical coverage will actually cover getting us to doctor's appointments. So,
Okay,
you know,
then.
as long as we've got it scheduled, I'm not sure how far ahead of time we have to call, but, you know, we can call and schedule a ride when we've got an appointment.
Yeah, I finally, yesterday, got a refund check, transportation refund check. It covered a tenth of what I spent a year ago.
Oh, sorry, it didn't turn out to be more. But yeah, when I was visiting you, Sloth Girl had an appointment with the specialist that was back in Minneapolis. So yeah, they sent a driver to pick her up, drove her out there, which was more than an hour drive, and waited there and brought her back.
Oh, geez, the waiting there is great.
Well, they figured it was better to have him wait there than to have him make the trip twice. Because,
Uh-huh.
like I say, it was more than an hour each way, so they figured it was better to just tell the driver to wait.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I turned 65 in July, and that is the break point for age eligibility, or so they
Uh-huh.
say.
Yep.
So, the damn thing is, I have to wait until my 65th birthday to even apply. So I can't apply ahead of time.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up. They should let you do the paperwork ahead of time and just hold it.
They really should, yes, and they don't do that, so I don't know. So I'm going to be paying at least 2 more months of transportation.
Yeah.
And we're talking $300 a month. So I'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I suppose I should really
Yeah.
get to work
No.
putting out videos.
Yeah, Ox, if it was just a timing belt, that I've actually fixed on a previous car, but basically it's the piston rings are going. The seals are leaking, and it's getting so much oil in the cylinders that it's fouling the spark plugs.
Moo. And then
You know,
take
and-
care
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
just a matter of. The only thing that could be done would be to tear it down and completely rebuild the engine.
Yeah, that's
And-
where I was headed.
It's a 20-year-old four-cylinder. It's just not worth the money to do something like that.
Yeah.
So, you know,
you
I put out a couple of feelers with my brother and my cousins to see if somebody can come up with something, but I've got to come up with a way to pay for it if they find something.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, and I suppose it
And-
would be better worth it to just buy a new car than buy another engine, right?
Yeah. Buying another engine and having it put in would cost me more than just, you know, buying another old runabout.
Mm-hmm.
So, one advantage I'm having is the whole time I was away, when I lived in New York and in Michigan, I maintained my same checking account with the same credit union as when I lived in St. Paul. So, largely because I've had that account established for over 25 years now, I haven't really tried the paperwork or that yet, but I'm thinking I may be able to get a small loan from them. So, you know, I'm going to see if maybe I can get enough to, you know, buy another 10-year-old junker, but just something that'll get us around.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. I don't think I've ever owned a car that was less than 10 years old because, you know, that's all I've been able to afford. You know, and the car wasn't anything special. It's just your little basic generic hatchback, really. You know, but she served us well for a number of years here. You know, and yeah, I know it's silly to, you know, anthropomorphize a machine or that, but you get a bit of an attachment.
Yeah, sure.
You know, you get to thinking of them kind of as a pet. So I had thought that she'd keep going for a couple of months so I'd be able to figure out, the money and find another vehicle before I had to give up on her. But like I say, it just happened faster, and it's like I can pull all the plugs out and clean them up, and she'll probably run again for a little while, but who knows how long before I'll, be stuck somewhere again. So right now she's just not dependable. I just can't trust her to go anywhere.
Yeah, huh.
And I'm reluctant to just buy a car blind because, I'm really not that good with cars. So I don't know if I would be able to identify a car that's, got a major problem that's about to go wrong itself.
Yeah, huh.
If I can work out the money, my brother's the lead mechanic for a major car dealer. So, if I could send him the money and just wait, something might come through as a trade-in, that he could get me, and then it would be all checked out by the dealership and all that stuff, so then I could be expecting it would be reliable for a while.
Oh my.
About the only bright side of it is that when my car died and like I was trying to push it and that everybody who came up to help said, "Can I help you, ma'am?" So
All right, that's a good thing.
that was the one nice part, because I wasn't dressed, I didn't have any makeup or anything, and that's what I mean. It seems that at least I seem to manage androgynous. At least people are, unsure if they're not actually taking me as being a woman yet.
Move beef.
Although my fiance had commented on that, both from my shape, and she just said that the way I carry myself, she understood why people took me as a woman from behind. So yeah, it is kind of screwed up because, for my brother to really do his thing, I kind of need to have, a couple $1,000s ahead of time, and then just, wait until something shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Which, can't say how long that would be, but I know he's got a lot of connections, so I think he'd probably find something without too much delay. And then I'd probably have to take the Greyhound bus down there to pick it up, which is definitely something I don't look forward to. And somehow I'm pretty much resigned that if I have to be on a Greyhound for 16 hours from here, I'm going to have COVID by the time I get back.
Okay, then.
Well, this is kind of a test of how effective the vaccines really are. Because I think it's inevitable that on that long a trip, there's bound to be somebody in that same enclosed space who's carrying it.
Oh my. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done a 16-hour bus trip.
Well, the problem is there's a lot of layovers, because it's going through... It's the buses that have to go through all the small towns to get me there. So it's like, if you were driving it, it's only about an 8-hour drive, but on the bus it's double that just for all the places you have to stop and wait. And many years ago I used to take the Greyhound quite a lot. I didn't think anything of it. But, it's an enclosed space. You can't open the windows. It's recycling the same air, so, there's no way to avoid that you're going to be breathing whatever anyone else there is exhaling.
Yeah.
And even I don't think I can keep a mask on for, that long.
Okay.
So, I'm hoping I can get lucky, and I'm hoping that somebody I know will, come up and say that they've got some old junker that they can part with without it costing me too much. But, I also know that one of the problems with COVID, that they were having problems with the new cars, with parts to finish, so new cars weren't getting manufactured and sold.
Yeah,
So that's
okay.
driven up the price of used cars. So, thinking that hopefully I can get a loan for $2,000 or $3,000, and that'll be enough to find something. Then it's just a matter of paying the loan off, which, yeah, I do need to step up and get more serious about my online stuff, and I was already facing the fact that I can't do the work I had been doing, so I might as well sell off most of my tools.
Okay. That's unfortunate, damn it.
Well, I don't have a shop, I don't have a place to work, so I don't really have a place to use them very much either. So most of the power tools have been sitting in a storage locker, and yeah, I just think I have to resign myself that, yeah, I'm just never going to have a shop. I'm never going to have a space I can do that kind of work in anymore. So there really isn't any sense to just having the tools sitting boxed up.
So if they're in a locker, you're probably paying for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got a lot more stuff than I could just fit in this apartment, so.
Oh, so it's
Even that's not too bad, but yeah, it would be good if I could, sell off the stuff I'm not going to use, and yeah, get rid of the storage locker too. That would save some money.
but up at Shaw. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, Side Chat? That's a good thing that I haven't had a vehicle all these years. I never could have afforded that.
Well, that was another thing I was pleasantly surprised by. I thought moving from Michigan to, what's a bigger city here, I really thought the auto insurance would go up quite a bit, but it wasn't much of a change. So I was actually surprised that keeping the car here wasn't costing me as much as I thought it would.
Okay, yeah. It always does happen that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, and see, that's kind of the thing about the tools, is that when I sell off a significant amount of the tools, it does limit one of my streams for potential income. But, with the COVID and all, when I moved here, I haven't been able to establish any customers. And just, yeah, my body really isn't up for doing that kind of work anymore. I can't do the remodeling and, schlepping around the materials and tools like I used to. Hell, lately I've just been having trouble, staying awake for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So unless I can get something done better with my sleep, I can't predict what days I'm going to be able to work.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't any way I can take a job if I can't tell people what days I'm going to show up. So, yeah, I think I just kind of have to get rid of the tools, and I have to just, you know, continue with my online stuff with the Lego stuff and that, which will, you know, I can make some money off of that until I run out of inventory. Mostly it just means that I'm never going to get anywhere about the hair removal. I had been hoping that I could sell off my tools to pay for that, and,
Okay.
you know, because that's going to be thousands of dollars, and I don't see any way I'm ever going to come up with that kind of money. But, you know, priorities. And actually, even, you know, if it was just me alone with the car, even that might be kind of painful, but, you know, that Sloth Girl uses it. We share the car, so she helps pay the expenses for it.
Moo.
So by splitting it up between two incomes, it's not that dear. Yeah. You know, so it's not really even a decision at this point. It's just I've got to do something that I'm finding unpalatable. You know, because it's not really... I can't realistically expect any of the situations to change for the better. So I've just kind of look at what I've got as being not what it used to be, but resources that I can use in another way and just get on with things. But yeah, you know, it's possible to live here without a vehicle. I mean, you know, you have to wait for the buses and that. Well, I should actually rephrase that. It's possible for me to live here without a vehicle. Sloth Girl, because of some of her medical issues, you know, has a harder time of it. I mean, she could, but it would be more difficult for her than it is for me. You know, and I just, yeah. Some things like the grocery shoppings will be a hassle, but it can be done. And still, Diane, even that, you know, I think would be less of a hassle than what you deal with there. Like I say, mostly I know we don't have to worry about, you know, getting to medical appointments or anything like that, so. And the medical coverage is really good here. I mean, it doesn't pay for everything, but there's not much it leaves out. So I feel that, yeah, it's definitely better than what most people I know have.
Oh, moo.
I'm a little ticked that they changed the rules, so I can't necessarily get a new pair of glasses this year, but, you know. They used to say that I get the exam and a new pair of glasses every 2 years, which should have been like last month. And when I checked on it, they had changed the wording to say that instead of it being a specific time frame, it says when it's medically necessary. But if I don't get the eye exam, how do we know whether or not the eye exam is medically necessary?
Okay, then.
And I tried calling and asking them about that, and I get a lot of really vague answers that don't tell me anything.
Yeah, always works that way.
So, yeah, I'm going to have an appointment with my general practitioner and going to see if somehow, you know, if she can write it up as a referral that she feels I need an eye exam or something like that. I'll try to work it from that angle and see if that works. You know, but it's actually not a real problem. It's more just my history that I know one eye has been gradually fading for many years. So it's not that I'm really noticing that these glasses are terrible or bad, but it's just something that I feel should be checked routinely.
Brejna.
Mage is back from the chickens.
Yeah, I see that. Moo.
Okay, I'm just babbling now.
Yeah.
Well, that's. I wish the car could have waited a couple of weeks to break down, because it's like I've got enough anxiety about having the place ready for inspection.
Okay, then, yeah.
So kind of having the car right on top of that, and like I say, at the same time that I've just lost my doctor and don't know if I'm going to be able to, get any further help as far as trying to find something that helps me sleep. So it's kind of like it's a bunch of completely unrelated issues, but they all happen to drop at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, can't I deal with the catastrophes one at a time? Can't you line up?
Oh, you're never allowed to do that.
But, and again, I can half joke about it. It's how comfortable I feel that we're still in a stable situation regardless. I don't think it's going to be a disaster. I'm not going to wind up homeless. We're not wondering about what we're going to eat next week. Which for me is a hell of a lot better than how I've lived a lot of my life.
Okay, then.
So it's kind of to the situation of, if I don't do anything, things aren't actually going to get worse, but I have to do something if I want to make them better.
Yeah, okay.
Although that gets into my own psychological issues that I'm always used to taking care of other people and don't do a very good job of taking care of myself. It's actually been a weird experience for me to adjust to the idea that there actually isn't anyone else who's actually, really relying on me now. I mean, Sloth Girl and I would help each other out, but I'm not actually having to take care of anybody else right now. And pretty much as far as my living situation, it's like I got to make sure I don't run out of cat food, and beyond that, it's really just me.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And that it's a mindset I still haven't gotten used to. I haven't gotten used to the idea that I just have to take care of myself. I can't seem to get that through my head.
Oh, my.
And, it's something, I do a lot of joking. I do even some kind of dark humor, but, what they say about a lot of the humor, starts in some truth. And I had said for a lot of my life that, taking care of kids meant I took better care of myself. Because at least if I was making sure they ate a couple times a day, I was eating at least once a day. And if I'm not taking care of other people, I don't necessarily think of doing that.
Ah.
So it's all weird, and yeah.
No.
So, it's okay, people. Like I say, nothing's really going critical on me. I'm not at any risk. I'm still going to be able to get my medication every month. I'm still going to have a place to live. So, I don't feel like this is a panic or an emergency. It's just, I've got to get some things together here.
Moo.
And honestly, at this point, it's like, okay, I need to borrow some money to get another car. But I actually wouldn't even be in that situation if I hadn't felt I was doing well enough and lent money out to a bunch of other people, most of whom I don't expect to get it back from.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it's just, I felt everything was comfortable, and I felt I was finally in a position to help other people out, and maybe I extended myself a little too far with helping other people who, while well-meaning, have probably overestimated their ability to pay me back. Because, yeah, I think if I totaled it all up, I think in the last 3 years I've loaned out at least $2,000, and I'll be surprised if I see more than a couple hundred of it come back.
Oops. Okay.
No, but it's like I was aware of that at the time I did it. Just at the time I did it, I thought it was okay. I had more in the bank than I was used to having. I thought I was going to manage all right. And it's like, yeah, hell. I didn't plan for the big emergency that, only happens once every 5 years type thing.
Yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah, I kind of know that feeling.
Yeah, month to month, I'm doing okay. I know everything will be covered. Yeah, so it's an inconvenience. It's not really an emergency. And, maybe it's something I have to get used to. Maybe I have to, be without a car for 6 months until I can scrape up the money or something. I don't know. Even that's survivable. It's not a very appealing option, but it's survivable. And again, it's still better than, a lot of the people we've done fundraisers for and things like that were people that, like, if they didn't have a car, they were going to lose their job and not have any income and wind up homeless.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to happen to me. Pretty much in the last 2 years, basically the money I've had coming in, I've got my disability and everything else is coming through stuff I do online. So, although now that I'm actually thinking it through, there's a flaw in that. If I can't get to the post office to send out packages, I can't really be doing the online sales. We'll have to figure that one out.
Radio flyer.
Radio flyer?
Yeah. Little red wagon.
Yep.
I did pretty well with that as long as I had a place to put the wagon.
Actually, there's one in our building here. In the storage room off the community room, there's one that sits there all the time. So, like, if I've got to bring stuff in from the car, I can go borrow that.
Okay, then.
The building also owns, like, 5 shopping carts. So, again, those kind of things are just, they're little perks of living here that, you didn't really expect, but their things are a little nicer here. We've actually got quite a nice community room. And you can reserve it for parties. Drone strike the packages, yeah. Yeah, until I'm talking it all out here, it didn't really occur to me that keeping the online sales going kind of required getting to the post office once or twice a week. Although, I'll have to check the post office website. I think that you actually could request pickup for packages. It just means I would have to be awake at the time that the carrier gets here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if
And-
USPS does that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, being awake at any predictable time is an issue. It's one of the things that's kind of screwed me up this past week. Like I said, I kept waiting every day for the plumber to come in. So it's kind of like I had to be awake during normal business hours all the time just in case they wanted to come in.
Yeah, okay.
And normal business hours is definitely not when I'm normally awake. I'm used to being up until the wee hours of the morning and sleeping till noon. That's as much of a normal schedule as I've ever had. My body doesn't like mornings. Okay.
Daju korostu.
Yeah, we should wrap this up. I should go upstairs and check on the girls.
Oh, and I should think about, I should think
Actually,
about foodstuffs of some sort. Let's see.
Well, that's the thing. I should have been up there by now because Sloth Girls probably had dinner ready for a half hour already.
Okay, yeah, and then I would.
Usually I go up there around 5 o'clock and it's 5:45 now.
I would probably end up at the Chinese place up the hill, and they close at 9.
Mm.
Oh, Bufu.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
one thing I'm still kind of expecting to hit is that, with the gas prices going up so much, that's got to hit the delivery drivers, and
Yeah,
somehow
well,
that's got to cause a problem that either they're going to have to, increase what they charge for the deliveries, or they're going to wind up with a shortage of drivers. One or the other has to happen fairly soon.
yeah.
But I really feel bad about like the people driving Uber and that because, they like set up a contract for a set, they get paid a set cost per mile, and that's regardless of if they're paying $2 for gas or $4 for gas. So I think those people are really going to wind up getting screwed in this. Basically, they're going to have to drive twice as many hours to make the same amount of money.
And the more they drive, the more gas they burn.
Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. Again, I keep starting a new subject when I'm supposed to be going.
So I will say, I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it. Oh my! So why don't you spread the word if you feel like it about the channel, about the Sunday and Wednesday shows, and those of you who have the wherewithal and the inclination, if you want to be a patron, yeah, please do. That would be greatly appreciated. And other than that, okay. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye bye all.